Yo, what up, everybody? Getting it ready. We getting it ready over here. Microphone still hanging on the wall, and boom. There's the audio that we need. I hope everyone is well this week. Getting closer to spring. Gotta grab some beer. Be right back. Going right over there. What's up, RW? What's up, Last Stand? Make sure we don't have all right, what's going on? We got RW, we got Last Dance, like I just said, backstage boxing. Welcome. Anna, how you doing? Cup of tea, welcome. I hope everybody is doing well. Tonight is the night that or tomorrow morning at 2 a.m. is when we set our clocks ahead. Spring forward, 1 hour. Very exciting. It's going to mean more light in the evening after work, more time to get a little sun on the deck when I get home, smoke a joint, drink a cold beer. Yeah, I love it. I wish it was like this all year, but I don't mind the winters the way that they are now. I'm not clamoring for them to change it. Martin, how you doing, dude? Let me know, Brits or UK folk. I know there is a difference in when we change our clocks on one of the dates. Do you guys do it tonight or tomorrow morning, or do you have a 2-week delay? I can't quite remember. Just let me know if you would, because next week could be one of those strange weeks where it's actually 11:30 in the UK when I start. Delay. Okay, thanks, Cup. Yeah, so next week will be different for you all. When I start at 7:30 here, instead of it being a 12:30 start, it's going to be 11:30. For 2 weeks, I believe, if that's correct. Last Dance is going to open a bottle of Larceny whiskey right now, on my recommendation. As I said before, it's a strong taste, buddy, so the first sip I had of it, I didn't know what to think, but after a couple, I was hooked, and I liked it. But it is a strong bourbon, man's drink. I want to make a whiskey sour with it, but it's almost too good to mix anything with it. It's a straight bourbon, a good warm glass of brown liquor. I'll get myself a little bit of a joint rolled up here. 2 more packs of rolling papers left out of 6 that I bought about probably 2 months ago. So there's 32 per pack. Means I've smoked 128 joints in 2 months. Somewhere around that, which sounds crazy. I don't know why they picked that name. RW. It's not cask strength or barrel strength, which I've gotten into a real fun Wednesday night live stream a guy does it's a new thing. There's gun tubers, guys who obviously shoot guns and make their living off of that, donut operator, sort of one. He does a lot more police stuff, but Brandon Herrera, Demolition Ranch, Garand Thumb, they're all gun tubers. There's another branch called whiskey tubers, guys who basically go on and talk about whiskey. And yeah, that's where I discovered the Larceny. That's sort of an entry-level, high-end bourbon. And it's good shit. But on that, I discovered this barrel strength or cask strength, which I have not tried yet. That's in the 115 to 120 range of proof, which Frankly, that's a little high, I think, for me, but Police Insider, okay, there you go. I think I watched one called Police Activity, something like that, similar to what you're saying. Whiskey is next level, yeah, it's a extremely strong flavor. I mean, you could have a barrel strength rum and a barrel strength whiskey, and the rum is going to be a lot smoother. I like them both. There isn't a booze I don't like, unfortunately. And English Bottle Cap, thank you for that, my friend. 31st of March. Yeah, basically 21 days from tomorrow, 3 weeks. So, yeah. YouTube underdog suggestion. Well, I have one. He's a good dude. He's just a little kid running a fishing channel. If you don't want a little kid, I know of some adults that run some other ones. I don't know. Do they need to be underdogs that are totally struggling? All right, his name, it's Catching with Kelton, and I would say check it out. I think it's Catching with a K. So he's an underdog, and he's a good little dude. And his father is Bearded Brad, who is not a struggling YouTuber. He's got a lot of viewers. Check it out. I'm going to go ahead over to YouTube and pin that comment. Last Dance. I think I can pull that off. Okay. Pinned it. Oh yeah. And what do we have today? I pinned it. Today, yeah, Yuri Gagarin. Is that how you print? I thought there was a GR at the beginning. Yep, he's the first one. Human, right? Didn't they send a dog or a monkey in first? Then they probably, killed the dog and did an autopsy on it or something like that, but... A hound, right, there you go, Leica. Is that the name of it? Okay, cool. There you go, you said man. I'm with you. Roll up a joint. Loud rolling paper. Wow, what a week here in American politics. Joe Biden did a political speech. Was also the State of the Union. But he sounded all right. I mean, the old boy held it together a lot more than most people thought he would. Yeah, he did okay, People flipping out about him mispronouncing the poor college kid's name who got killed, murdered by the illegal, as Joe Biden called that man. Yeah, he may have said Lincoln, and I think her name is Lakin. It's pretty goddamn close. It's not that bad. I mean, that's not one I'm tripping out about. Interesting, though, event. I don't know if you guys got it in the UK. I hope you did. If you saw Marjorie Taylor Greene there, dressed up like a clown. But she made her point. And there is some funny video going around of when Joe Biden first sees Marjorie Taylor Greene. He makes a funny, shocked face. And Marjorie does giggle, kind of smirk. You saw the video. You saw the Yeah, maybe under meds. I'm sure he's on some meds. I don't know what meds. I know people like to insinuate that he's on some kind of a stimulant that might help him concentrate or whatever. I don't know. I don't know what's available for that sort of thing. But I know he started off strong and did start to fade a bit. Um, hey, Aphid, what's going on, buddy? He did start to fade and falter a little on his speech, his comments as the night went on. He slurred a little, but all in all, for what I expected, it wasn't terrible. I mean, his age shows whatever. He is what he is. He's going to be the candidate. Unless there's a drastic event that occurs, that's who the Democrats are putting up there. Ham. Ham was his name. Interesting. And RW joking that Ham was his uncle? I think it's a bit clownish, the shout outs there, Last Dance. Hi wife. I get her point, and I do think it's a valid point. That college student that got murdered, it's an absolute tragedy. I've heard people asking the question, should her family sue maybe the State Department, Mayorkas, the Department of Homeland Security? I don't think they can, obviously. I don't think there's anything there to sue on, but just some scuttlebutt I've heard. RW eating with cam off. Wonder what he's eating. I'm going to guess chitlins and cornbread. I don't know. Let's see. Barf. He doesn't like chitlins. Okay, understood. Of course you can sue. Probably wouldn't win. Chicken. He's a chicken fryer. Cold beer on Friday night. All right, right on. Enjoy your chicken, dude. I just had pasta bolognese. Quite nice. With, of course, the addition of Cabernet Sauvignon into the sauce with the meat. Very good. Cooked it all day. Welshie, what's up, old dog? How you doing? Wise old man with the wink. Yeah, I know. You I don't know. I mean, like I said, he did all right. I think that's the bottom line. Let's angle this thing down a little more. It was all right. I mean, it wasn't the best thing that he's ever done, but it was fine. All right, I got the angle all fucked up here. Stop touching it. Don't touch the screen. He did well with the speech. There you go. Joe, 90 English bottle cap. I'll play some guitar, dude. I promise. He will be 86 at the end of the presidency if he gets elected. You didn't watch? I'm surprised at that. We watched it together and had a little wine and had some laughs, you know? Why not? Fuck, I mean, I don't watch a lot. We don't watch a lot together, so when something's on like that, it's like, hey, let's watch the speech together, whatever. And hello, Welshman. Let me light this bad boy up. Feels good to be back with on Saturday night. A sausage filled with cheese. Yeah, that's some good stuff. Friday nights are tough for me, man. This particular last Friday, I worked a 10-hour day. It would have been very difficult. Okay. Craner sausage. Nice. Yeah, we have something like that here. Not a huge fan, but I'll eat it. I'll eat pretty much anything. Not a big fan of the awful organs, you know? But I'll eat pretty much anything else. Did I pay attention to the hands of Joe Biden? Somewhat. What would I be looking for? English bottle cap? Let me know. But honestly, nothing stuck out to me, so I don't have any like memory of his hands. Cupped like this, kind of. What does that mean? Is that a sign of like dementia or something like that? I don't know. I've never. Okay. Seemed like younger person's hands. Okay. Well, he is a politician, so he hasn't really done a lot of manual labor. So he's not going to have working man's hands, you know? Oh, finger that's fucking all bent and weird looking and shit. Although my finger didn't look bent then. I will not have good hands when I get very old. Lizard people. Haven't heard that. Gotta find my rope clip. What is Cap getting at? I don't know. Cap can clarify. Tweezer clip gone. Hip clip gone. Oh, remember that fucking survival walking stick I showed you guys? I found this thing in it the other day. Survival whistle. Yeah, goofy. It's got everything. Not really cup of tea. I tried The Walking Dead. You know, it's funny. I didn't really mind watching people like real life people get killed and shit on Live Leak. Some stuff I wasn't a huge fan of, but for the most part, that's why I went to Live Leak, right? And then, of course, the interaction in the comments became just as important as that. But the theatrical death and destruction on The Walking Dead didn't really do it for me. So, not really into the zombie thing. To tell you the TTYT. That's my fucking roach clip, man. I'm going to be smoking these things down to stingers tonight. I'll be losing my fingertips if I don't have a roachy. It's a small desk. How can I lose so much stuff? A C clamp. It's funny. I've got a capo. Can I fashion the capo into a roach clip without destroying the joint? Possibly. No. You guys know how the capo works for a guitar? Have I shown you one of these? Pretty sure. That's common knowledge, right? Me? My mic setup? This thing? It works. When it fails, I'll get another. But I think this thing's going to last forever. This little Samsung microphone weighs quite a bit. It's heavy. I've got a multi-track recorder, which I've been doing some recording on for my guitar. And it sounds pretty good, honestly. I gotta have the fans off and shit. Of course, it picks all that up, but I can't. Fishhook would not work. Too close to the mouth anyways, and I would probably end up like a fish, hooked. There you go, English. Maybe the top view will reduce said roach clip. Ah! Or tasty joint, smooth, well cured. Surprise! Yeah, last dance. You want to throw in the comments why you did not watch the State of the Union? Be interesting to know. We can talk about it. I'm sure you had access to it. I gotta finish this thing all the way down. Then I'll play some music. And then we'll get some people on here. Electric or acoustic tonight? Anyone have any preferences? Go ahead and let me know. Can do a little vote here. And I'll do the one you guys choose. Right now this thing is cranked up with distortion, electric, okay? That'd be a cool name for a band. Spelt like that. Thanks, buddy. Last Dance. Electric. With the apostrophe in place of the E. Acoustic from Martin. Acoustic from White. That's 2-2. One more vote could flip this thing. 3-2. Electric. All right. Electric it is. We still have more time. This thing's got 30 seconds left. I can do an A minor thing. I'll do both. Since Martin's rarely here, I'm going to do some acoustic and then some electric. A little bit of both. Koshti. I don't know what that is. That would taste like shit. That's that. All right. A minor. Mic settings. Yep. All right, Martin, we're going to start with an A minor on the 5th fret, sort of the old particular song in A minor you want to learn? What is that, Metallica? What else is in A minor? Anyone know any songs in A minor? There's got to be a million of them out there, right? Here's a good one. Little Tom Petty. Love me some Tom. Rest in peace, man. Great performer. Got to tune up real quick. All right, here we go. There's a train coming, don't need no passengers, just get on. Need no place for the hopeless sinners, there'll be no hiding place, praise the Lord. All right, and we're back. Fix that sound and get this son bitch rolling. Great version of People Get Ready, available on YouTube, with Joss Stone on the vocals and Jeff Beck on the guitar, and it is fabulous. And that woman can sing, unlike me. But I would like to think I can hold my own on the guitar. Maybe not with Jeff Beck, but I can do it. What's up, bro?
Hey, that was wonderful.
Thanks, man.
You know, if you want to go longer, don't think you're going to offend me. I mean,
Oh, I appreciate that. Thank you.
I really enjoy your playing and your selection of music.
Thanks. That's a good one. It's a great old song.
Yeah,
I don't know.
great.
Is that a Jeff Beck song, or is it like it almost sounds like a traditional, like old song? You know, like
It's I just looked it up. It's from 1965. It was written by Curtis Mayfield
oh, nice.
for a group called The Impressions.
Hmm.
And of course, it's been I think the version I've heard, I think, is the most famous version, is by Bob Marley. But I would like to see that Joss Stone version you just talked about.
It's awesome. You've never heard the version that Rod Stewart does with Jeff Beck on the lead guitar?
I don't. Yeah, I probably heard it, but I don't remember hearing it.
Interesting. You know, I have been listening to Bob Marley forever. I don't recall that song from him.
Well, for some reason, his version, is the voice I hear in my head when I think of People Get Ready.
I drove to California with Jeff Beck. That's a story.
Yeah.
Maybe he means for Jeff Beck. But yeah, that's a good guitar show. Jeff Beck and the Allman Brothers. Fuck yeah, dude. Hell of a show. Yeah, I've seen the Allman Brothers band a few times, and they were awesome. With what's his name there on the lead? Of course, Dickie Betts, but Warren Haynes, or Hayes, however you say his name, played with Dickie on the lead. And awesome player. Are you familiar with him?
No.
He's got a good song called Soul Shine. Check it out sometime. Great one. Let me get RW on here. What's up,
Hi,
man?
everybody.
Hey,
Buddy.
RW. How
How
you
you
doing?
doing?
I'm good, man. I enjoy music discovery as a part of the show. I think it should be a part of more shows. You guys teach me a lot about your generation's music, and I'm trying to find new bands that are still worthwhile, but I haven't discovered for a while. I haven't found any.
Did you just do Dr. Nick from The
Yes.
Simpsons? I love
Hi, everybody.
it.
Hey, everybody.
Be careful. I think he has skin failure.
Ugh.
The word,
I haven't seen any Simpsons for can't
Decades.
remember.
same here.
Yeah.
It was awesome back in the day. The one with the weed, the medical marijuana one. Do you remember that? That was a groundbreaking one.
Did they predict something?
No, but Homer gets down to the medical weed, and then
That's what he needs.
the police bust him, but they all get high at the end, and they're singing "Jammin'" by Bob Marley as the credits go by. It's just a real. I was at a bar, and somebody said that episode's coming on, and we jumped in my truck and drove to my place at the time in Vermont and watched it. It was and went right back to the bar. Great show, 30 minutes. How could you go wrong, right? It was like
Right. Especially when it's a special intro. I loved all the Easter eggs. That's what my favorite part of that show.
yeah, the intros were always different, right?
No.
No?
I don't think every single intro. I don't know. Actually, someone will have to correct me. I don't remember if every single one was different. I remember reruns. So
Yeah, I thought that every intro had a slightly different You know,
It's possible, yeah.
some of them were very elaborate, and some of them were just a little bit, you know.
Did you watch any Futurama, the next generation of The Simpsons?
Matt Grandy, how you doing, buddy? A little bit. I wasn't moved by it. You know, I kind of discovered The Simpsons, and I guess I would have been. Geez, when did it come out? The old ones when Homer used to choke Bart.
33 years ago.
33. So I was.
like 1990 or maybe or 90.
Yeah, not. I mean, 33 years is 91. Yeah,
91.
and the first season or two was a little dumb, but I think once it really got rolling, it was very good. Very
Right,
funny.
the drawing style too is extremely shoddy.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and
I'll tell you, Fox had a lot of subversive shows in those
Alf?
days. Huh?
Or what was it? The dinosaurs or Alf? Or those are the same time period, right?
Yeah,
Not
I mean,
the
there were
Mama?
just one show after even shows that weren't successful. I thought I enjoyed. And you remember Herman's Head? People hated it.
I remember
that
the
one.
name, but not the show.
I liked it.
Hmm.
Was it just a head on the plate, or
No, it was like there were a personification of the three different voices in his head. You know, I forget what they were, but it was a female and two male actors playing, you know, the devil and his
Hmm.
romantic side and his practical side. You know,
Hmm.
the practical side is like, you know, a nerdy accountant, and the romantic side is always crying at every little thing. It was, I really enjoyed it. I thought it was excellent.
I don't think I've ever seen that show.
It might have gone for one season. Maybe it didn't even make it out of the first season.
Well,
It's sad when you see good shows die like that.
staying on the head theme, Max Headroom.
That was
What is that
HBO.
from?
I never saw that.
You never saw it?
Is that a show in itself, or is he inside of another show?
I don't know what the hell it was, but I do believe that somehow at some point, some crazy bastard like took over a TV studio broadcast antenna and like broadcast Max Headroom over the news. Like, I don't know. Did you ever hear about that, Last Dance?
Oh, I vaguely remember that. Yeah.
I think he got in big trouble for that one with the FCC, but
Yeah.
and of
Hey, Donna.
course on Fox we had the X-Files. Fabulous.
That was
The
a
X-Files,
I was a little
tried
young
to
in my
like,
area, though.
but I just could never get into it.
It was interesting.
There were hits on that one. Like when I say hits, I mean good individual episodes.
I'm sure there
Okay.
were.
The one with the inbreeding family where they kept the mother in the box under
That
the
was
bed,
gross.
and like they like Scully and I don't even know what were their names. Scully and whatever the guy
Mulder?
Mulder or
Mulder,
Schmolder, one of the two.
when they finally like got her and freed her and said, you know, you don't have to stay under here. This isn't right. At the end of the episode, she willingly went back under the bed in the box. Like
Yummy.
Yeah, that was fucking crazy.
Good life
dude.
choices, everyone.
Yeah.
He liked her.
There was the one of the human who, I don't know, was so depraved that he hid in porta potties. I don't know why. He lived in the shit sewer in there, and it like had deformed his skin, so he looked all reptilian and stuff. And again, it was the X-Files theme, so at the end, he climbs back into a porta potty. Like, that's the life he prefers. It was a good, kind of
I
a
wonder-
head fuck, because he'd be like, well, he's in there on his
Yeah, I
own
wonder
free
if-
will.
If you can get that now, like on Netflix or something, one of these channels.
The X Files itself?
Yeah, you like
I don't
binge
think
watch
so.
those.
I don't think so at the moment. I'll look it up though.
I bet you it probably feels a little dated, but
That's okay.
Not too bad. I mean, it's not like the Twilight Zone or anything.
no, I mean, The Sopranos feels slightly dated watching it, but it's still amazing drama, amazing acting, and amazing,
couple of years ago,
criminality.
a couple of years ago, I binge watched the original Twilight Zone,
Yeah.
and man, the first season or maybe the first two seasons, they were just truly amazing. But
Sure.
the last season was kind of, I don't know, not nearly as good as the first two.
Was the cast sort of different for every show? On occasion, they'd have a famous person just floating through as an actor, right, for one episode.
I don't know that they had any famous people. I think some of them became famous, at later.
Okay,
Like,
sure.
Like William Shatner, but I
Okay,
don't recall any famous people. Although I don't, I'm not sure.
That's you, buddy.
That's
Hey, Bass.
definitely you.
That's for our debut.
Yeah,
There you
man.
go. Walking stick.
He needed to walk after a while.
Dude's tall. Needs a long one.
I knew it was him with his cheeky ass grin as soon as he got on the camera.
And that is a good thing too. DMing me. That Bing you guys heard was based DMing me.
Yeah, I like that method.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Third party verification.
Yeah. And I mean, like, shit on X or Twitter, like some people do. That whole DM thing is just great for communicating with people
I didn't know
You know,
that
I-
Twitter had a DM.
internationally. I mean, I did it with my brother when him and my dad went to Normandy. I was like, dude, fuck all that international shit. Let's just DM on Twitter, And
Yeah.
it was great. Free, pictures and everything, man. Fucking cool. Shit,
I'm
how are
surprised
you,
that-
Welshman?
Yeah, go ahead.
Not
go ahead.
bad, chaps. But Twitter definitely has its uses, like for picking clips up and
Mhm.
like viewing them or sharing them. Is one of the easiest. Twitter's like I think the best platform for that. I can just put
Yeah.
in like 2 keywords, stick in latest if I have to, and bang.
Hmm.
And reposting and stuff is literally just clicking the button instead of going through a process. So they have streamed, at least for the phone. I haven't really used it on the PC.
It's better for the PC. It's super user friendly on both ends.
I went back down to just Raw's alert basically and BNO news or whatever. Some people just post all day long and you can't find news.
Hmm.
Oh,
Yeah,
I tell you, I tell you a good secret with Twitter. If you go to the home channel, like police, but like special orders in powers sometimes, like Section 60s in the UK, Section 35s in London especially. So if I go to Metropolitan Police's homepage and then go to the top right-hand corner on a phone, there's a magnifying glass. If I tap that, that's like that then enables me to look for a keyword. So if I put in Section 35, then press go, what will happen then? Every time the Met Police has used that word Section 35, it'll come up in the tweets, in a thread of tweets, like separate tweets. And then if you press latest, you'll get. So I only found that out not long ago. But when you do, it's much easier. You can track things down quicker as well. Like, don't know if
No
you knew
shit,
that,
huh?
Brad.
So it actually will link,
Yes, you can do it.
send you to them for future tweets that haven't even happened yet. Like it's sort of a
No. You see, so when you go on their homepage, they're like, their homepage.
sure.
There's a magnifying glass somewhere on
Mhm.
your PC. Normally on a phone, it's top right. If you hit that, and then put in like if you're looking for a particular tweet,
Mhm.
if you put in a keyword, it will then bring up all the times they've used that particular word. In my
Right.
case, it would be Section 35. So then it'll come up then, and not necessarily in dated order, but if you then press latest, you'll get it like all top.
I got you.
Like, but it's
What
good
is
for that.
Section 35? I don't know that off the top of my head.
Section 35 in the UK is a dispersal order. So basically, the police say to you, I'm serving you a Section 35. You've got 10 minutes to leave the area.
Okay.
Then they arrest you.
Thing hobby.
Yeah,
You're
they
looking
can
for your
arrest you then.
buddies. Like, hey, Bobby's on again today.
So, Base Walshman, let me ask you this: when a bunch of dickwads are in the middle of a road, what do they call them over there? Like climate
Yeah,
protesters? or
just stop oil. That's
just
the
stop
one.
oil. Do they Section 35 them?
No.
Really?
So there's laws in place already blocking the Queen's Highway, etc. I can't
Yeah.
remember what.
You can only do that with
Well,
corgis.
I've
It's already
checked it.
illegal.
Yeah,
Right.
it's already illegal, but it's like they don't really use the legislation in place, which is like retarded.
Mm.
And then and what they ended up doing then, they ended up doing slow marching. And another one, if you block one carriageway and you're walking, you can get away with it. So they ended up from being like stationary on the road, locking on and gluing onto concrete and stuff. They went on to like slowly walk like zombies.
At a crosswalk?
No, just walk down the middle of the road.
Well, that's Jake,
No.
bro.
So the road has 2 lanes now. They're doing it. That's what the police have done now with this new stuff. But it was all in place anyway. And the worst thing, they've brought it out not just for Just Stop Oil, for everyone. You know, I was in the little village in West Wales, and they put, you know, they were using the new Public Order Act against all of us there, which was basically because Just Stop Oil had been gluing their hands to trains and roads and fucking gates and cars and
I'd love to
lorries.
see a picture of one like flapping from the back of a train with their hands glued to the side of it.
know.
We're not stopping for these people anymore. Hold on, everyone.
But
Did you see that? I'm pretty sure it was a climate protester actually destroyed a painting.
Oh
in
yeah,
Yes.
in the museum.
Yeah, I
Fox
could
did
see
that
it.
shit.
1917, I think.
They're like, soup's not
Crazy.
working, boys. We better.
I
move
would.
it.
Is it worth getting put in jail for assaulting that person and to stop them, or do you just let them do it?
Well, it did
I think-
happen. So about 3
Okay.
years ago, I can get the clip. It was very, very viral. And what happened was these climate protesters jumped on the roof of a London tube, but it wasn't underground at that point. It was above ground, but it was part of the tube network, and they glued themselves to the fucking roof or something. And then the punters, a couple of them jumped on the roof, some glued themselves to the glass on the outside. They stood on the platform, and anyway, people just attacked them. People just went for him. And it was quite funny because should we say it was a diverse crowd that were attacking them?
Yeah.
Mainly, they were like, "Fuck this! You fucked me around last week doing this same sort of shit. Like you know, made me an hour late for work or 2 hours late for work because that's what they were doing for a period. They were like doing tubes and stuff. In the end, they said, "Oh, we're not going to do it anymore because we don't think it like serves a purpose for us." It's
I wonder
because
what
the public
Mother
went,
Rainbow.
"Fuck off." They
What
said
the
punch them, glued to the train.
smelling, rankest smelling stuff is, because once they glue themselves to something, you could just put this foul smelling stuff all around them.
That
Not on
canned
them.
fish from like
You
Finland.
don't put it
or-
on them because that would be assault, but you kind of put it around
Yeah,
them.
yeah, you're
Then
right.
That would be
Joke shock.
assault, depending on what the smell is.
Well, no, you mustn't touch them. So it's like Antifa when they keep on putting flags on top of you and stuff. Like
Yeah.
if you're live streaming, they just try to annoy you, block your angle.
I need to know if in America though there's any like Good Samaritan law. Like, you know, when you do CPR, if you harm the person, there's Good Samaritan laws involved. If
Yep.
you're stopping somebody from performing a blunt crime, is there any coverage to you for citizen's arrest? Because you have to touch them to stop them from assailing.
Oh, I mean, it varies from state to state, and
Depends on
like
the state,
everything
yeah.
does. But
Well, I mean, in
definitely,
Maryland, you guys are pretty liberal there. Do you know what if you'll get in trouble there?
I don't know.
So in
I
the
know
UK,
you will get in trouble in Massachusetts.
They'll put you down and let the other guy go that ripped up the painting.
Yes.
Nice. There's motivation.
Now, if the person who ripped up the painting then turned towards you and it came at you aggressively and you knocked him out, you're fine. But you can't knock him out if he's not hurting you.
Yeah, bro.
Because
has a
they're
box
gonna
plate,
say-
man.
They're going to say his life is worth more than an object. You can't assault a human being for an object. And
I don't know.
every day in the state will go after you for that in a second.
in
Yeah.
the UK, it's most surely much tighter than in America because obviously it's
You still there,
Minor law.
Wilkie?
Lost him.
Okay. Maybe that walking
I'm
stick.
back.
something I'm doing.
Am I back now?
Yeah, you're
Yeah,
back. You're
sorry.
back.
Back.
Yeah, it's different in the UK. It's much tighter in the UK how it's citizens arrest goes. It's called 24A in the UK with pace, and realistically speaking, I'll have to confirm it by looking again. But I do believe one, you've got to witness the crime. Two, it's got to be indictable, which is like a felony over there. So,
Mhm.
because just for example, if someone says, which has happened in the UK, there was a chap not long ago, he rugby tackled a guy that nicked a phone. But he didn't see it. He just heard people shouting, "Stop the man! Stop the man!" And he done his civic duty. He ended up like holding the guy down, and the crowd of London people, should we say, new Londoners, saying, "Leave the guy alone! Leave the guy alone!" And in the end, he basically had to let the guy go because from being a hero, if he did get the right guy, which we presume he did, he was then like sort of pounced upon because there was a white on black sort of thing there, and
Sure.
What
Yeah.
if you're like really smart and the person's cutting the painting up with their box knife? You're like, "Hey man, let me see that. I want to get in on this," and they hand it to you, and then you put it in your pocket and you stand in front of the painting, and then they're like, "What are you doing?" And
Well,
I'm touching them.
their best bet would be to get them to turn towards you with the box cutter or box knife, whatever you called it, and then they're using the weapon possibly on you. But you got to be pretty fast and confident to deal with that because they
I
could
would
cut.
just take them down and let the law deal with me.
So you
Yeah.
close the person in action.
Huh?
You'd
Clothesline them.
take them out to dry.
Something like that. I mean, I would probably just push them back.
Sure.
Speaking of, are you guys interested in the fight between the young white kid and then
Mike Tyson,
Mike Tyson? Yeah,
Jake Paul.
Jake
Did they
Paul.
fight?
Yeah.
It's quite disgusting. From what I've seen, Jake Paul has been floating videos of Mike Tyson looking fit, and he said, "I got sent this week." Well, this footage is 3 years old. The last
that's-
time I seen Mike Tyson, he's walking with a walking cane, right?
That
Yeah.
footage is from when he fought fucking Roy Jones Jr.
Roy Jones. Yeah, which was 3 years ago.
And he looked sharp as fuck, dude. I mean, like his right hook and his left step forward, and
But
Yeah,
even if
but-
he's shabby,
No,
Jake Paul
got-
is
he's,
in
yeah, but he's
danger.
using a walking stick. He's using a walking stick now. There's footage of him using a walking stick.
All he needs
Jake-
is one good shot.
he's got to punch his chance. Do I look at it like elder abuse? Almost. Yeah. I don't
But it
think he
was
should
his
be
choice.
in there.
It
Fit-
must be his choice.
47, 48, I would say sure. 58?
Yeah, but it's more than that, isn't it? If, for example, he does need sort of, or he's having episodes of severe pain walking, which obviously he might be having now. This is quite disgusting, especially the way Jake Paul has sort of framed the video
mhm.
of Tyson looking really impressive, saying, "I got sent this week," making out this is Tyson this week. This is like, it's pretty fucking sick, really.
I mean,
Yeah,
it's
the
all
old-
hype. It's all stunt.
The only decent fighter that Jake fought, he lost to. Whatever, Fury, right? Fury's brother. Is it?
Nick
He
Fury.
ain't a good fighter. He's just a boxer. He's actually a boxer.
He won on a split decision, not hands down win, but the other fights that Jake Paul had were old guys, and now it's like an old guy. Speaking of old guys, let me bring in an old guy and a young crowd. What's up, dog?
Hey.
Hello, lady.
Hey, Anna.
Ah.
Hello,
Your new
Yeah.
backgrounds are solid.
If it was
Apparently,
Holyfield,
Anna, we've been queued up.
How you doing, McGrand?
Good.
Excellent.
Thank you.
yeah, if it was Holyfield and Tyson, and they were both like in good terms, and they just
Yeah,
for
there
the
you
laugh.
go.
There you go.
Piers,
That-
Piers, right? Piers.
Yeah.
That's
But
more of
it's
an
like
elderly abuse
huge.
situation, maybe. I don't
Wow.
know.
Well, no, but I'm sure they would bury the hatchet, and it'll be done as a good thing, and it'll be be a good money earner for everyone, but like this Jake Paul thing, this could end in a disaster, right? And no, I just think it's not right. Jake Paul's a cunt.
I
Hey,
mean,
you guys know what? Mike Tyson sells a lot of cannabis. He's got a whole ranch now. Have you heard what shape his gummies are? His cannabis THC
their
gummies?
ears, I bet.
They're an ear. Yeah, it's a little gummy ear. Fucking
It's all
brilliant.
about marketing, man.
They're very popular.
I got Mike.
He,
Mike Tyson he's a stud, man.
Definitely.
Yeah, but he's too damn old.
Well, yeah, and he shouldn't be fighting anymore. That's for sure.
I agree.
But
You know,
And like I said, he's making millions off of his cannabis venture. So,
awesome.
yeah, I guess the payout from this fight is 50 mil straight up.
Good. Good. 'Cause
And
he got
I don't-
ripped off. All his managers ripped him off, and he actually has gone bankrupt
Oh yeah.
many,
Oh,
at
I'm
least
sure he's-
once.
I'm sure
So-
he spent hundreds of millions of dollars
Yes.
just tossing it down the shitter.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was a fucked up kid, man. Gus D'Amato saved him from being a degenerate street tough
Yeah, but-
punk,
He's
you
been in
know?
prison.
Yeah.
Yeah, but one of the
Yeah,
worst things
exactly. I
happened, he
agree
died,
with
wasn't
that.
it?
But I actually think he's a decent guy.
It's turned into it. Yeah. It's matured into it.
Yeah.
He's a right lad. Have you seen him on like Joe Rogan? When they're
Yeah.
it wasn't actually on Joe Rogan. It was on that fucking stupid one of those Jake Paul podcast thing. He started munching mushrooms, and they give him like he said, "Oh, give me the fucking bag. Come on." He's like, "Don't fuck around." He just fucking doffed. He doffed like a whole mouthful in his mouth, and it tastes like I've had mushrooms.
Well,
It
I-
tastes like the worst thing in the world. I've got to wash it down with a 99 lolly, you know, like with the flake on top, like the Joe Biden special. I got to wash it down with something like that. He just boffed it down.
I
You know,
think
give me a drink. You just drunk it. Done.
I think anybody who would like get a tattoo on their face is sort of really screaming out and crying out for some sort of recognition.
Yeah. And
Unless tribal.
I don't think that tattoo was ever finished. From what I understand, it's like half done. I don't know if he had a moment of clarity. But
Maybe.
it's
He might have
Maybe.
got in trouble from the tribe,
Stop.
whichever tribe he started taking from.
We got to do the imitation because Mike Tyson is the toughest fucking guy in the world, but his voice is like a little fucking child.
yeah,
it is.
He
And
kept getting punched back in the history.
And you know what? And I would say that to him and hug him and hope he doesn't beat my ass. But that's the truth.
I mean,
Who did Tyson punch in a restaurant?
Somebody was fucking him.
Chuck Norris?
No,
No, it was
wasn't
another
Chuck.
boxer.
No,
It was another
no,
boxer.
no. Some asshole.
Bad-mouthing him.
Some asshole. And those charges were dismissed.
He's probably punched more than one person in a restaurant.
No,
No,
he
I
calmed down.
remember-
He-
I remember what you're talking about, McGrandy. It was just some loudmouth, but
Yeah,
Based
that was
on
on a
about it,
that was on a
boxing.
plane. That was on a plane recently. No, we're on about
No,
when he was
yeah.
like at his best.
Yeah, the plane.
There was another boxer giving him lip all the time, and he heard
Yeah.
this in this restaurant. He walked in the restaurant. He had it out.
Okay, all right.
He just fucked him up. He just fucked. And the pictures of the guy's face was all fucked up.
It's like, who would not want? If I ever met Mike Tyson, I want to be his friend. You know what I mean?
well,
So you
I
don't
want to
get
be his
involved
enemy.
with deadly weapon.
I
Right
would
back.
want. I would like Mike. My name's Mike too, by the way.
He
And,
beat up someone on a plane recently, didn't he?
I want to be your friend, buddy.
The kid did give him abuse and touch him or something, and then
Yeah, it got too far.
he,
And you know what? You know what? That guy, he's an incredible athlete. You imagine how much muscle memory that guy has. Muscle memory. It means
More than I do.
Yeah. He trains and trained. He trained for like maybe 30 years. Maybe, and all of a sudden, airplane. Who knows?
Airplane?
Yeah. We were talking about the incident on the airplane with Mike Tyson.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Anna, how the hell are you?
Okay, but I don't get you talking about Michael Tyson, this
Mike,
boxer.
yeah, this was an issue. Steve left, so I'm going to carry on with the theme here. And it was
Okay.
Mike Tyson was in an airplane and somebody fucked with him and he kept fucking with him and Mike Tyson responded and
Damn it.
There's not many good ways to
Excellent.
run away from a fight on an airplane.
Well, anyway,
It's hard, yeah.
Unless it's a
just,
Boeing.
Just trying to maintain
Because the doors are open.
Bring your parachute.
Steve's back. Steve, I like that chair you got there, man. You notice that?
It's
That's a
nostalgia. It's
stiff
antique.
back.
No, it's,
That's a
what's one
stiff
step
back.
between antique and new?
No, that is a stiff backed
Uh,
wooden chair. You have a Steve. I noticed your stiff backed wooden chair you're sitting on.
Yeah, she's
Yeah.
stiff.
Yeah,
I have the same.
good for you. Let me see it, Anna.
Angle the camera.
vintage.
Ah, good for you. Ah, see?
So who here knows the difference between vintage and antique in years?
Antique is over 100 years. Vintage is probably maybe 30 years.
Anyone else want to guess on numbers?
Nope.
So vintage
say-
is 20. Go ahead.
I was gonna say like 50 to antique, and half of that for
Antique's
Vintage.
got to be 100.
It says here that 20 to 40 is vintage, and 40 is antique. That seems very young for
I
antique.
think that could be for
Jeez.
the American market, but over in
I'm an
Europe,
antique.
I would suggest Europe would be a bit older.
Right. I would think 100. I mean, I personally wouldn't go after something unless it was 100 years. And what's strange
Yeah, me
now,
too.
since we are buying something like that in the family, it's cheaper than IKEA new stuff. Why would you pay for the new stuff when you can get a legend? I don't get it.
some of it. I mean, we found this
I'm
this
gonna get
brand
here.
of like dressers, bureaus that we buy that are like, I don't know, in the 50 to 75-year-old range. They have these beautiful eagle knobs. They're like ceramic knobs with eagles on them.
Are they Nazi eagles?
No, like American eagle, patriotic type.
Okay.
Not Nazi type.
not
but,
the Third
got
Reich
these-
eagle.
It's got these 4 arms that are kind of curved and angled.
They're beautiful, and like you said, I could never. They're heavy as hell, mind you. Getting them into the damn bedroom when you buy them, getting them out of the car, you're
Right.
taking all the drawers out, and it's
Right.
a freaking hell of a task.
All,
But
all handmade, all real materials, and it's cheaper
But wait
than
there.
you build it yourself out of cardboard.
Well, wait there, chaps. Just to let you know, there's a big market in Europe, well, in the UK especially. I'm sure it's the same throughout Europe, of filling up containers with dresses and stuff and selling them to the American market because you pay far more for them.
Right, and
What
you
we
have
do.
older stuff.
Yeah,
So when you say antique there, it can be thousands of years old, you know?
well, a couple of hundred, yeah.
I watched Antique
Yeah,
Roadshow, so I know it's
yeah.
out there.
Yeah, you can go. You know, 18th century is lost there. Much less like 17th and stuff like that. But
Have
Yeah, it's
you
much-
ever bought anything from a car boot sale? Because I have missed out on this life experience.
I think I have when I was a kid, maybe.
Oh.
Like, I think my parents took me to one.
It was probably
Good
worth
fun.
thousands of dollars, and you didn't know it.
It's good fun, like. I've been to loads of like boot sales, like for
I-
other stuff, like cars. It's stuff like that.
yeah, I love
What-
Antiques Roadshow. It's a great thing.
I love that
and,
show too, man.
I think the British ones are better.
Oh yeah.
Although
Yeah,
anytime someone brings, look, the best thing ever is a sword.
Yeah, Steve, I've put a video in the back chat. It happened today in London. It's quite interesting because of what he's stating. He's stating a terrorist organisation, mainly Hamas. It's a terrorist organisation. He got arrested
Oh, good.
Just something for you.
Let's go get those terrorists, buddy. Let's get
Damn
them.
right.
Let's get them. Oh, yeah.
So the
Yeah, I
police
saw
arrested
this.
the guy with the completely factual sign, and then destroyed his property, and put him to the floor and everything.
Wow.
I've never
No
heard
kidding,
of that.
huh? Never Adonis, sorry.
I think we need some clarification there and some documentation.
It's in the back
as
chat.
well.
It's in the back chat.
Yeah, I'm looking at it.
Well, back chat is not available to everyone, so perhaps you can expand on that.
There was a case a few years ago when a guy had put up an ISIS flag in his house here in the United States, and then he had like Calvin and Hobbes, Calvin peeing on it like some people do that are driving a Chevy, and then they have the sticker of Calvin peeing on the Ford symbol.
Yeah.
But the cops went to this guy's house and were like, what is this you have? And he had to explain. He's like, no, you see, he's peeing on the flag, therefore I don't like them. It's a protest. Although, I don't know, would it be even illegal in the first place? I guess it would.
It's not illegal in America, buddy. In America, you could pee on the flag if you want.
No, not the flag.
And-
Flying the flag in general.
It doesn't even matter. I guarantee you can put that out in your lawn and fucking film it and
You would
pee
think,
on the
right?
flag, and you could fucking do that because this is America.
Metro
And
Police.
It doesn't mean I'm gonna do it, but that's America, and that's
Right.
That's what the world needs to know. That
All right,
it
let's
doesn't- yeah,
let's stick on the symbolism theme. What
All
did
right.
you guys think of Marjorie Taylor Greene wearing fucking the bright red Trump MAGA shit? Like I said earlier, I thought she looked like a clown.
That was the purpose,
Clown.
though, right?
Big time clown. I am. You know what? I'm a Floridian, and Georgia's just north of me, and I feel embarrassed for them. You know.
Florida Georgia line.
Well, I'm just saying.
I thought it was comical. I took it.
It wasn't comical. It was ridiculous. She's a fucking poor anyway,
I don't think.
I
But
apologize,
here's the
buddy. You go ahead
here's
and
the
say what you
question,
want.
RW. Was she going for comical?
I don't.
Well, she's
I would.
making a
I
statement.
can't assume that she was, but I took it as comical.
Yeah, it was funny.
I don't think she was trying to be funny. I think she was trying to be like, "Fuck you," to
No.
Biden.
In an
This,
extreme fashion, right?
And to the general decorum of the situation, wearing the hat and the whole
Yeah.
thing, like,
yeah.
I'm
First of all, being from the South, we are polite and we never wear a hat indoors. Never wear a hat indoors.
that's
Okay?
crazy.
Yeah, you get in
You
trouble
take
at
your hat off.
veteran
You
clubs.
go. You listen to me. You go into a fucking a Navy bar and you have a hat on.
Fine,
You have to
a
buy
Navy bar.
everybody a drink.
What if
Okay?
you whip out your
And-
challenge
and-
coin?
Well,
Well,
I've got to say it.
I'm
Trump,
just
Something
saying.
else, right?
Trump
It's-
and
it's-
Biden
it's-
both wear
it's-
hats.
it-
They
no,
both wear hats.
Pace,
So I
it's a
don't really get
matter
it.
of manners, and that's
What about in a Walmart?
There's
You can wear a
girls-
hat in a Walmart, right?
Well, you could
talking
go ahead. There are new things that are changing, but if you want to be a gentleman and understand what is
Well, I don't-
correct,
I don't think she wants to be a gentleman.
wait, life changes. But if you want being an old man, I'm giving this to you guys. All right,
I'm taking
you
No,
it.
understand? I'm
Oh,
giving this
appreciate
to you. You want to understand what Andy Griffith would
I'd
have
be
done?
lost without you.
All right, you take your hat off.
You're a mountain of
You
knowledge.
don't wear
you
your
are,
hat
Randy.
inside, ever.
I listen to you like a sponge. The knowledge that comes from you.
Well, I appreciate that, Bass.
I'm on the
Well,
edge
she
of my
was a
bed.
sponge. I'd
I'm on
hate
the
for
edge
you
of
to
my
say that,
bed. I'm
sponge.
listening
Well,
in.
I have nothing more to say on this subject. but
You and your baseball.
you may
hat-
carry on. I appreciate your
baseball
audience.
hat etiquette.
I have a question that I wasn't sure on for the State of the Union. The people that were dressed in white, was that for Palestine or for abortion rights, or what? What was that
Palestine.
symbolic of? That was for Palestine.
Palestine. Yes.
Okay.
Why they should
Wow.
have just had the tea towels across their
RW,
shoulders.
I have a question. I think you have an agenda here.
Do I?
Who?
Yeah.
What is my agenda so that I know it?
Anyway, maybe it's more my curiosity about your. Anyway, I thought that
You've been
State of
drinking
the
again,
Union address
Grande.
was thorough and succinct and
Well, let me ask you this,
quite
McGrand.
logical, and I just wonder if
Yes,
you
Steve.
thought that was some sort of an absurdity or something that you would not be happy with from your president.
Do you want me to respond? Is that a question to me or to the group?
Sure,
No, to RW and everybody else, whoever
I
wants.
think that all I can respond is I think that he did very good at reading from
Yeah.
his speech, and I think it was a very political candidate type speech more than a situation of the union. But even though that was peppered in here and there, that's how I received it.
Let me ask you this,
Thank
McGrand.
you.
McGrand,
Yes,
when
sir.
you said the things you just said about the speech, I want to ask you, do you think that was as applied to Joe Biden at his age, or in general to anybody? Meaning, like, are you saying you thought it was good and logical and whatever you said for Joe that was good, or are you saying
For Joe.
for anybody that was good? You know
Well,
what I mean?
Well,
Because to me, it was good for Joe, and it was meh, subpar as speeches go.
all right. So I'm not interested in speeches. What I can clarify that and give you about 2 minutes on this one.
2 whole minutes.
Speeches.
How about 10 seconds?
I've said the 2 minutes because my friend over here, Based, he has a history of interrupting me.
Yeah, but you said we're not talking about speeches, but that's what we are talking about.
Dude, Based, I gotta tell you, I'm drunk as shit, so let
No.
me respond
Kidding.
in a profound manner.
Yeah. I wouldn't have guessed with your baseball cap etiquette.
All right.
I want to hear his answer.
I will yield to Based.
I would like to hear your answer.
Sorry.
Thank you. No, that was perfect.
That's
So, in response to your question, I think that Joe Biden laid out exactly what was fucking going on in this country and what we are facing. We are facing all kinds of fucking problems. We are coming out of the COVID shit. The fucking economy is fucking booming now. It takes time. Real estate is fucking all kinds of insurance problems. We are fucking dealing with the legacies. We are being offered by Joe Biden as Americans, as middle class fuckers and not fucking 1%ers, the opportunity to fucking re-elect a man who's gonna have a fucking, hopefully a Congress as well, that will fucking do shit for the people. I'm an American. I've always been an American, and my country owes me my best life because I gave them my best life. I paid my taxes, and guess what? Organized labor, fucking stick it to the man, and that's the man I am. So that's my response to you guys.
yeah, you gave them your best life and your taxes, and the taxes go to Ukraine.
That was too many. Yeah, I would love to go to Ukraine. I would love to go to Ukraine.
Oh, well
And
played,
You gave
Anna,
them
well
your
played.
best life, and
Anna,
Ukraine needs
if
their
you
best
could
life.
Mic drop.
If you could get me some
Boom, Anna.
some high
Boom.
capacity weapon training and maybe a plane ticket to Ukraine, I would go.
You don't have
Why?
weapons training just from living in Florida?
Did
Why?
he just say that? Did he just say he's going to go to Ukraine? Did he just say
No,
that?
I said I would go. And that, obviously, Base, you're gonna have to thank you, Steve, because Base is gonna be able to watch this later
Right.
and see what I said.
Can we confirm? Did you say you would go to Ukraine? Does that mean to fight?
Well, he wants weapon trainings first.
Base, I'm a man
I
of
heard,
empty
I heard
dreams.
you're good on Call of Duty. You've spoken about Call of Duty before. You said you're good on that.
Well, first of all, Base, really don't want to respond to your icon over there. I wish you would show your face. And if you did, I would
wait
talk to
there
you.
you go.
There
You
you
know,
go.
I'm in
Thank you.
bed.
Thank you,
Now
my
your
friend.
bluff's been
Thank
called.
you. You know what, bud? I would go. I would go if I was strong enough. And I don't know if I am, but maybe I was. But I tell you what, I rode my bike 20 miles today.
All right, well, there we are. then.
And I swam for 20 minutes in the pool.
Dude, you're halfway there for
Grande?
training, man.
And I'm ready to start swimming in
definitely.
the ocean again. So
Let me
maybe
ask
I
you
would
this,
go.
McGrand.
Bullet downrange.
What?
Grande, you would be better than the average recruit that's left in Ukraine.
That's
by
left,
now.
yeah.
Well, you know what?
Yeah.
Do you ever rip a cigarette when you're riding on the bike? Once in a while? You
No.
didn't say no. You didn't say no.
No, it's nice. It's actually the reason I ride, because it keeps me. It actually stops me from smoking. I can't.
Yeah.
But Grande,
Dude, I can do like a 3 or
but
4
Grande,
hours.
can you ride a horse?
3 or 4 hours, and if I don't, if I'm not riding on a bike or walking, I can't.
But Grande, can you
Yes, sir.
ride a horse? Can you ride a horse?
I ride it, and now it's a bicycle.
Ride that
Yeah.
horse.
Yeah, but can you ride a horse?
No, sir. I have no idea. Maybe.
Well, I would learn to do that because you'd be clinging on the side of tanks.
I would love to do that. I would love to do that, especially like I was always fascinated by the Clydesdales, because the bigger horses, you get on one of those babies. They got a lot of mane too. I know.
I don't like
hang
horse.
on. And I was always fascinated by the Western Indians, because they didn't need saddles,
Yeah, they just braided their ball hairs into the back of the mane.
Our eastern Iroquois were quite the horsemen too, not just the Western Indians. But yeah, I don't like horses, man. Who's gonna ride around on another animal and be like, "Hey, look, I'm riding on an animal"? Woo! Fuck that shit, dude. I'm not riding around on an animal. I mean,
Dude, horses.
You know the animal.
That's
wants
because
to
you're
stop
not
you.
in a desert. You're not.
I'm not in a desert on a horse with no name. Maybe someday, but
It was good to get out of the rain, though, didn't
it
it?
did. I tell you. Oh Jesus.
Anyway.
Is that tank training in America? Is it horseback? Is it rodeo training? I didn't know that. Welshie, that's awesome.
I've seen a lot of Ukrainians and Russians on the side of tanks, clinging on, and the tanks going flat out and stuff, and they're getting blown up. So I'm thinking, if you could ride a horse, maybe you could ride a tank.
I don't know. Did you just watch Indiana Jones or something, dude? It sounds an awful lot like a scene from that movie. A great scene, by the
The
way.
lines are blurring.
Are you saying McGrande's not capable of that?
No, he
I
can
don't know,
easily do
maybe.
that.
And he is good on Call of Duty. You did tell me last time.
That's good for
Base.
drones.
Get on a bike.
I love you, buddy. I love you, buddy. You're a bold man.
There's someone else I know
You're a
that
bold
wants
man.
to go to Ukraine.
And no, I would go, but it's
Dylan
not
Burns.
feasible.
And he's an alcoholic.
It's all.
Yeah, but he's British.
It's all a.
RW, right? This is what this British guy said to me. He's an alcoholic. He goes on lives. He said, I know word of a lie, because that's where I got the Call of Duty from. He said, I'm good on Call of Duty. I can go to so many levels on Call of Duty. And he was calling that out like it was benefit, like it was a real benefit.
I can give him 2 points though, not for physical real life shooting or physical training, but for strategy and for the ability to control a drone. Those are probably the 2 benefits of Call of Duty.
May I ask, Anna, how the hell are you?
God.
I'm okay, thanks.
Good.
Very
Anna,
borderline.
it's been a
Are you better than you
long
were
time.
20 minutes ago when he asked?
What are you drinking tonight, Anna?
We got a lot of history, don't we, Anna?
What is it?
History is that Ukraine will not exist.
The wine, the bottles of wine.
Wait. RW,
Is that-
you don't know. Anna
is that white
is from
wine or red
East
wine?
Germany.
What?
She's
What?
a Bulgarian, and they lived in East Germany. She is a
I'm half Bulgarian, I'm
wonderful
German.
resource for us.
I thought she moved. I thought she's in a different state.
She's in Austria.
She's in Munich.
Austria.
No,
No,
she's
Vienna,
in
Austria.
Munich, Germany. That's Germany. She's not in Munich.
She's
No,
never been
Vienna.
in Munich.
No,
Stuttgart it was, but now I'm here.
Stuttgart. Oh my God.
I changed my location. And I'm not Bulgarian, I'm half Bulgarian, half German.
Yes.
Doesn't
Yeah.
matter anyway, because as I said, Ukraine
Anna,
cannot
you're
win.
Bulgarian. Don't tell me that shit.
What?
I know.
Oh,
I know
you do
about
a
your
DNA
father.
test.
The apparatchik. I know. Come on.
You want me to do a DNA test or what? I mean, are we racist here now, or what is it?
No
I'm not
racist
racist
here.
at all. I'm just. We're
He is a
friends.
black fighter, though.
We're
McGrandy
friends.
just called 10 minutes
We're
ago.
friends.
Called himself
That's
American.
all
He
I'm
called
saying.
himself American, and now he's saying someone is not the nationality they are, and he's telling them.
No, I don't
Well,
deny it.
okay.
My father is from
Pretty-
Bulgaria, but
it's pretty
I'm also
offensive.
German. That's I'm both. You can be both. You can be also half Korean, half Nigerian. You can be anything.
Yeah, of course.
It exists.
Where's this Bulgarian come from?
My father is from Bulgaria.
Ah, yes, that's where it
Doesn't
comes
matter.
from. Based.
Well, no,
You understand?
So
but
what is
then-
so bad about it?
would that be a Slavic nation or
Yes,
a
it
European
is.
stock?
It's a Slavic nation.
Well,
And-
it's between Bucharest and what?
Greece.
Greece, Macedonia, Serbia.
Shit, you
Greece
don't
doesn't sound
understand
as-
about
as
that fucking
funky as
country.
Greece.
You don't understand what she's gone through.
McGrandy, just for you,
Yeah.
just a note for you. Near enough everyone in Europe will have a heritage from around Europe. Just a little note for you guys.
My
Well-
heritage is from around Europe.
Well, super shit they're based, but all I'm telling you
Well, yeah,
is,
so-
I know
so-
Anna, and I know she comes from Bulgaria, and
But you said you're 100%
her
American.
father
We
was
all
an
know you're
apparatchik,
Doesn't come from
a
Bulgaria.
Russian officer, and
You know who knows Anna
and-
better? Anna knows Anna better.
I don't know.
Yeah,
we should vote on
but
it.
that does not diminish her in any way. All I'm saying is I have respect for
says
her
it does.
because I know
You're
her.
correcting her. When she's
I'm
trying
sorry.
to tell you where
that's
she's
my
from.
point.
I just, as I said, it doesn't matter. I mean, we're not here to discuss. As I told you, I teach German now, so German is my
See,
first
even
language.
better.
Bulgarian is my second language. It's like
And
How
that.
speaks-
different are they?
Anna speaks
Are they extremely
Russian
different?
and probably fucking Uruguay and German and everything else. She's a
Are the
fucking
two
bright
languages,
woman.
Bulgarian and German,
and
are
English above
different?
all.
Very
So
English
let me
is
ask you this.
Yeah, of
Hold
course.
on, McGrand.
All right.
Is that body of water that the coastline of Bulgaria, is that still part of the Mediterranean, I guess, right?
It's
Yeah.
the Black Sea. It's
It's
where
the Black Sea.
Crimea also is this. The Crimea also is this. What Ukraine wants back.
Different
this-
body of water. It's next to it. That's close by.
It's close.
Sure,
And then the
sure,
sea,
sure.
the Sea of Azov is sort of a small, almost
Yes.
Give me
above
Azov,
it. I
baby.
see.
Steve, you're
So
giving us
that's-
lessons on geography without pictures, man.
Oh my God!
Oh.
Are you fucking?
Yeah,
guys
it's weird,
present-
okay.
Are you, wait. I know Anna is pro Putin.
McGrandy, calm down.
Wait! Calm down. I know you're pro Putin too.
I don't
So,
like Putin. Putin
wait.
is
What
nasty.
am I not seeing?
But I'm also not for Zelensky. I think that both are corrupt idiots.
Oh, okay.
Putin is not good.
All right, so now I understand. It is it's a pro.
I used
it's
to
a
like
pro
Putin, but not anymore.
Putin. All right, thank you.
There you go,
All right,
Steve.
there we go.
There, here down here is Bulgaria.
Oh yeah. And
This
guess
is
what?
all. This is
Here's
the
the
Black
best
Sea.
part.
Hold on,
Here-
McGrand.
All right.
You see how this isn't labeled? Oddly, because all these seas down here, here, and here are labeled. But
What about to the
for-
right?
I'll zoom
It's
in
not
a
labeled
little
either.
bit.
It's not
Right.
labeled. No label comes up.
Wait. Can I point something out to you, Steve?
No.
Are you
please,
controlling
please don't.
that map?
Yes.
All right. So open it up a little bit. Open it up. You see that Istanbul right there?
Yeah. Boom. Right here.
That is that exactly. Thank you. That is a narrow channel, and if you look a little bit to the left, there's another channel.
Here.
And guess what?
So what?
Yeah, that is
Switch to satellite.
Turkey controlling
No kidding.
everything out of the Crimea. That whole
torture.
fucking
This is-
what is that? Crimea?
Crimea is
That's
north.
Crimea. That's
What about
Crimea's up farther north. I can't remember the name of that ocean there.
The Black
That water.
Sea.
It's and that channel to the rest of the world goes through those two spots.
Your name
So
popped
this-
up when you got close enough there, dude. It is popping up names like you're far in.
And so what I'm getting
Sea of
at-
Marmara. But yet still nothing here.
Well,
It's a conspiracy.
Sea of Azov?
Well,
Where's the sea name here? The
Maybe it's black. Maybe that's racist.
Explain to Microsoft. I'm sure Google Maps has it correct.
open it up. Open it up.
How do you say that word? What is that?
Steve.
What is
open
that?
it up.
Constant? Well, how do you say that second?
Constantinople is what that is. That's Turkey. So
No, it's
So
not.
that the T with
It's
the
in
wiggle
Romania.
it sounds like T.
This is Romania, Constanța.
Wow.
It's in Romania.
So it's like
Sounds
a T.
like-
Been there.
all right,
TS
all
almost.
right. We need a
Yeah,
reasonable European.
McGrande. So Anna answered your question just then. She
Yeah.
said that Ukraine and Russia are very corrupt, and the leaders are too, basically. Well, she said the leaders are both corrupt. I would say
I
insinuating
didn't say anything about
that
that.
both countries are very corrupt. And you said, "Oh yeah, I know what that means, and that means you're a Putin
Oh shit!
supporter."
Look who it is.
So
There we go.
is your general thing actually, if
Hey,
you don't
but-
support Ukraine 100%, then you're a Putin supporter. Is that how it is?
No, based.
It is though.
That is.
You've accused us of being Russian sympathizers here for questioning anything before McGrand.
Boom.
Wow.
There
You
you
feel
go.
offended that way, Steve? I'm
No,
surprised.
not fair. You can't. Dude, let me tell you something.
No. I am
Don't deny your
surprised.
position.
No,
Don't deny
no.
your position.
Let me
That's
be
your position.
clear. Let me be clear. Let me be clear.
no
You are
joke.
entitled
Please,
to your,
please
to
be
your
clear.
opinions. Yeah, I would never accuse my friends of anything if they have a different opinion than I do.
Yeah.
Just did. He literally just did.
It's on YouTube.
You literally
Well,
called
well-
Anna a Putin supporter.
Well,
because she said
let
they're
me
both corrupt.
Well, that's the beauty of the internet here, based, because let me clarify that this is a wonderful opportunity to me embrace my friend Aphid and to say.
All right. We don't need a 5-minute introduction. Just go ahead and clarify.
Wait, last dance.
Last dance.
And I have
Get
been
stuck in there,
accused
mate.
here, and I
Yeah, I
have
know
to
he's frustrating
respond.
you. I can tell.
Oh my God, I'm being.
Yeah, because you're giving a big monologue. Basically, you called, you
Oh, a
called
big
her.
monologue.
You called her a Putin supporter.
Wait.
twice.
Oh,
And in
wait.
the blurred sort of
Are
sentence.
you rising up in offense to my
No.
response? Because
That's all I
you
asked.
think-
That's all. Well, wait there.
because I said
That's
something
all I
against
asked.
Putin.
Is that your current position? Is that your current position? So unless you support Ukraine 100%, your current position is you're a
Smokesteve.
Putin supporter.
Ah,
That's the question I posed.
ah.
And you
That
will
was
not
some
answer it.
music.
I love this shit. You guys are you great, man. You know what? Based on.
Okay, Anna, did he call
you
you a
know what?
Putin supporter, Anna?
Oh,
Hold on, McGrand. Let other people talk. You don't have to talk the entire time.
Anna,
It's just a normal conversation. Even in a bar, if somebody keeps talking all the time, they are told to get the fuck out. But I'm not going to do that here to you because, you know,
oh
you're.
my God! I'm gonna shut up right now, buddy.
you're the topic of the conversation, so we are going to talk
no,
about it. But Anna,
no,
Anna,
no.
wait there. Anna, did he
So,
call you a Putin
you want me to
supporter
talk? You
10
tell me.
minutes ago?
I'm gonna be like. I went to Catholic school.
Just so we can clarify the situation, I might be mistaken. Anna, can you confirm or deny he called you a Putin supporter? Because you said they're both corrupt.
Yeah, he said that. He said it, but then he pointed and he said that I'm not half German, as if he knows my family. Which,
yeah.
I mean, as I told you, German is my first language, and also Aphid came in and didn't get to say a single word, which is also not the best thing, yeah. So
used to it.
I didn't want to start a debate here. I just, as I say, Ukraine cannot win. It's a fact and it's bad, yeah. But it's like that, yeah. So just our tax money getting burned, you know, billions. That's it.
You're right. You're right, Anna. when you jumped in earlier on and said what you said, your text when he's getting.
Can I ask some advice from the group?
Sure.
So, me and my dad has got into Aladdin lamps, kerosene lamps, and I'm curious if anyone here has experience with Aladdin lamps because they're a different ball game.
Negative.
It's not just a wick; it's a wick and a mantle.
Well,
No
I'll tell
idea.
you this. I was never able to get a genie out of one, and that was a very negative experience.
All right. I shared.
I don't know if it.
I was waiting
bought
for a
one. I
joke.
don't know if it's the same thing you're talking about.
So in the Aladdin lamp series, it has the round wick that comes up, and then it's got a mantle that sits over it. And when you burn it correctly, and it's easy to screw up, the kerosene turns into like a propane mantle brightness.
Mm.
It's amazing technology.
Yeah, I know what you're
Well,
talking about, the old school kind. Mine's just like a wick that comes up and it has the fluid in the bottom.
Okay. There's
I
a
know
picture
what
I'd
you're
like
talking
to
about.
share with
Yours
the
is like-
group,
Yours
Steve.
is like it's not a flame. It's like a white glowing mass almost.
Right.
Right?
The
Yeah.
with the locks on
Blue-
mantles. Yeah.
blue,
But
blue,
those are
blue.
$25 a pop.
It's blue.
I'm not familiar.
I've got experience with kerosene, with a Chinese diesel heater, and that's about it.
Can you share the picture I gave you, Steve, on the Discord DM? That was a picture from yesterday. The mantle
Oh,
was broken,
shit.
so the flames going way up through it. But I thought it was a really artistic photo. And as for your comment, Welshie, I'm glad that you survived the winter with your experiment.
Mate, it's been like a literal savior. It really,
I'll give
it
this
really has.
global
I've
warming a
spent-
couple more years and you won't need any heat source there, bud.
Just your
So,
farts.
so I've used about. Well, I know what I've used. I've used 33 liters in about 4 months.
And that's at 37 cents a liter, or 37 pence.
That's at 85p a liter.
Okay.
Well, there's a problem, RW. The whole background of the screen is going to show all kinds of other stuff, like your profile.
Oh, right. I mean, I don't really
Which, you
care
know-
about any of that data as long as there's no your data you don't want to show.
No, it just shows people's names. And you
I don't know how to
and
send that to you differently.
your Twitter DM.
Twitter DM.
You have to
Twitter DM
follow
will
me.
work.
No
That would
problem,
be-
buddy.
Follow
do
me.
that next review.
You could draw it. Like, could you guys draw it?
I wish I
it's-
could draw it. I suck at drawing. What's your Twitter handle?
Could you guess?
Smokesteve?
It's totally original.
Smokesteve Smoke?
That's
Yeah.
it.
That's a little more original, right?
Well,
Yes.
I think I was Smokesteve, and I couldn't remember the password, so I had to do
And me,
Smokesteve.
I've done that. I done that. I was based Welshman once, and now I'm based Welshman 1. I'm still the other one, but I haven't got no control on it.
Yeah, and then you become like more or less somewhat popular with the new name, and you can't go back to the old one, so you just have to kind of keep it and deal with it. Like
Yeah.
same thing happened on Twitch. I mean, what are you gonna do? You know,
I don't know how to message you privately on Twitter.
there's a little envelope in the corner.
Yeah, if it's on your phone, it's the bottom right-hand corner. It's an
He's on a
envelope,
computer.
and then it'll say direct messages in it. And basically, if you put the title in again, Smokesteve.
Yeah, do you see
Welsh.
home on the left? Home, explore, notification, messages.
Oh yeah, messages. I see that here.
Bingo.
Awesome.
If you guys
Yeah,
need
talk
help,
him- talk him through it, Steve. Talk him through it. That's the best way.
if you guys need help keeping track of multiple accounts, Cup of Tea really knows how to do that well. So you could.
Huh.
he
Here
can
we
give you some
go.
advice.
Can't send you a message. Sorry, what?
Do you have
What's
to
his
accept
secret?
him first
Do you have to accept my friendship?
or follow him back?
Shouldn't.
Or I need your friendship online more, so that my
Okay.
quality of life goes up.
Yeah,
Followed.
if you
You're in.
Awesome.
there you go. It should open up now. It should be opened.
You got
There we
46
go.
followers, RW.
That's all porn bots, dude.
Oh, hey, any
I'm cool with
How
it.
can you tell me over to my hand?
Yeah, I'll try to post your name.
Last Dance has 9,000 followers, all gay porn bots. No, I'm kidding. Sorry. Last Dance.
Do you really have?
Beggars can't be
9,000
choosers.
followers?
That's how.
I
Let's
don't
see
even-
how many I got.
I'm also on X. Can I follow you?
Yeah, fucking do it up. What's your name?
You gotta ask permission.
It's the same like here. Like it's the same. Team thumbs down. That's what it means. Same name as
Images
I have here.
across too.
Yeah, I'm gonna follow you. Yeah.
Yeah, it's
To
easier to
find it,
find
right?
him probably. Steve's Smoke or Steve Smokesteve. It's
I have you. I found you. So
It's 72
with a
followers.
rabbit,
How
yeah,
about that?
with a rabbit. There's a rabbit in your picture.
Gotta set this up just
Which
right.
one's yours? There's several Grundgesetzes on Twitter.
Yeah, but it's not my
very
name.
popular
there. My name is
document.
the same. Yeah, it's about the Article 146, which allows to change the constitution and to return Germany to a better state than now. Yeah, that's why this name is very often used. Yeah, not only
And
me.
symbolically amongst patriots.
Yes, so to say.
Yep.
The last article of the constitution. Yeah. So I followed you. Nice to see you there. Okay.
Just does anyone think that Joe Biden won't be standing for re-election?
I still think there's a decent chance of it.
What was the question?
Yeah, I was going to pose it the other way around, but it's better to pose it this way. Does anyone think that Joe Biden will not be the Democrat candidate for the re-election
I think there's a higher chance than people think.
than ever before?
I just figured something out. I can open image in new tab and then the background is gone.
I did all that for nothing.
I've got it. Well, it's
Yeah.
good now. You follow me on Twitter, so that's good.
Yeah, I look forward to all the knowledge and wisdom.
Yeah, last time I had a good guess that was going to be yours.
There it is.
I agree with you.
That thing's cool.
Mellow, man.
Man,
Oh,
that
yeah.
that looks like if I saw that at estate sale, I would expect that to be like $100 or more. That looks fancy.
This is one of
Not bad.
Dad's toys. It's expensive.
Yeah.
Are you sure
Luckily,
that's not radioactive glass?
That's, I love that turquoise color.
I'm not positive.
Yeah, that's green.
Dude, check
that
out
is.
that background. What,
Radium-
Why do you
Radium
got
glass.
the
Green,
fake?
isn't it?
That's
Why
an
do you got the
off-grid
fake-
cabin.
Why do you got the fake background? You should just be there every week, dude. You'd be like gold.
The signal from my
That looks like a
off-grid
stock
cabin
image.
isn't good enough for video call,
Gotcha.
which
Ah.
is good.
That's where you were. That's where you were a couple weeks ago when you said that you couldn't get the fireplace going.
Yeah, I was
Yeah.
thinking
Man,
the
it
same
looks-
thing, Bottle Cap. It looked like a jellyfish.
It looks incredible though. That looks like an amazing place to spend some time.
It's
Let's look.
it's being prepared for the time of the end. It's nice. I like it.
What do you mean, like the time of the end?
I believe. I'm Christian. I believe in the second coming, and I believe that the world will progress into a very ugly state before that point, and so that is being prepared in case that happens in my lifetime.
I gotcha.
You never know.
Well, I see a lot of strange things happening these days. It's not far-fetched anymore.
So there's a big difference between America and the UK or Europe. In America, you got guns. In the UK, you haven't. So all this, because they were doing it like with the Kung Flu and all that, this like prepper work.
What about
So-
your farmers, though? They must have
Well,
rifles and shotguns.
Yeah, but what like I said, if it does kick off and there's some, it's just like lawless, then, in the UK, for example,
At the same
People
time, though,
just end
Welshie, when the government
rob each
kicks
other.
off, when the government kicks off against even Americans, the technology difference is probably going to be night and day.
yes, but like it's been said before, and I'll say it again, no one's going to invade America, because if they invade America, the militia will be fucking crazy.
My hope is that people won't be willing to go against their own people.
Oh, they will. Oh, they will. So in the UK, when they were doing, there was a riot over Mark Duggan riots. They were robbing TVs, laptops. Curry's electrical store was getting done over, all that sort of shit. Yeah. And the thing is, if, for example, there's no food, they'll be nicking bread and rice and pasta.
Right. When
You
the
know what I
trucks,
mean?
if this truck stopped rolling,
So
in
if you don't think they're going to rob you, if they don't think you're going to rob you, the only way they're not going to rob you is if you've got a gun.
right, and
But-
you're hard to get to.
And in the UK, no one's got guns. So what my point is making, people just get robbed out.
Yeah.
Well,
Here, I'm
my
going to
opinion
bring
on
in
this,
this
which-
guy. Go ahead, buddy.
I'm an extreme optimist when it comes to this. I think that times have been at least as bad as they are right now, but arguably a lot worse in history. But as far as the whole worrying of people staying on sides or something, you know, if I had to protect my family and, you know, it came down to survival and, you know, there's no more friends, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So
The heavy choice.
if the end of the world starts coming, don't trust me if I say no. Let me in, please. I mean,
good
if
you
there-
told
if
me
it
in
would
advance,
work-
David.
If it would work out that way, I'm all for it. But if it comes to I have to make a decision for myself and my family or them, it doesn't matter. No matter what, it's going to be, you know, the one way.
Yeah, and
And I'm sure I'm not the only one that thinks that way. I'm sure most
Yeah, and
people think
you're
that
going
way.
to use what you can in front of you to protect your family, right?
Right.
And if that means a gun, that means a gun, right? And that is then the leveler. You know, like a woman with a gun would be deadly. So
No, but
there's your leveler.
At the same time, if you're saying like, if I knock on your door and you let me in, and then it gets from worse to worse, I'll fucking kill you. Like that's
Right.
That's-
Like
I
the
mean,
eldest-
if it comes to I mean, I throw it around lightly now until I'm in that situation. But I mean, if it meant the possibility of death or harm to my family, you know, like if it came down to there's one more can, you know, and there ain't
Yeah,
no more
double
cans
tap, innit?
somewhere else,
They got to get a
then
double
I'm
tap.
gonna have to make that decision sooner or later. You know what I'm
I
saying?
would hope you can work together to find more food instead of just shoot them for the can.
I
There's
mean,
got to be a
yeah,
workaround.
Like I said, I'm throwing it around lightly now without being in that situation, but.
Double tap them.
Hard decision.
I'm also not-
Well, she doesn't seem too head stuffed for making that decision. He's ready for the double tap.
Right, like,
look,
like
I'm
the
also
old
not
expression,
naive.
like the old
I'm not
expression
naive.
goes, God made all men, Samuel Colt made all men equal. And on that note, let me just pop in our British friend, Paka.
Welcome back.
Evening, thanks
All right.
for having me. Sorry for passing out last week.
Oh, they tucked you in.
Yeah, I
They
came
did,
in right
yeah.
when you
I went back and checked the next
checked
day.
out.
I was like, oh, bless. Nobody draw me face or anything. Lovely.
If we could, we would have.
You know what? I think that the topic actually spurred on that conversation last week where we talked about drawing on people when they were sleeping.
Right.
Nice one.
Good
Oh yeah, the
friend.
fuck around and find out instant karma. I remember that.
I don't remember that. Must have been after I left.
No,
Can't
you were
say I
still
won't do
here.
it again.
Must
You
have
were,
been after I
you were
mentally
still
checked.
awake, sort of.
Because Smokesteve, because I have a video of a friend of mine getting drawn on, and Smokesteve wanted me to post it, and I can't because of the unacceptable things that were written all over his body.
Good buddy, huh?
Another thing as well, if for example it did like go crazy, then I would suggest, and correct me if I'm wrong, because you know I'm speaking from the other side of the pond, that the dry states will get plundered maybe, and the liberals, because you know if you're an American, who are you going to go for? The farmer with a fucking load of pickups and a load of guns, or that liberal very cuck person that said vote Biden and then like Black Lives Matter flags outside their place?
But
Who would you go for?
if they're mostly in the city will be in shambles very quickly because of the human to food ratio.
This is all just silly fantasizing.
Yeah,
So
I
exactly.
agree
how
with
many
last
people then,
chance.
for reality, how many people here believe that humanity will self-correct? It sounds like Aphid believes that he's optimistic, and so it sounded like there's self-correction.
Self-correct? Do you mean like that we're gonna better ourselves some way in
Right.
the future?
Like you
No,
said,
I
like
don't
it's
think
been
that.
bad before.
But it's going to get worse.
I would
That's
use
what
the
you're
word
saying.
adapt rather than self-correct, and absolutely will adapt.
I think the only thing that, well, if we don't cause our own destruction by just multiple generations, if it was a soon thing, it would be that it comes to a point where it's too easy to, you know, like we have a nuclear bomb right now, you know, well,
Right.
maybe they'll figure out a way to splice something or slam something into itself that will instantly just kill us all. And
Yeah,
it could be just them trying it, and not knowing what's going to happen, but they try it anyway, and we all.
Yeah, I think
'cause I
that's-
think there was fears like that when they were making the nuclear bomb, wasn't there?
Right. Igniting the atmosphere.
Yeah. No, I think that.
Fingers crossed.
No, I think even the traditional nuclear war threat is still a very significant one, and that is the biggest. I think the biggest threat to humanity. It's just a straight up nuclear war. But after that, I think we would adapt.
I think the biggest danger to the world population is any organisation beginning with W, especially with three letters, and I'm quite serious about that.
WHO.
Yeah,
what's the one with Klaus?
World
Economic Forum.
Yeah, the WWF. Yeah. Now, the reasons why are quite simple, because it's just one world government, and from what I've seen and read, and they've told us themselves, it's not very, do we say, free-loving sort of environment, from what I'm getting from that. So no, I don't see why we should. I think that's the.
I didn't understand that last part.
Well, I do think they're a big danger for freedom-loving people.
I think they're
heretics.
I think if we paid any attention to them, they'd be a big danger.
Who's they?
The UN, the WHO, the World Economic Forum, all these.
They're in every government, though. Last dance. They're in every government, and it freely admits it, and it's actually in their portfolio. Who's in?
What about NATO? Does NATO get included in that group?
Yeah.
No,
NATO was built on a solid theme originally. Protection as a group, flock together.
It seems like NATO's rules of engagement, where like the WEF and others are unless NATO is creating new world standards.
That's amazing.
Yeah,
that is.
I love that.
That's an amazing comparison.
I love that, RW. I think you're right. I think NATO actually did change international standards.
Yeah, they stood by where people were getting slaughtered in front of them, and they had to watch it. And I've heard of British soldiers talking about the fact that they actually had to watch it in front of their own eyes.
I think as Americans, we have to realize, looking back in history, when 9/11 happened, our NATO partners, they came to our aid.
Yeah, is that something that was good?
Well,
we didn't.
What
We
do
didn't need we didn't need
help
them.
with?
Well, it's only a matter of conscience. Last dance, and I think that's a valid question because.
Okay, fair enough.
I got to say one thing. The first group of people that died in Afghanistan were Canadians, and they died from friendly fire. So, yeah,
No, I take your point.
They came to our aid,
and I appreciate that.
and that's the same thing we have to do to. We got two new NATO allies this week. Sweden.
Yeah.
And
Finland? No.
Finland, yeah.
Finland came aboard, I think, a week ago. Thank you.
Just completely surrounded.
NATO didn't start because we were fighting against the Bulgarians, Anna.
Yeah.
No.
That's why,
Because-
as we know, it's put in the chat that it all starts with good
Because of
intentions.
Russia.
I think that's where NATO went. It was a good idea at the start, but they get taken over.
Here's what it comes. Here's what it comes down to. All this. My friends, this is all about us being weak little fucking Westerners standing up in our opinions, solely in our opinions, against what, well, our buddy Putin. And I think we have to be clear about it. It's about Putin. We don't hate Russia. I love Russian people, man. They're fucking great people.
Russia FPS.
It's dude. I've known so many Russians myself personally. They are great fucking people.
He's gone from Trump derangement syndrome to Putin derangement syndrome.
It's what I fear we may face in the future here in America.
The boogeyman.
What is it?
Boogeyman.
Yeah.
Yeah, the boogeyman.
No, that Donald Trump kind of shit. It's like that's what scares me. Yeah, kind of nonsense. Because I'm a real fucking Democrat, buddy.
Yeah, but the problems are either Putin or Trump. So the world, everything in the world, the problem is either Putin or Trump. Okay, I get where you're at.
No, I'm just adding to the conversation. It's you. The flavor is yours, buddy.
Well, I mean, obviously, European energy prices have gone up. That must be Putin's fault because he blew up his own pipeline. that must be Putin's fault. Must be.
Okay.
Good evening, all. Hello.
How you doing, Lee?
Lee,
I'm good. Yeah, I'm
Hey,
good.
Lee.
How are you all?
Good
Lee.
to see you, Lee.
I'm
I
okay.
hear you.
Good. Glad to hear
Lee.
it. So,
Lee, I'm done.
listen, everyone. Right.
Yeah,
so, yeah, joining you late because it was my daughter's 20th birthday tonight.
Oh,
so
man.
Happy birthday.
We've just
Feed the boys
Yeah,
my
away.
wife and I. My wife and I have just got in. She's still out partying with her friends. So, yeah, it's been a good night up to now. And then I thought I'd come and join you guys. So, and girls, of course, as well. But listen,
Thank you.
interesting fact, right? I've been looking into the last week, doing some real research because somebody posed the question about 2 weeks ago. Who's really benefiting from this war? And I thought that was a really good question. So I started to delve into it and look into it. Yeah, there's BlackRock. But listen to this, right? This is factual. This isn't like conspiracies, anything. So this is all factual. So if you look at the profits of Lockheed, and it's roughly in the region, you can look this up, by the way. I'm not trying to ham it up or give you any bullshit. Maybe in the region of about $48 to $50 billion in profits, which is now surged as around about £62 billion in profit, supplying armaments. There's also a company, which I hadn't heard of before, you probably have, called Raytheon, which also...
come on. Dude, they're
I know.
fucking massive.
Yeah, well, you should see their profits as well. Absolutely phenomenal since the war's been started. Then you've got to take into account that I think I've mentioned to you before that United States have also got now 67% of liquid gas energy being supplied to Europe and the UK. So that's massive. So the Americans are making so much money. But now, get a load of this. This was broken.
Yeah.
This was broken. Yeah, well, I haven't finished yet. You haven't finished yet. My God, you should listen to these facts, right? So it also appears that like we're putting sanctions on the Soviet Union, which are laughable. So Azerbaijan, its imports have risen by 1,100%, right? Which is all for components. So this is a loophole because guess where all those components are going? To the Soviet Union. Okay. So and then you've got Kazakhstan as well as Azerbaijan, and there's another country as well which are importing like mad. Yeah, which is like incredible. You've also got, I didn't know this as well, food companies are also benefiting from the fact that, like Ukraine is like a massive producer of grain. I also didn't know they were also a massive producer as well. So you wouldn't believe how much the product soybeans goes into into foodstuffs. So,
Soya.
so they're putting up the prices. So all the food companies are benefiting from it as well as all the armament companies. There's absolutely incredible amounts of money. But by the way, that 1,100%, the United Kingdom, now it makes sense why Boris Johnson was at the forefront at the time going, we're going to help Ukraine, this, that, and the other. Because we, the UK, are one of the biggest in terms of guilty countries supplying these components, worth billions of pounds, by the way, which we're supplying, which are finding their way to the Soviet Union. Then
Russia.
Wait.
Yeah.
There is
Russia,
no
sorry.
Soviet
Russia.
Sorry.
Exactly.
I'm sorry.
The
I'm
Soviet
sorry.
Union does not exist anymore.
All right, okay, it was a slip-up.
Wait,
It was a
Mr.
slip-up.
Chairman.
Russia.
I need to speak. I need to speak. Mr. Chairman.
No.
And then,
Steve.
and then,
Steve, I need to speak.
Well, hold on, fucking McGrand. Let Lee finish, please.
okay. So then on top of that, the guy who is now, you remember Zelensky has fired this guy that was becoming more popular than him, head of the army. So
Well, he fired him, then he rehired him, then he fired him, and now where are we now?
He's an advisor now for the UK Army for the Ukraine.
Oh,
So he's
come
got a
on.
new position. I'm not joking. Seriously, that's his new position. Now the new guy, right, is called Alexander Rodnesky. I'm not pronouncing his surname right, but he's Zelensky's right-hand man. Now this is weird. This is really weird, right? He was interviewed on Channel 4 News, which is obviously one of our news channels on the UK. It's a channel, but they have their own news section. And he gave an interview only last week saying that he understood why the Ukrainian young men are leaving in their droves because they are fighting in vain. Now, I'm going to put it down to the fact that he doesn't know English very well, because you do not term it like that, because just look up the word in vain, which means useless, is pointless to fight. But get a load of this. This is incredible. Since the war has started, 768,000 men between the ages of 18 and 64 have left the Ukraine. They've gone either to Romania or into mainland Europe because they don't want to fight. Now, you've also got a guy at the head of the Pentagon called, is his name Quincy Jr. Brown? Have I got that right? He's like, you can't get any higher in the Pentagon in terms of the army. Now, like your Democrats and Republicans are blocking the aid or whatever, and they're having the debate about it. He's been advising Biden. Once again, his biggest fear is this: if we supply you guys, USA, Ukraine, with armaments, there's already proof, and I'm talking proof, that some of the armaments are ending up in the hands of enemies of the USA, if not the Russians. And he's concerned that if we keep supplying them, that with the limited amount of men that they've got, his actual words, they're burning through ammo like you wouldn't believe, because they're just not experienced enough. They're not trained. And therefore, there also is the black market where he's kind of advising Biden, be careful, because you're going to end up supplying all these armaments, and they're going to end up in the wrong hands. So Biden's also in a bit of a debate about, damn, I know we want to aid them, but we've got to be careful as well, because I don't know if you know, Ukraine they've requested through Switzerland, they want them to start a peace process. Zelensky was in Saudi Arabia on Tuesday asking them to be a broker between Russia and the Ukraine and China to come up with peace, even though he's on the telly going, we'll fight to the end. So it seems like there might be some peace agreement towards the end of this year.
Because Ukraine?
Yeah, Ukraine they've initiated this. Yeah, so and it's not being broadcast, it may in the main news, but they've started to ask for requests because they are losing massively. And then only, I think it was yesterday, they were looking at the situation where obviously Russia are losing a lot of armaments, but what's come about is that the people that are the Russian public, and this is the poorest of the poor, are working in manufacturing plants for the armies, are earning so much money building tanks, building missiles, this, that, and the other, that their salaries have increased immensely. And if Russia keep losing the equipment they're losing to date, which is vast amounts, they say it would take them 2 years for their ground offensive to start suffering from being low on ammo themselves and artillery. 2 years they can cope with these losses. So I think Zelensky is beginning to realise this isn't going to work. We're not going to win this. We better get round the table quick. But all of this is absolutely amazing. That the amount of money that is being made. No wonder the USA and the UK and other European countries don't mind dragging this out, because they are making billions of pounds, and in the meantime innocent people are dying on both sides, whether it's Ukrainians or Russians. It's just an absolutely unreal.
The USA as a country is hemorrhaging money, but USA private businesses are making money.
Yeah, absolutely. But it's just all a swizz, isn't it? Because, as long as as we've always said, when you look at any situation, just follow the money. Just follow the bloody money, and you'll get your answers.
Are the Ukrainians
just
that are leaving and heading into like UK and stuff, are they allowed to claim asylum for what they're fleeing from?
Well, they won't.
Yeah, well, a lot.
European country would support them.
768,000 people have left. That's the ones that they can count. That is they are leaving illegally. You're not. If you're in that. If you're in that age group, you're not supposed to be leaving the country.
Okay, so they've already announced that they're recalling people back to the country, males back to the country right now. The UK will not enforce it. They've already said they will not enforce it. So that's going to go through every European country. They're going to say they're not going to enforce it, I'm sure.
So they're not going to extradite, so they are accepting it as a
well,
so the ones that, from what I understood, it was a month ago they were calling Ukrainian nationals back to Ukraine to fight.
Yeah.
From what I was led to believe, if I remember rightly, the UK is not going to act on any official extradition or pushback.
If I may interrupt, Paka, I don't know you, buddy, but what do you think about this stuff?
Oh, fucking hell.
Thanks for interrupting.
What stuff?
Yeah.
About the
You literally
Ukraine.
said nothing. You said nothing.
I don't know him, so I want to introduce myself, and because I'm at Steve's pub, I am completely intoxicated. But I think that's a good thing.
Actually,
You're intoxicated because you're here, or just
you've been
Well,
getting
no, Steve, I'll give you that. I wouldn't be intoxicated anyway. But
Devil's advocate extraordinaire. Welcome.
You hide it well, though, McCraney.
The way I see it is NATO doesn't need to exist anymore. The Ukraine-Russia situation has been stoked by NATO, and it's none of our business, and it's NATO made it their business, and it's all to profit big tech in the West as far as NATO's concerned.
All right. Well, thank you. Appreciate that.
I'm curious. I got a question, and I'm ignorant to it, so I got no problem with my blatant ignorance. But I mean, all this money that everybody's supposedly making, it's got to come from somewhere. I mean, like, does Ukraine got some empty gold pile? Some stacked up amount of money somewhere?
UK and US taxpayers.
Under the green.
I might throw this in there. The Ukraine has always been the breadbasket of the Soviet Union. If you go back in history, it's like fertile land, and there's all kinds of minerals there. It's like close.
Yeah, but
to
they can't
the
be
ocean.
they can't be in the middle of this also making trillions of dollars exporting.
Yeah, do they have $1 trillion lying around?
No, yeah,
Right,
yeah.
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah,
that can't
yeah.
be.
No, aphid,
wait.
the money comes from your taxes. This
No,
is why.
wait.
This is.
He asked a question about what the value of Ukraine was, and I was trying to explain it. And what it comes down to is, if you look at it from the context of the old Soviet Union, which is basically a bunch of forests and nothing but nothing, because half of it's in Asia. Ukraine has a link to a warm water ports, and it's full. It's on the low end, so they have agriculture. All the water flows through Ukraine. You know, that's why it's muddy. That's what fucked up the Germans and everything else. And
Yeah,
it's muddy.
we've given
muddy. So
we've given a ton of money to Ukraine, and I think it's 60 billion right now that's being held up. 60 billion, and the EU just gave gave a bunch of billions just recently to sort of tide them over until the U.S. Yours was just an appetizer until the main course from us, the good old boys, comes through. Otherwise, Aphid Lip, they don't have jack fucking squat, bro.
Right,
they got
right.
nothing.
So what I'm saying is, Lee trying to say that. Lee, are you trying to say that the U.S. government is trying to loophole and funnel money into tech and weapons companies with our tax dollars? Is that the roundabout way why they want to keep the fight going?
They are separate. So if you're manufacturing armaments, you're selling them to the government because you're a company. You're selling them to the government, and the government then is buying them off of you to supply the Ukraine. But that is bought with taxpayers' money. So let's make it simple. If I make bullets, and I'm a separate company in the US, so it's Lee Bullets USA, and I produce 1 million bullets. I sell them to the US government. The government buy them off of me, and then they supply them to Ukraine. But the only way that the government is buying those bullets is through your taxes. So
what I'm trying to say is, why is the government wanting to keep the Ukraine? If that's the theory, why does the government?
They got backers.
Because that's what I'm saying. Because they're trying to basically funnel money. I mean, they're going a roundabout way of trying to funnel money to these tech and weapons companies. What you're saying?
Yeah, because you follow the money.
Oh, yeah. Aphid, you give me patience.
Dane, if you want to join in here,
patience, buddy.
You have to turn your camera on. Here. And I got to see you, and we're going to have to do some hand signals.
But it's not a secret that if you
follow the money, background with video for a while, you can wait, right?
If you follow the money, 9 times out of 10, you're going to come to the right place. You really are.
You know what? We are a fucking war. We are fucking dancing around a bunch of bullshit. We are dancing around a bunch of nonsense. And you know what? I'm going to go on the record here.
Can you give me a double rock symbols?
No, it's crankle.
All right.
It's crankle.
Yeah, but my grandy, what you've got to understand is this: the long-term goal is this. You go, oh right, hang on, we're paying more taxes. Well, we're going to have to because we're supplying the Ukraine with all these armaments and giving them support.
Oh bullshit, Lee.
No, seriously.
Bullshit,
no, listen.
Lee.
Yes, of course.
No, McGrandy, let me finish. But the long-term goal is this. Nobody does anything for nothing, okay? So the long-term goal, and Welshie touched on this just a minute ago, is that it might be costing us money now, but there will be an end to this, whether it's this year or next year or whatever, yeah?
How so?
And at that point, that's when an American such as BlackRock moves in, and the USA recaptures all of that money by rebuilding the infrastructure. I'm not just talking about buildings. I'm talking about the technology. Phone lines,
my God.
IT.
You know what, Lee? If I may interrupt, I hope that scenario that you are describing actually occurs, because it means that the West actually prevails. And thank you, because
Lee.
that is far beyond my fucking concept of the future.
Okay, Lee. Now, BlackRock they've already signed on a deal in Ukraine.
It's signed and sealed by Zelensky already. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's signed and sealed. So
BlackRock. I know that fucking company.
Please get him to shut the fuck up, please.
Now, why are you offending my friend?
So what's in this deal is internet, like drainage, roads, all the infrastructure in these towns have been destroyed. So what Lee's just said, that fucking idiot scoffed at, is 100% true. Like the deal's in, like he said, it's sealed. They got sealed about 4 months ago, maybe 6 months ago.
How do you believe that
Steve,
shit?
let's sort him out. It's ridiculous.
Well,
You might just want to pull your headphones and talk.
if you look at the report by BlackRock, McGrandy, which I'll try and send you a link to, not only is it just all the info, they believe they will put in a system, and I think I've touched on this before as well, where the Ukraine will become the first European country to be cash free, because it will all be done by digital. It's going to be the test country for the rest of the world, Western world at least anyway. We're not talking, so as much as you might be spending billions, it's actually going to be worth to the USA in money coming back in the figures of trillions. So ultimately, long term, it doesn't matter what you spend, you're going to get it all back. You're going to get it all back.
Where will these trillions come from?
Well, the Ukraine are going to have to take out what would be the equivalent of loans, whether it's from the IMF and there's a couple of other organizations, and bonds from China. China's going to be involved in this hugely through bonds as well. So you'll get the money, but they will be. What this is, there's a little saying, and I love this saying, is catch a tiger by its tail. Just think about that for a second. And that's what's happened to the Ukraine. They've got into bed with the US, and for the want of a better expression, the US are going to rape them come the future, because they're going to be paying the US through bonds and loans for generations, all for the sake of freedom by being able to negotiate something with Russia. Russia are not going to give up the land they've given. Do not be under any illusion that Russia is going to give up the Donetsk and the Crimea. They will keep that when it comes to negotiations. There is no doubt about it. But Ukraine will be in debt for generations. It's a fact. I promise you. It's all about money. It's all about money.
It is a fact.
Well, I mean, I don't think. I think
they were invaded by the fucking Russians, who fucking crossed their borders and fucking destroyed their countries. And they had the fucking balls to
you've got to
stand up against them.
Look at it properly.
And that is the
You're just
reason
making a wild
you're
statement
absolutely
there.
right.
Look,
He's making an ass of himself, he is, Lee, because he literally, his talking point is literally CNN. He thinks the war started in 2022. This is how stupid this man is.
Bullshit. I'm not stupid at all, Based.
Well, that's literally what you just said. They invaded.
Based. You know what?
I want to hear Apid's point.
Their aggression is the reason why
I want to hear Apid's point.
Wow.
I think Lee is just saying it's all about. I don't think it's just all about the money. I think that still, maybe even more importantly than the money, is weakening Russia, and if we get a little back on a little return on our investment, then that's all the better. Because the more money we throw at them, and we get some of it back, and it weakens Russia more or exposes. I think this has done the biggest surprise is exposing Russia on how not superior to my thoughts of their army was.
Yeah, exactly. It's the testing ground. It's like all of a sudden we see how fucking feeble they are. They are fucking weak little bitches, and that's what we're doing.
Yeah, Lee.
AFED. Right.
Yeah.
Listen. You remember in Iraq there was Desert Storm, and then after that there was, what was the second war called in Iraq? Was it I forget what it was called. But anyway, first one was Desert. So how long was the second war in Iraq where we took Saddam out, or you did mainly? How long ago was that?
It was basically fucking 20 years.
Yeah, basically.
Right. Okay. Let's say it was 20 years ago. I don't know if you know.
No,
this.
it was
you know,
20 years. A war.
Right. But
Just
you
we were at war for
you
20
defeated.
years.
Just keep going. That's the
Right.
only way you're gonna get
You
power
defeated
through this.
you defeated Saddam Hussein. He got hung and everything else. 20. Let's say it's 20 years ago. There's American bases
No, it
in
wasn't
Iraq.
20 years ago. It was 20 years.
Shut him up.
Right. Anyway,
The Afghan war
so
was 20 years.
I'm just saying, for the sake of the argument, I don't know the exact time, but let's say it was 20 years ago. Okay, it's a long time. It's a long time. Yeah, all agreed.
Yeah.
So,
right.
so there are American bases in Iraq as we speak right now. Iraq are still paying for that war, for that liberation, not with dollars, with oil. To this day, American tankers go into Iraq every single day, 24 hours, load up with oil and ship it back to America. They're still paying that cost. America don't want them to pay in dollars for freeing them. They want oil. That's 20 years worth, and it's still going on. So don't say, no one pays anything, this, that, and the other.
What
You
are we going
guys
to get from Ukraine? Grain?
Grain could be very, very, very valuable.
Great. Yeah. No.
Lee, I gotta tell you.
It's not Lee. It's not exactly a conspiracy theory that
No, I'm not.
we're
I'm
meddled
not, I'm
over
not
there
saying
for
it
the
is.
oil.
I'm not saying it. It's definitely not a conspiracy because it's.
We got all the
open. You could-
fucking oil we need, buddy. I gotta tell you that.
Oh, McGrandy, don't be silly. Don't be silly.
No.
America wants all the oil in the fucking world. They don't. They're not just happy with what you've got, what you can supply.
Hey, Pete,
If you've
see
got
how I
control
did
of the,
that?
if
I
you've got
baited
control
him.
of the
I
oil,
baited him.
you've got control
Oh.
of the world. Don't
But
be
also,
silly. Come
we use
on,
other
think about it.
people's
Just
oil
think
first.
about it.
We have reserve.
Well, you know what? Welcome to the world, the new world. America no longer needs fucking Middle Eastern oil.
Of course
have
it
our
does.
own
Why?
We don't
Why do you-
need it anymore. We
Why-
are
why is
fucking
that?
prime
McGrandy.
exporters right now.
Right. Why do you say
That's
that?
all
Why do you-
reserve shit. That's
No, bollocks. McGrandy.
that's the fucking treaties with fucking Saudi Arabia. Has nothing to do with us.
Good night,
McGrandy.
Anna. Thank you for spending time with us.
How can you say America doesn't need oil? What? Because of your reserves. What keeps the price of oil up?
We don't have any reserves, dude. We're pumping that
Donald.
shit out. We got
What
the
keeps
fucking
the
fracking
price
shit
of oil up,
going on.
McGrandy?
We
Close
are
that,
fucking
you
pumping
close
that
that
shit
one
out.
down.
We are exporting it to Europe right now.
Not anymore,
We
you
are
guys. Not
fucking
anymore, you know.
undermining. We are undermining
McGrandy.
the fucking Russian
That's liquid
government.
gas.
Europe
what is your answer?
fucking getting LNG from the United States of America.
Yeah,
and we
liquid
are
gas.
fucking
We're
pumping
not
that
about
shit
oil.
in there.
McGrandy.
Oil.
You guys
Oil
don't know
is
that
sold
shit.
in.
Oil.
McGrandy,
That's
listen.
why we don't have to worry about the
McGrandy,
Ukraine.
I'm not arguing with you. Just
That's why we have to arm fucking Ukraine.
Listen.
The fucking rest of Europe, the fucking.
McGrandy.
I know.
McGrandy.
I will not
You're-
speak anymore.
You got to understand
Hey.
economics. I'm not
Wait,
insulting.
wait,
I'm not insulting you.
All right.
Thank you.
Understand
All right.
economics of the world.
Lee. I'm not gonna speak anymore. You got the stage, buddy.
Right. Understand the economics of the world. Oil is sold in dollars, right? That keeps your currency buoyant, and it is the currency of the world. If America could buy all the oil in the world, every last drop, it would, because it helps it control and stay in charge and keeps your economy at the top. They want oil. They don't want to use their reserves. They'd rather buy it in, because one day, when everybody goes, we've got no more oil, America go, we've got it all. We've got all these reserves, and they won't be selling it for $100 a barrel. They'll be selling it for $300 a barrel. It's so important to your nation. So don't think you've got all the oil. Even if you had, so what? You'll still want everybody else's, and I don't blame you. It's what keeps you in control and gives you your power.
We don't get
And
everybody
oil,
else's, and it's not something we're actually pursuing. We are the world's #1 oil producer by far.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm not arguing with that. Of course you are. But it's important for you to make sure you've got your hands everywhere else around the world with your hands on oil. Let's put it this way. Look at it logically. Whenever a country's stepping out of order, then the US get involved and go to war with them or go in and sort it out. But why don't they do that with some African nations that don't have oil? And then that, because they haven't got oil, it's not worth getting involved in a conflict in other parts of the world.
There are plenty of countries that have lots of oil that we don't get involved in. So
because you might not be. No, it's not false. Think about it. There are certain countries, you're absolutely right, that have got oil. Of course they have. But in time, you might well get involved with them. Who knows? But for those countries where you can go in and take it for one reason or another, I'm not saying it's always bad, you will. It's what gives you your currency power. Based on oil's not just.
Can we go in and take oil from Nigeria?
Oil's not just about powering combustion engines. Oil makes plastic. Just think of every plastic product that's made. It comes from fucking oil.
So what? Does that
every car you sit in with the dashboard in it made from oil?
Rebuttal, Lee. You got to give a rebuttal chance.
Thank you. Nigeria is a very oil-rich nation. We haven't intervened in their political troubles. Mexico is full of oil. We haven't intervened in their instability.
But you couldn't, could you? A country like Mexico, could you really go in there and start taking? No, you couldn't. They'd fight you.
Are you joking? Mexico is weaker than Iraq was. Much weaker.
Nigeria and Mexico.
I disagree with that because you're talking about if you do that, then you've got other nations that would join them. So you've got Mexico, Uruguay would join in, Brazil would join in, Argentina would join in, Chile would join in. I mean, a whole host of nations would go, USA, get the hell out of South America.
No, Mexico doesn't. I doubt any of those countries would ever get to Mexico, let alone defend them. I mean, your statement is absurd.
Oh, no way. Your country is based on...
There are so many countries with oil that are unstable and weak that we have not intervened in.
There's money in the bank, bro.
Because they're unstable and
weak. It's like a savings account.
Challenge America. OPEC challenges America. OPEC challenges America's dominance of the oil supply for the world.
Right.
Right, Mexico and wherever else has got oil, Nigeria, wherever you said, they're not gonna usurp America in the world oil supply. OPEC is a challenge.
Right, Saudi Arabia and OPEC, I think, are on the table.
Dominated. So what are you saying that you're making my point because we haven't invaded Saudi Arabia for their oil.
They're not a challenge. You haven't invaded.
Well, they are a challenge. OPEC doesn't do our bidding.
OPEC is your rival. Mexico isn't.
So that sort of proves my point.
Kind of not. They're not a threat to you. They may have oil, but they're not a threat to you, are they?
Politically.
No, they are a threat. It's just oil is governed by a market,
OPEC
not by...
Yeah, it is governed by a market, but with the US and other nations that are big oil producers, you can dictate the price, and you can do that because if a country doesn't play ball by having, let's say, an average price, then America can overproduce and make oil less valuable. That, in some cases, can ruin countries. In fact, thinking about it, that's what the US did with Iraq, because because Kuwait, they asked to go into full production, and I think Saddam was saying was losing something like, I don't know, $10 million per day, if not more. For a small country, it was a lot. So
I'm
you
sorry,
you
Lee,
can.
It's
important.
It's kind of a child's view of economics.
No, I don't think so. America controlled the oil markets. The oil markets are worth billions of trillions of pounds.
You're saying that we don't produce as much as we can. I mean, that's absurd. You're suggesting we do not produce as much oil as we possibly can. That's not true. We produce
you do, but you've got massive reserves. Well, all right then. Let's put it this way, Last Dance. You could cut yourself off from the whole of the world and go. Do you know what? We don't need your oil. We're just produce. We've got massive reserves. We'll just use ours. The whole world would collapse.
Why would the whole
Because
world?
America's not buying oil.
That's nonsense. There's a market for oil.
And furthermore, yeah, but the currency's dollars, Last Dance. Oil is traded in dollars. If you cut yourself off, because if you cut yourself off from the rest of the world and say we'll just use our reserves and we'll keep pumping our own oil, you don't need to buy from the rest of the world. So they virtually collapse.
What about everybody else that uses oil? They're going to buy.
Yeah, but the Americans use.
But do you know how? Look at your oil figures. It's phenomenal what you buy. It's trillions and trillions of dollars a year. You keep the oil market alive.
Well, we produce more than we buy.
I'm not criticizing America for this. I'm just saying, look at the economics. It's phenomenal.
There we go, buddy.
Well, it doesn't support your argument, though. If we cut ourselves off from the world, then we would not put our oil supply into the world. We would just use it for ourselves. So that 17% of all oil production would be gone. So that would push prices up.
Not for you guys, it wouldn't, because you've got enough oil.
So but that doesn't mean that we've shown over and over in our country that they're going to make the prices whatever they want at random points in time. Volume doesn't seem to be logical.
No, oil's price is dictated by the production of oil. How many millions of barrels are produced a day? If the demand's not there, the price goes down, and that can then impact on a country because it's not making as much money as it wants to. For those oil-producing countries, they can't make as much money as they want, because America dictates the price of oil.
We don't dictate the price of oil. We already produce oil flat out. In
the main, you do. In the main, you do. You're such a huge.
Because how do we dictate the price of oil?
Because of what you buy.
Well, what do you mean dictate? So if we wanted it to be less, we could just say, okay, it's less?
During election season, it seems to do that dance, doesn't it?
One of your threats to main oil producing countries is that you can turn around and go, well, this happens constantly anyway. They constantly meet to say how many barrels they're going to produce, don't they?
Who's they?
And that dictates the price then of oil in the market.
Who's they?
Well, America, the big oil producing companies, all the big oil producing countries.
That is false. We produce everything we can.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yes. Aphid, you hear me?
Yes, Granny.
All right.
Can you hear me?
Good to see you, buddy.
Can you hear me?
The U.S. is not part of OPEC.
Yeah, we can all hear you, Based.
Sorry.
The U.S. is not part of OPEC. We don't limit production based on some cartel. We produce as much as we can and sell as much as we can. We don't have any. The government doesn't make oil in the U.S. It doesn't produce oil. It doesn't sell oil. It's all done by private corporations with numerous shareholders like me, every one of which wants to make as much money as possible, which means selling everything you can produce. There's no
Last Dance. You are fucking.
Oh man, he got sniped.
Woo!
Well played,
yeah,
Steve.
so I mean, I don't know what you're talking about, Lee. You got this conspiracy theory, but no facts.
No, it's not a conspiracy theory. I promise.
No.
I'm not even being critical of the US. If I was a country as powerful as you, I'd do the same thing. It just makes sense.
It's just not true, though. You're saying we conspire with other countries to control the amount of oil that's produced, which means that we don't produce as much oil as we could.
No. You just don't want to. You don't want to be using the oil that you do produce because it keeps the price. You've got massive reserves.
It's not do produce. It could produce.
I know what you're saying. We produce the oil
more than
and then throw it away. I mean, what are you saying?
Sell it. No, you don't.
You store it.
No, we don't. Who stores it?
So you don't have oil. You don't have oil reserves in America. You don't have oil reserves.
There is a strategic oil reserve that the government.
Right. So there you go.
We sometimes sell to other countries.
Why have you got if you only produce the oil as much as you can and you use it all, where does your oil reserve come from?
The oil reserve is very small. All the oil that's produced basically is sold on the market.
It's not, because
Or
otherwise you
market
wouldn't have a
prices.
reserve. You've just
Our
contradicted
reserve is a
yourself.
shambles situation.
If you sold all the oil you produced, you wouldn't have a reserve. You can't.
I
The
think our
reserve
reserve
is
is
not-
only military.
The reserve doesn't keep growing all the time. It's a fixed amount.
I
And
think
it's full.
McGrandy wants back in, guys. Are you willing?
Oh, he's only got to just unmute himself.
Oh, I thought. Okay, McGrandy.
I don't
You
think
have-
he can unmute himself. I think you have to.
Oh, well, let's try it. RW, I'm going to mute you. Unmute yourself if you can.
He's gonna try
Done.
with somebody
He
else.
did immediately. Okay, so it is possible.
You don't have the ability to permanently mute someone?
I do, but I don't want to kick anybody out.
All right.
That's
No,
Thank,
okay,
thank
no,
you,
no.
Steve. I just want 20 seconds.
Okay, we'll give you 5 minutes and you'll
You're on
take
the
10.
timer.
20 seconds. So,
19,
we
20.
have more fucking oil than you could ever imagine. We're actually exporting that shit. We built plants, bases in the Gulf of Mexico for import actually, initially, and now they're for export. We can fucking supply all of Europe. All of Europe, we can supply them with LNG right now. 20 seconds. There you go.
All right.
It's awfully expensive to produce liquid natural gas here and then put it in a tanker and ship it across the ocean when they could just get it via a pipeline from Russia. So, you know.
Well, we know we took care of that there, my friend.
So
Well,
in the
yeah,
back
I mean,
guide, I just put a link to a .gov, and it looks like it's 13,315,000 barrels per day.
You know what? You guys scare the fuck out of me. You're really pro fucking Putin. I don't know what's going on here.
What?
Nobody's
Because I said
pro-Putin.
oil production in U.S. field?
No. I'm talking about how you are like layering in this whole fucking this whole fucking right wing
PDS.
fucking
Change from
rhetoric
CDS
shit.
to PDS.
Take it
I'm
easy,
a
comrade.
Southern Democrat. We kill fucking Russians, okay? We've been killing them fucking North
What an-
Korea.
what an
They were
idi-
flying planes
what an-
against us in North
what an
Korea.
idiotic
They
thing
fucking
to say.
supplied
What an
fucking our
idiotic
enemies
thing
in
to say.
Vietnam. And all the guys I knew were fighting the fucking Russians.
You know
So
what?
I
Grant?
don't know why you guys like those fuckers.
Well, I'll tell you what. Maybe things are different today. Maybe a more peaceful world is possible. Maybe the Russia of today isn't the same as the Russia/Soviet Union of the Cold War.
Wait. Oh, Last Dance. I'm so
Possible.
disappointed.
It's a much smaller, weaker country that we could, I think we could probably deal with in a much more productive. It might even be adversarial, but it doesn't have to. You know, it doesn't have to involve shooting wars with proxies, where hundreds of thousands of people are killed.
Well, so you're suggesting that this whole incursion in Ukraine is an act of desperation for Russia under Putin's command to seek some sort of Western benefit?
I don't know what or care what Putin's thinking is. We could guess what his thinking is. I just know the way I would deal with this is not the same as the way it's been dealt with.
All right. Well, I'm just saying, we got a fucking war going on over there. We got to fucking kill those fuckers.
We
No,
don't
we
have a
gotta
war.
fight.
They're invaders.
We don't have
They-
a war over there. We do not have a war over there.
Oh, we do have a war over there.
I disagree.
No, we don't.
Well, you know what? I think what we have.
Right, last dance. Just when you say that you're right, just here's the fact. I've just looked it up because
Go on, Lee. I'm listening.
Drop that sauce.
total
Lee,
revenue for the
you cut
United
off, mate.
States oil and gas industry. Sorry.
Yeah, you need to start again because you
What?
cut out bad.
I think we
again,
might have
you
missed the
cut out.
beginning of what you were saying, Lee. We don't hear you now either.
He's having issues in it.
That's a good thing.
No, I want to hear from Lee.
Lee, we can't hear you, mate. You need to come out and come back in.
You know what?
That's what you got to do, Lee. You got to go out and come back
I
in.
like
man.
Lee, but I gotta say, he sounds like he's a Soviet agent right now.
Oh, I
What
thought
the
you.
fuck?
You know what? At the beginning of the show, you said you'd never accused anybody of being a Putin stooge, and we argued with you. Now you've just started accusing people of being Putin stooges again
Done it again.
before the show's
Well,
end.
Well,
Do is a two-panel members.
I have
You've
to say,
indirectly
you're
called
absolutely right,
everyone a Russian
Last Dance.
stooge.
Now,
You're
let me-
absolutely right.
Safe
I will admit to that, but
I feel I know Lee. Lee is no Putin stooge.
well,
I don't think Based Welshman is a Putin stooge.
Well, I'm
I
going
don't
to go
think
on
Paka
record.
is a Putin stooge.
Lee's
I know I'm not a Putin
dropped.
stooge.
My good friend, I'm going to go on record as what Aphid. I want to hear you. Oh, he's walking away.
He's getting
Drinks are on the menu.
He's getting a bottle of Putin stooge.
Lee,
liquor.
you need to leave. You need to leave Streamyards and come back in.
Getting some Smirnoff vodka going on.
Paka, are you a Putin stooge?
Absolutely not.
Ah, come on, he
Why
could be.
would I be?
Who are you a stooge for, Paka?
He's not a
What am I
stooge for
stooge
anybody.
I'm a stooge
Yeah.
for Pac.
There you go.
There you go. Yeah, we talked about
Straight to
this
the
last
source.
week. None of us agree with the tactics of Putin or anything like that. All we just happened to say was that the guy seemed sharp in his interview with Tucker Carlson. He seems like he's on the ball. I don't agree with anything he does, and I do think he's an enemy of our country.
You know what,
He's
Steve?
solid in his reasoning.
I love you, dude. I love you. Because
love you.
you're fucking throwing that shit out there. I really like it. Because you're open-minded. That's what we need. We need to be open-minded.
I don't know.
All right?
Putin is solid in his reasoning for what he's doing.
That
Why
much,
do you
that I'll disagree with. I'll disagree with that.
Why?
From his point of view,
Yeah, if you put yourself in his shoes, it might make more sense for what he's doing.
from his point of view, he's got the entirety of NATO breathing down his neck. And Ukraine
I
wants
understand
to
that
join
part.
NATO and
But-
part
but-
nuclear
but-
in
Just
Ukraine
to come back,
pointing at Russia.
Bombing cities
come back with-
until they're rubble
One
is
second,
not logical. Bombing
Well,
cities
right.
until they're literally rubble, and saying that you want that to become part of your own country.
He has,
To me,
he,
there's no
He's
logic
doing
in
this now.
that.
15,
he has a
20
history
years
of that, too.
Ukraine
In
joined
Chechnya.
NATO.
Look at Chechnya.
Or
He
tried, there
conquered
would be a
Chechnya.
war.
He conquered Chechnya with, and you know what he did? He brought in a Chechen to fucking dominate Chechnya. He got the guy to sell out. And
It's funny
dude,
that. It's funny.
wait, Chechnya was the fucking really the first battle.
So he got a, he's
It was
got
the
a
first
Chech-
battle
he got a
of the
Chechen
Reconstituenza.
to
It
rule
was the
over
fucking
Chechnya.
reconstitution of the fucking Soviet
Oh
Union.
god.
Why do
Maybe
you
you're
say
right.
that, dude?
Maybe you're right, but I mean, he can reconstitute his countries up to a point, and that line is NATO, and that's
Yeah, and that's why we have to be fucking know our history and know
That's
what's
right.
going on here.
that's right. Let's not pretend
Yeah,
that NATO, that Ukraine is in NATO. Let's not pretend that Georgia is in NATO. Let's not pretend that Chechnya is in NATO.
And let's not
His
pretend NATO
argument
has
was
to fuck
that
with Russia.
Ukraine was to be independent and not join NATO.
yeah.
And then
You know
Ukraine
what? You
spent
know what
20 years
scares me
trying
the
to
most?
Join NATO.
You know what scares me the most is they sent Chechen troops into Ukraine to fight for Russia, and they were fucking little bitches. The fucking Ukraine.
Can I just jump in really quickly? Can I just jump in really quick? I just want to tell you this fact, and really for last dance, mate. Listen to this, right? In September 25th, 2023, United States released their figures for your oil and gas industry, right? The revenue from what you're selling was $332.9 billion, which was a considerable increase from the previous year when you were selling $211 billion. So obviously that's probably due to the war, to be honest. So when you say like, oh, we've got enough and we don't need to sell it, your country is just sold last year $332.9 billion worth of oil and gas. So please don't tell me it's not, you don't need to produce or this, that, and the other. It's healthy for your economy. You are the biggest seller of oil and gas in the world. $332.9 billion worth.
Yeah,
It's also good for our economy
That was your
to
while ago.
cheaper prices to their own people.
It was your point. You were saying that the U.S. withholds supply to control the price, and I was saying no. Everything we could possibly produce, we produce and sell. Modular politics.
No, you're able to take oil from other countries that you're involved in to help with those sales, such as Iraq, such as Libya. You don't invade those countries because you really want peace or get rid of dictators. You want their oil.
No,
Yeah, we want it all.
You do. How can you say no?
There's hardly any oil that we get from them.
You're goddamn
Are you
right.
kidding?
How
We
much
want it
oil
all.
do you think we get from
We
Iraq?
want it all.
You think you don't get much oil from them because you're looking at their technology to pump it out. Once you get into the country, you've got the technology to start producing loads more barrels than what they can.
God,
How much oil do we produce from Iraq?
I can try and find out the figures if you want. Yeah, I'll try and find out and let you know. I'm not saying I might be right, but I'll try and find out.
What year?
I gotta tell you that at this point, right now, in history, Iraq is controlled by Iran, and all that shit's going back to
Well,
Iran.
why have you got bases there?
Lee, let's just
Oh, here
cut
we
to
go.
the chase here. Last Dance, do you know how much oil we've made from Iraq?
No, I do not.
Well, how come you're so confident asking the question?
I'm not. I know how much we produce from the U.S. and I'm confident that I don't know that we get any oil from Iraq. But if we do, it will be a drop in the bucket compared to.
Okay. So,
my man, buddy.
so you
You're my
do
man.
seem to have some knowledge that we don't get basically diddly squat from them.
Can I give you a number here?
I know we're the number one producer. Then I think I don't know who's next. Saudi Arabia,
Dude,
then
fucking
Russia,
Iraq.
then
Iraq is minuscule.
Iraq is like at the bottom.
I've just
All
looked
that
up the
shit's
facts.
getting bled off to fucking Turkey.
I've just looked up the facts. You take 4.5% of their crude oil from Iraq. 4.5%, but it's not telling me how many.
A year?
Well, now you need to do back
4.5% of what?
It's
back
around
search
about
how much fate can gain in a year in
it's
crude,
around-
and then divide
This
it,
is such
get 4.5.
This is bullshit.
Here, I'll give you the
I
numbers.
must interject. This is a fucking foul. You got like a weak dick fucking.
That's Iraq
This
crude
is
oil.
a
and
fucked
gas.
up argument. It makes no sense.
Thanks, Grande.
So
we all
to this
needed a
day,
bit of
it's saying to
wisdom
this
shoved in
day,
there.
it's saying to this day that the Iraq War was so America's still
Anytime
making profits out of Iraq oil, and that's why you're still there. You're not there for any other reason. You're just taking the oil out of the country.
Bro.
So
All right, we might be taking the oil, but more importantly, I want to ask Aphid, how the fuck are you doing, buddy?
Doing good, man. Good to see you, McGrande.
Yeah.
Everyone
We
agrees.
should ask his wife how she's doing because I know she's in the background listening sneakily.
No, she's hanging out. She's above.
Hey, I'll tell you something. Get a load of this. This is an interesting figure, right? Obviously, we're involved as well. BP extracts 15 billion pounds worth of oil from Iraq every year.
Ooh, I like that.
Since the war. So the country's getting raped, absolutely raped by America and by us and by somebody else, by other countries, I'm sure.
How much do they pay Iraq for that oil?
I want to do this for aphid.
Huh?
They don't. They just shoot people if they get in the way.
No, they don't. They probably Iraq probably gets
See
like
that?
a huge
See that, buddy?
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, all right.
Don't spoil me, McGrandy. Everybody's gonna get jealous that you're giving me so much attention.
I know. You're my buddy, man. You're my buddy. You know what? I'm here because of you and because of Steve and all my other buddies. This bullshit about international anyway, it's not bullshit.
Don't let our opinion hurt your feelings, buddy.
What? No, we're Americans, so.
So Lee, I computed the percentage of output that 4.5% of Iraq's oil
daily
would be 1.5% of our production comes from Iraq. And that's assuming that we don't actually pay Iraq for the oil that's pumped out of Iraq, which I suspect we do.
Is that based off the 13,000-ish barrels a day that we do versus 4.5% of 4,194 that they do a day?
The figure I have is 14.8
barrels a day?
Billion barrels per day.
A year.
For the U.S. Yearly oil production.
Yearly, I was going to say, yeah, okay.
Jeez,
and for Iraq, it's 4.4 billion. So 4.5% of 4.4 is about 1.5% of 14.8 billion.
Wait, so hold on, billion barrels or $1 billion?
What does it matter? It's all linear. It's just a percentage.
Not exactly, because
either one.
Definitely billion barrels. Billion barrels.
That doesn't make sense. Because if they're pumping out 4,194 barrels a day in Iraq, that's not 1 billion barrels at the end of the year.
Listen, this is a bullshit argument.
4.4 billion.
This is a bullshit argument.
Per year.
We fucking are self-sufficient. We don't need anybody's oil.
No, I'm trying to get actual numbers here.
Yeah, it's not bullshit to look at data to understand numbers.
Well, I'm giving you a leap ahead. You don't have to look at it. We don't need their oil. So.
Oh boy, English Bottle Cap wants to hear aphid lip.
Well.
Oh, he does.
It's time for your aphid minute.
Bottle Cap.
Oh, I was talking to them about I got a list.
Oh, you have a list.
I got a list.
He said list.
We'll get rid of the
it.
stuff on topic first.
Go for it.
No.
I want the list.
The oil thing is played out.
Well, yeah, I got no oil stuff.
Come on, give him the list, Steve.
The write-in vote. I was curious because some of you guys, we got somewhat of a major election coming up, in this fall, and a lot of you guys are not happy with either side, and the write-in vote is it sounds like quite a few of you guys are gonna maybe write in a vote, and just that whole logic I was wanting to know, because it's kind of, do you look at it as a throwaway, or I'm curious or do you look at it as if enough people do this now, maybe in the future somebody else will have the courage?
I don't do a write-in. In my state, they're gonna have probably 4 candidates for president: Democratic, Republican, Green Party, and Libertarian.
Right.
I last time voted for Libertarian, and it was this guy who didn't even know what Aleppo was. Like, he literally asked, "What is Aleppo?" I can't remember his name, but
Gary Johnson.
Gary Johnson.
That's him. Yeah. I voted for him because I was so disillusioned with the major party candidates. I don't even remember his name. I guess you remember his major gaffe.
You didn't remember Aleppo, you don't remember his name.
Right.
What if you asked him what a headway was? What would he say?
Here's the sad thing. I'm not going to even vote. I'm not even going to vote because I'm going to because the way the U.S. system is set up, I live in a district that is like hardcore Republican, and
Is that why it's so comfortable there?
yeah, my vote means nothing.
That's not true.
It will disappear.
Wouldn't a
your
write-in
state
vote be more of a
votes-
statement?
Your state is a winner-take-all state.
Yeah,
If you have-
same in Massachusetts, McGran, but I still vote because
Your vote
Like-
matters, McGrand.
I fucking vote because
It's
it
not
means
even-
something
it's
to me
not-
as an
it's-
American to vote.
It's
Taylor
not
Swift
even
wants you to
it's
vote.
not even worth a walk to the Methodist church. I
You can
used to
pray
vote-
while you're there.
I used no,
One.
well, I know I used to vote at the Catholic Church, but now it's the Methodist Church. This is
McGrandy,
what they do. They fuck
Your-
with people. They
your
fucking
state-
change their districts. They fuck with people. This is the fucking hope. I
Your
live in
state-
Florida, man. And I gotta tell you, they're fucking devious fuckers.
your state had the closest
All right,
election in the last, 100 years when the 2000 election with Bush and Gore. So your vote counts more than mine does for sure.
Bush and Gore. My buddy was on the front lines, man, fighting the Republicans over there.
You guys miss those hanging chads as much as I do?
I'm
Those
sorry.
are
Abe-
Those are
Abe-
the good days.
Dude,
Faithful.
it's
I thought it was dangling.
You know what it is?
Dangling.
It is
Might be
actually, it's amazing because it's the template. It's a template for all the fucking Republican rhetoric, fucking bullshit that we have been dealing with for ever since.
Should we just
That-
keep talking?
that
about
election.
big
That was it.
talks,
I
or-
was the president.
It's the only way you're gonna get
how
through
could I lose
Like a
the
layered
election?
song.
It's like the template for that fucking
a
whole
template,
fucking
huh?
travesty. And you
It
know
has-
who I blame?
It has absolutely
I
nothing
blame the
to do with
Supreme Court. I blame the Supreme Court because they didn't
go
have
on,
the
Abe.
balls then, and they don't have the balls now.
What happened to Lee? Did he just leave? I didn't even
I
notice.
don't
The,
No, he's
any
back.
guys-
He's back. Lee's back.
He was
Oh,
having
is he?
connection trouble.
You know who was better than the Supreme Court? The Supremes. Now they could
Yeah.
sing.
Dude, you're right. I love the Supremes. They were my fucking favorites. And
Hey,
you
for
know
the
what?
fight,
Yes.
I'm voting for your latter excuse because I think that it can start a trend that can grow.
That's the only answer that I could come up with for the write-in candidate, because I don't know, it seems like trust me, I think we all can, no matter what side of the coin we're on, we can all understand not liking either candidate, or at least understand why some
Oh, I get what you're going.
But yeah, so you have to, you would think, logically it would be impossible for you to like hate them both equally, to not want one or the other to go in.
I see. If you're saying the third party candidate is like a vote for Trump.
No, not at all, not at all.
No,
It just
he's not
depends
saying
on,
that.
it just depends on who's who's got the advantage, and I don't know. I honestly don't know who does. I have a feeling, and I don't want to go too far off before we get away from what I was saying, but I kind of have a feeling that Trump kind of hasn't been, even though he's running, he hasn't really been in our everyday lives, even with the ridiculous stuff he's saying, unless you're watching CNN or MSNBC. But soon enough, that's going to come back, and I think people are going to. There's a lot of people that it's been 4 years, and what have you done for me lately? Mentality's going on, and people don't remember how obnoxious he was, and even Republicans were just like, oh my God, like they always ask a Republican what he said or tweeted about the day before, and I think people are going to realize that, and there's, so I don't know if the polls are going to stay exactly where. There's a lot of time between here and now, so. But anyway. I knew I was going to lose my train of thought. What the hell were we even talking about?
So do you always
Gotta
vote
live.
for a
You
major
vote
party
for it, man.
candidate, Aphid, or do you vote?
I always vote for the two, because
one or the other. Have you
every
ever
time I can,
voted
man.
for Donald J. Trump?
No.
Have you voted for Biden?
Yes, of course. Well, I would have had to have if I didn't vote for Trump. Last election.
True. By order of elimination, there would only be one
I haven't
person
just
left.
voted
Oh.
for Democrats by not.
Have you ever voted for Gary Johnson?
Yeah.
Uh,
You know what? I think I did vote for Gary because no, not at the time because I was gonna vote for Gary Johnson, but I didn't end up voting for Gary Johnson because of the whole
Who's he?
Aleppo, and he fell out of the thing.
We
But I
must
took a test to
understand.
see with my views because that was back in Live League days, and I there was a test that was shared in like the Your Say section or whatever, and it was like to see who your candidate was, and Gary Johnson was my candidate because of the opinions I had on the topics, which I think is kind of a neat test, because I think people follow with their, for the wrong reasons more often than not. Maybe they are more aligned with somebody that they're not even thinking about because, their family and the way they were raised and what TV station they watch.
Makes a lot of sense. Makes a lot of sense.
So, Aphid, are you saying that this time around you're entertaining the idea of getting away from your normal top 2 vote and writing in instead?
No, not at all. I still don't see the point in it. The only point I saw is the one that Last Dance gave. It's the only thing I could think of is that you would have hope that, because if not, it just seems like you're throwing your vote away. And to me, it seems like you have to hate one of those two people worse than the other. So why wouldn't you just vote, even though you can't stand them? Is it general principle? Like I think that a lot of people, it's a general principle.
I love that.
They don't like a Republican,
you know
but they're
what?
never going to vote for a Democrat because they think that, almost like the people that are surrounding them and feel the way that they don't want them to know how they really feel about the situation, and they're not going to vote a certain way.
Everybody's reasons are different, right?
But you know what? His rendition has actually inspired me to actually cast my vote.
There you go. No, Last Dance. I'm not judging anybody. I'm not judging anybody. I was genuinely curious of the answer for the right-hand candidate.
That actually is quite inspirational.
I've told you my
Appreciate
reasoning. I think Biden. First of all, I don't think Biden is even governing the country right now. I think his participation in the day-to-day governing is minimal. I think we have. I think we have a secret president or committee of presidents, and Biden is maybe one of those committee. But it's, who is it? We don't even know who it is. I could guess. I guess it's, Anthony Blinken and a few others, but nobody knows. And
to a certain degree, most normal presidencies are like that, though.
No, I think this is different.
I agree. I agree it's different, and I agree with the percentages are thrown way further in the other direction. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying it is a committee because these guys don't know about all this shit once the day one when they get in there. There's no way they know about all that shit.
But I think he's just lost all the time.
You know what? You know what the fucking fact is? You want that fucking orange fucker taking control
I will
of
finish
this country?
quickly, and then you could talk.
No,
and I think
that's it. I don't have nothing to say after that.
Situation is going to get worse and worse, and it'll be and if he wins a second term, it'll be intolerable. We'll end up having Kamala as president, and I think that's terrible. So I can't vote for Biden for that reason, even though potentially he's much more stable than Trump. I can't vote for Biden for that reason.
Well,
I can't vote for Trump because he disqualified himself.
But even if you're voting for a committee, wouldn't you let's say you're right and you're thinking the way you're thinking, but still, if you got the two presented in front of you, are you more comfortable with the committee that's made the decisions up until this point, or are you more comfortable with the other decisions? So that's why I still struggle with the write-in thing.
Yeah, no, it's a fair question. I go one way, and then I think, but that's no. Right. I just can't make up my mind.
Right.
Which one I prefer?
Well, you know what's amazing to me is you are assuming that this man is not in control.
It is
even
amazing.
Though he's an old fucker. Even though he's an old fucker.
Well, the devil's advocate extraordinaire, who I don't know, is adding some good points. They both suffer from problems, this person says. And that's as true a statement as I've ever seen about these guys. They both have issues.
Oh, yeah.
I think he's talking about the left and the right with Mr. Smoke.
Well, no, he's talking about
what about if Biden stands down and Kamala goes for it?
You don't know that DAE is a he. It could be a her.
You know what? I think Kamala could fucking kick fucking ass.
Kamala would suck, dude.
Ass.
No.
Kicking and sucking are different.
Kamala would fucking shock your fucking ass.
No, Kamala's fucking horrendous.
No, she's not.
I hope she doesn't become our president.
She's not. She's not.
She's
Anyway.
a fucking idiot.
Trump is not everyone's cup of tea, but he's
Wait,
never walked
wait.
out in front of the entire world's press.
Wait.
And now
I
he's
want
fucking
someone.
wiped.
Hold on, no. McGrain, don't be disrespectful. Pucka, I wanted to hear what you were saying.
Wait. I'm not
Biden's
being
got dementia.
disrespectful. I want to know who
Joe
called
Biden
me
has
an
dementia.
idiot.
And the world can see it.
I think that's
The
obvious.
world sees that Biden has dementia. Biden's not running America. The entire world can see that. No way that
Yeah,
fool
but
is running.
Pucka, did you see the State of the Union address?
I saw some. No, I saw little bits. But
I know
I've seen
it's the
enough
time
of Biden
difference
to know
makes it
that-
difficult. It was something me and the wife watched. We had a few drinks and laughs, and we were fucking Marjorie Taylor Greene in her clown outfit. The whole thing it's a spectacle.
Oh, it's a
It
clown
used to
show.
be.
The
It
entire
used
thing's
to
a
be
clown
to
show, yeah.
tell the state of the country. Now it's turned into a complete political farce.
Right, exactly.
Which is
Yeah, it's an absolute clown
sucks.
show. But the point I'm making is Biden is not running America. Biden cannot tie his own shoelaces. He announces to the world that his butt's been wiped. He can't walk upstairs. He can't ride a bike. He
I think you're
barely
exaggerating.
shows
I
his
think you're exaggerating, bro.
Slightly.
I think
Sorry?
you're exaggerating. I think he's.
Hey, I could barely ride a bike.
I think he's
I'd
not
vote for you,
exactly. He's not. I wouldn't call him sharp. I would call him declining. Pocket. It's like a fine line. It's semantics, you know. It's like I'm trying to scrape
okay,
together enough to get to make it passable. You know, I
Good
don't
luck.
think he's.
Good luck.
He's.
Last
I
chance
know.
is
I know.
not
It's
riding
not
bikes.
easy. He's
Last
not.
chance
He's
is
not a
not running
shining
America.
example.
I mean, you're trying to give him the benefit of the doubt, which is fair because
Yes.
neither one of us
I'll
knows
work.
exactly what's happening. We
Now,
only
what
know
I
based
do
on what we
perceive-
see.
Biden's got dementia.
What I do perceive
Biden's
is
not running
happening.
America.
I see people getting clips of him for his gaffes, and he does have them. And there were plenty in the State of the Union. But what I'm
Do we all remember? Do we all right? And I'm English, right? I've got no skin in this game. Trust me, right?
sure.
We all
You,
remember.
you guys
that-
seem more passionate than we are.
that Trump stumbled down a ramp at some point. He was somewhere or other, and he was going down a ramp, but he stumbled and he had to hang on to the handrail, right?
I
And he
don't
was
remember
old.
any with Trump, but Biden had many.
Trump's lost it. Fair enough.
Thank-
I mean, I'm not a fan of Trump. He's not my guy. But seriously, Biden. I work in a nursing home. I know dementia when I see it. That bloke does not know his left from his right.
Let me.
He doesn't. That bloke doesn't wipe his own bum.
No, come on.
He's lost it. He's gone.
He
There's
couldn't-
no
he couldn't
way on
have read
earth
through the
that guy
teleprompter
is
the
running
other day.
America.
I disagree with Aphid Lip, and here's the thing I think is a better test. There was just before, like maybe a week or two ago, he gave a press conference, and it's the one where he confused Mexico with Egypt. The president.
That was
of Mexico.
bad.
Well, he does that a
No,
lot.
he-
And
he started
playing
out-
with Iraq or
He
wherever
gave
it
a
was.
prepared speech, and it was actually very good. It was a very good prepared speech, and everyone thought great. Then someone shouted a question after he left the stage. Someone shouted a question, and he came back. And after that, it was a different person. He was confused. He was lost. It's as if the magic that he had been holding on to had just disappeared, and
Yeah.
it was a totally different person. I
Yeah,
think if he had
that's
finished
called
that
cocaine,
hour-long State of the Union speech, and Peter Ducey had asked him one question,
Yeah.
he would have
I
turned
agree.
into a
I
drooling
totally
mess.
agree. I totally
There's a
agree.
big
Now,
difference
so-
between reading out loud and thinking on your feet.
So what does
Right.
that mean
Reading
in
out
terms
loud,
of
he
his,
can just about manage.
Absolutely.
Thinking on
These
his
are
feet.
all
he's
these are all
hopeless.
completely valid points that I don't think anybody could disagree with.
All right.
Yeah,
Yeah,
here's the
yeah,
thing.
I
Here's the
agree.
thing.
So
They still
so
do, Aphid.
we all somewhat agree that the guy is at some level of cognitive decline. Some people are calling it dementia. Some people are calling it pre-dementia. I think we all notice that. Now, Cup of Tea brings up this.
He brings up a good point.
Is there more
right.
than just cognitive decline? Is there actual corruption?
Oh,
I don't-
they're all fucking corrupt.
Attaboy, Cup of Tea.
They are at some level, but personally, him, people put in, of course, his son. His son is a crackhead. His son had that curvy, bodacious black hooker. And he
You could
smoked some
argue with
crack with her, and there's actual pictures of him
Okay,
sleeping
well,
with a crack pipe in his mouth.
tell me something bad about him. Keep going.
Who?
Right,
Biden.
I mean, yeah, like who wouldn't want to,
Exactly.
hook up with a hooker and have some
So far,
nice
he's my
crack?
hero. Keep going. Tell me something that's going to upset me.
He did drop that gun in the dumpster near the school. I mean, that's
That's
not a
all.
great move, is it?
And the kids don't go into dumpsters. Come on.
Not likely. They might. What if their ball went into the
It's a
dumpster?
good job
I-
you don't have a problem with school shootings over there.
I like
Otherwise, that could have
going
been
in
an issue,
dumpsters.
couldn't it?
Yeah, okay.
Aphid finds
Hey,
guns all the time.
I
Lots-
found the tennis
Lots
ball.
of free bananas there.
I found the tennis ball and a 9mm high point. Yeah.
If I was a
hey,
kid,
a white
I would
bag.
be more interested in the tennis ball. But I grew up in different times.
you come running out with the tennis ball and the pistol.
Yeah.
Woo!
Here's the truth of the situation. If you look at him and his pre getting elected this last time speech 4 years ago, his speeches and his interviews and his just his general demeanor, and see it how it is now and 4 years later, it's only going to increase and speed up in time. The older he gets, because he's at the end of his life. So
Yeah,
4
dementia's
years from now,
exponential.
it's going to be. It's no matter how bad it is right now, the difference from the beginning to now is really noticeable. So the difference from now till that, as it speeds up and progresses even worse, then yeah, you got to be happy with his cabinet, or that's what you're voting for. You're voting for his cabinet and the people surrounding him. You're not voting for him.
You have
let
to
me
just
say
accept
this.
that, though. I guess.
If I actually knew for a fact that it was Anthony Blinken, suppose I knew the 3 or 2 guys who were really running the show, I might be willing to accept that.
Yeah,
Then I might be willing to vote for Biden.
right.
Why not just have Blinken in his place then?
I don't know why the Democrats won't pitch Biden
Right.
over
It's
the side.
it seems it's unbelievable that that's their decision.
I think
What do they have to lose? Do they have,
Well,
do they have
they're-
to throw or something?
They're hedging their bets on the fear of loss. So when you
But
fear
they would
losing,
gain possibly.
do you
I
think
think
you're
Trump
high?
is so weak that any competent candidate on the Democrats could beat
Right.
Trump.
That's more
I
logical.
agree.
To me.
I agree. But still, here we are, and I'd almost at this point in time, I don't know how things are going to play out before the election, but at this point in time, you would have to give the advantage to Trump being our next president. And absurd. I would never thought at this point
I think
today
it's going to be
I
Biden.
would be saying
I think
this.
Biden's going to win outright.
I don't.
But
think
I'll
it's
tell
just
you this:
I wouldn't
you
put
guys,
money on it. I wouldn't put
you
money on it.
guys,
I agree with
we're
that.
all free thinkers here that have a lot of ability to assess situations, tear them apart, break them down, think about things.
Amen,
I
brother.
don't think the general population of voters thinks the way that we do, to look at both candidates and really decide. Not party based, but just on their own mind. And I think that's what the Democratic Party is doing by keeping him up there. Old Joe is good enough. He's going to be the most likely candidate for people to fucking vote for in the Democratic Party.
Granny, you can unmute yourself, dude.
And that's what it's going to turn out to be. He can do it himself.
Just
See, I find
keep
it
it on the
troubling.
DL, RW.
Like I said, I've got no skin in the game.
I love everybody.
Trump's not necessarily my guy, but at least Trump is somewhat on the ball, whereas Biden is so obviously not with it that I find it sad that that Biden is the best that the Democrats can put up against Trump.
But he's not. There are way better. There are way better. They're just
So what the fuck are
scared.
they
They're
doing?
scared to
Biden up?
lose, so they're hedging their
That
bet
doesn't make
towards.
sense.
Yeah,
I
see,
know,
if I
I
was
know.
I mean,
scared to lose, I wouldn't
but
be
this
pushing
decision,
Biden up front.
I understand what you're saying, Smokesteve, but this decision to not get involved goes back so many months ago where it didn't. You weren't really sure at the beginning if Trump was even going to be the leading. I mean, like DeSantis. I remember there was a point in time when everybody was convinced DeSantis was going to be where Trump is right now. And back then, still no Democrats got involved because he said he was going to, it's that respect that they have for keeping the person that's the president. You can't run against him. And I just think that that's foolish.
Here's my guess on the gamble. You've had mainstream media pounding the same information over and over again. The economy's good. He's coherent. He's good. Everything's great. Over and over again, pounding it out.
They're not trying to. I mean, that is the truth. I mean,
so
everything
what
is
I'm saying
going
is
in a good direction right now.
They have to back the delusion, and if they pull that out, all the people that do nothing but watch one type of mainstream media their whole life, and that's how they make their decision. If they pull Biden out, and for any reason like they were wrong, those people might change their vote. I think they're locked into their choice. I think that's the only reason that they're continuing forward, because logically it makes more sense to put in a coherent, good candidate. I don't know. It doesn't. There's no logic anymore behind it. We have to make our assumptions not based on logic.
I think it's just out of honor, dude. I mean, because there's so much greed with all people. If they saw an angle that they could get support from the rest of the party, then they would have taken it. I think it's only down to honor is the only.
What are they honoring?
That he's the sitting president, and you can't run against a sitting president when you're in that party.
It happened in 1980.
I didn't say it never
I
happened
understand
before.
what you're both saying, but what I can't understand is the entire world.
This
trust
time
me,
around, that's why.
I'm on the outside. The entire world can see that Joe Biden is a sandwich short of a picnic. The entire world can see it. The guy is just not with it. He cannot think on his feet. The entire world can see it, and you're backing a three-legged donkey in the Grand National.
Right.
This is a progressive disease he has.
Can you think of anything more foolish? I can't.
Like Trump or don't like Trump, you just against him. You've got to do better than that.
McGrandy's mic's not working, and he's not muted.
Well, that's his fault. I mean, we can't.
I don't know how that is. You might not be plugged in or something.
Oh well,
We
let me
can't hear you,
just
McGrandy.
check his mic settings.
He's not muted.
Yeah, he's got plenty of volume on there.
He's not plugged in or something.
It's not me, McGrand. All right, you
Maybe
know
he's
what?
not- Look, let's just pretend he's not talking to us.
I muted him and
read his
put him
lips.
solo, and now I'm gonna mute.
If you could you sign it?
And mute again.
Don't sign it.
I unmuted him and nothing.
He's probably gonna have to refresh his browser. It's most likely a StreamYard glitch.
That's a lot of work for a man in his situation to do.
It is. It's a lot of work for me. I'm exhausted thinking about it.
Well, that's an interesting subject matter that we just had.
Just so
there.
you know, McCroney, we're not ignoring you. We cannot hear a word you're saying, and the more you talk, it doesn't make a difference. So until you fix it on your end.
He's saying
All right,
goodbye.
If you're saying goodbye, we'll see you.
Take care. Take it easy, LeGrand.
What else you got on that list of yours?
Oh, I got some
your
more
toilet
stuff.
paper roll.
I got some, well, I wanted to, I like to have some
Please
stuff
do,
to go
please,
over.
please.
You don't need to
Love
defend
it.
yourself, man.
I was curious to know what you guys thought about the whole making a huge deal about this Laken Riley girl that unfortunately had her life lost.
You mean his mispronouncing the word lake?
Yeah.
Or
Well,
the
wait,
actual
what
event.
are you asking, Aphid?
What you think about it being used? Well, just like people making people say stuff because of her and making a big deal about it. I just was curious.
His mispronunciation was trivial and should not be taken as disrespect.
I more mean the people that are like, pushing for her, all this.
Pushing, using her as
Yeah,
to be used
Like
against
Marjorie, you're talking
immigration?
about Marjorie Taylor Greene.
She would be a good example of what I'm trying to say.
Politicizing the person's life.
Right, exactly.
I think it's.
Do you think it's important? Do you think it's just being used as a
Nah,
tool?
I don't have any respect for it. I'll be honest.
Okay.
I don't have any respect for it. I think all these things are done so that people can't discuss things rationally, so that they're forced to discuss things emotionally.
Right.
And I even if I agree with a position,
right,
I don't agree with.
Well, of course you would. That's why it's being used in that way.
Yeah,
well,
so
I mean,
I have no respect for that kind of.
What about the event in itself? Do you have any comment for the actual event of her life being taken in that scenario, or?
Well, I mean, of course it's a horrible tragedy, but I guess my way of looking at it is as a statistical thing.
Exactly.
I mean, we got all these people coming in here. Of course, we're going to have incidents like this. I mean, it's a given.
Nobody
We've accepted
said-
that by letting them come in here.
So how do you
Here's
feel
my
about all
point.
these people coming in?
How do I feel about them coming in?
Hmm.
I feel it's an extreme excess, and we should try to figure out some kind of solution. To not, we don't have to be dicks about it, but then again, there's part of me that is like, maybe somebody does need to be a dick in the background, and I'll I'll ride their coattails. So because sometimes shit don't get done until somebody's a dick in the background. You know what I'm saying?
I know.
Because we're like, we need to be accepting, and these people are in need, and you need some unfortunately, because that's the way us humans are. We need some dick back there making a fool of himself and making examples out of people like this, just to get something to happen to make it turn around and change. Unfortunately.
So you're not of the position that you should just let everybody in, good, bad, ugly. Just let them all in.
I honestly, I hear that thrown around a lot, and I think that's a false assumption. I don't think there's anybody. Maybe there's some, and people put them on a pedestal to say, see, here's somebody that said on TikTok, we should let every single person in. But I think a majority of Americans, no matter which side of the political fence they're on, thinks that, there's too many people from South America coming in.
Well, aphid.
Nobody wants them. I've never met a person in my life, and
where they're from is irrelevant. What you don't need is another.
No, I think it is. I think it is relevant. I'm saying about what people really feel. So yeah, I do think it's relevant.
All right. Now, McGrandy's always.
If it was people coming, like if there was million, like this, more than what's coming over right now from if some way these Ukrainians figured out some way to row a boat across, and every day we went to New York and saw if that's the shore they would come on, if we saw just hundreds of thousands of boats from people from, we would be like, sure. So yeah, I can't say that it's not because they're coming from South America, because I think there is a difference. I think it's a relatable thing.
To your question.
If Canada, for example, if something horrible happened up in Canada and the people just started flooding down here, we would be night and day more welcoming to those Canadians.
I sure wouldn't.
Yeah, because they're Canadians. Like the entire world would welcome Canadians. They're lovely fucking people.
That's not true.
I mean, Mexicans are lovely people too. I mean, there's bad ones.
That's not my point. That's not my point. My point is how many more murderers and rapists and people traffickers do you need, and what do you think needs doing to curb that?
Well, I don't know if you're saying like that.
I understand the humane point of view of good people should have somewhere to go where they can be safe and free. Excellent. It's what the founding fathers said, how they set up the country. That's fine. I'm good with that. But no one needs more murderers and rapists. So
I know, but that's a percentage. Look. Here's the way I look.
It doesn't matter what percentage it is.
It does. No, it does. It absolutely.
No, it doesn't. In 100,000 people.
Let me finish, and maybe you will see my point of view, or maybe you won't. I don't know. I can't.
100,000 people that you let in, how many murderers are okay with you?
if they're
We can't do anything about that.
yeah, if there's
100,000 people that you let in,
if they're
how many murderers are okay with you?
do you
Because
want me to tell you?
if your number is more than 0, you're wrong.
That's completely false, and I totally disagree
No.
with you. Yeah, if
How?
okay, let's say okay, let's I'll try to make, let's say there's 10, let's say I'll try to make this easier for you to see. If there's 100 people over here already, right? And 10 of them are murders and are going to commit a murder and rape at the time. 1%. And or 10%, I'm sorry, 10%.
10%, buddy.
But then you got 10 illegal people coming in here. If more than one of them is going to do it, then I got a problem, because we're changing, what we can control. But if less than one, if nobody's going to do it, if it's a lower percentage of what's already happening with, because you got people, people are, there's going to be a percentage of people that are just horrible people. There's nothing you can ever do about that. I don't care where they come from. No matter they come from the best place in the world, there's still going to be a percentage of those people that are crap. So when you bring 1 million of those people in, even if they came from the best place in the world, there's still going to be a percentage of them that commit crimes and do horrible things.
Here's the difference.
That's
You're
understandable, but my point is.
But you said if there's one, if you said that there's one, but then I'm telling you, no, that's not true.
Right, so you agree, 1 is unacceptable. So therefore,
Unacceptable
my point is you can't let people in unvetted. Therefore, you cannot do that.
You can't just like you can't stop a
14-year-old
kid. The day before, if some 14-year-old kid goes into some high school and shoots 17 people dead, the day before you might have met him, and you can't tell if he's going to the next day go to do something like that.
I think the argument is controlled immigration versus uncontrolled immigration.
How are you going to be able?
Exactly. It has to be controlled.
Well, of course it does.
Even in
I
a
never
controlled,
said it didn't.
Let me just get into
everybody.
Right now, you have uncontrolled immigration.
We have.
It doesn't have anything to do with the percentage of people committing crimes.
That's not my point. My point is that you have
to. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Any nation with a border, surely, any government's job is to protect its own citizens. Yeah.
Okay. Here. Let me put it this way.
Government's job number 1: protect its own citizens.
We let people in illegal. We let people in legally. Here in America all the time.
And they may go on to commit crimes.
Exactly. They did a crime just as bad as what happened to this poor girl that
However,
they're plastering all over.
When you let them in legally, you say to them, who are you, where are you from? And then you check with where they're from, whether or not they're a multiple murderer. And if they are, you say no.
So you can do your best to vet. You can do your best to vet, but it's still going to let people in.
Yeah, Snoop Dogg's not going to come to England because he's a druggie, right? But people arriving on our shores in France, we got no idea.
I think
who's a druggie? Snoop Dogg?
There is that rumor, yeah.
He's already here, so we have to.
Well, druggie because he smokes cannabis. I mean, come on.
But were he to try to come to the UK, the UK would say, no, you're a druggie. And the US do the same to UK citizens. If I live in the UK, if I was a drug dealer, if I was a murderer, and I applied for a visa to go to come to America, America would say no. I could then take a plane to Mexico and walk across the border.
It's different then.
I will say this. I think there is a difference between legal and illegal immigration.
Of course there is.
Because the numbers, I think we're looking at one person's murder. And I think if we had such a successful border system that nobody came in illegally, we would then want to bring in millions of people into the country because we have lots of a labor shortage, especially in unskilled positions. Now, I don't know that we'd bring in the same number, but we'd bring in a lot. And amongst those numbers, there would be, unfortunately, some murderers. So I'm not sure that the difference between the number of murderers in uncontrolled immigration that we have and the number of murderers in controlled immigration would be noticeable in terms of our background violence that's already here in this
Right.
country.
Supposedly it's less, Last Dance. And now
Well, it's percentage less. I'm sure it's a lot less.
yes, because those people don't want to ruffle any feathers because they don't want to get sent back to where they came from.
But Packer's point
I
is,
mean,
if
there's
you're letting
assumption
one
on these
person in,
numbers we're talking about right
that
now.
you
on
could
both
have
sides.
kept out, you should be doing that.
Right. Yeah, I
Well,
understand
yeah.
that.
If someone's
is,
willing
my
to
point
cross
is,
legally, they
you
don't
should
I
care
just
about
don't
the
think
laws
that's a
and the numbers.
logical way to look at the problem.
You know, I tend to look at things in terms of big numbers as opposed to what happened to one person.
Right.
So that
easy
one
for you
person,
to say until it's
It
your
is easy
family
for me to
member
say.
that was
right.
murdered by that
Well, of
unvetted
course, but it's like that
immigrant.
with every decision.
I know that that's true. I know that's true.
so that one
But if
person is
you-
being politicized so that they would force the president in his speech to ignore or talk about that individual. I think what's unique about this, the State of the Union speech is that when they said say her name, that took him off his teleprompter, and in that sentence of time off his teleprompter, he said the name wrong, and then he called them illegals, and then his own party's attacking him for that. So just for that one little moment when he wasn't reading off the teleprompter, he caused problems. I just thought
Yeah,
that was.
but that calling them illegals was totally legit. Or
I know it is.
Right.
That's your opinion. There's other
It
people that
tells
don't
me
even
that
call
the
them
real
that.
Biden is someone I might like better than the processed Biden.
That's
Well, it's
fine.
not necessarily an opinion.
Yeah,
they
fuck
are illegal
Nancy
by
Pelosi for
definition.
fucking confronting him for calling it an illegal.
The
It
fact
wasn't
they did.
illegal, and
She-
that human is not
I didn't-
even deserving of any other shit.
I didn't know
It's
she
just
did that.
a piece of crap. Yeah.
But also,
Can you guys hear me?
people in
My
here were
mic
saying
working?
that.
Yeah, we can
People-
hear Lee.
Yeah, go ahead.
Not as good though.
Alright.
You sound
I
like
just-
you're like in a bathroom now
I
or
just-
something.
Oh, do I? I might.
Yeah,
just
I think you got a little bit of a
But
delay
if you
too.
ca-
Flush the toilet if you can hear us.
Right. Okay.
But go ahead, Lee. We can
I
hear
was
you.
going to
Go
say,
ahead.
I'll change it. Irrespective of any murderer's crime, the biggest problem for this country is the pull on the services, because you get so many people coming in that want to go and see the doctor, use the NHS. They've got to be paid benefits. So I'm obviously concerned if there's people coming in that are murderers, but it's just the drain on the services that they end up having to use, and they're not contributing to the tax system. Which means
But there's an
we end up
argument,
paying
Lee,
more.
in a
And we
debate
as the
chat.
people-
There's an argument. So there are some people on the progressive side that are for open borders, and they say that as many people come in, they'll only add to the economy. Then there's other
They
people
don't,
that
though.
understand that there's a tax involved on that system to be able to support the people that come in, and those progressives are trying to push for paperwork reform so that the legal immigration process is streamlined and easier, and more people are on the job so that it's faster. I just want to put that in because there are people that are for open borders because they believe it will grow the
A lot
economy.
of people that are for open borders.
Just wide open, just as many people as want to come over.
Yes.
Absolutely. And
I've
it's
never
a-
met anybody that had that opinion. Never
They're,
once.
they're on the debate stage. They might not be
Yeah, I
normal
mean-
people. I don't know.
Have you
What do
physically
think-
talked to somebody like that last
Let-
chance?
Let me. What do you think the phrase "no human is illegal"? What do you think that means? That's
all
what that
humans
means.
are
I'm just
equal?
telling you. But have you physically had a conversation with somebody that felt that way?
I have.
No,
I'm
I
talking about the
haven't.
real world.
No, I
My
haven't.
brother, is,
But
my brother is of that opinion that anyone in the world should be able to live wherever they want. That's my brother's opinion.
I think that percentage is small, and I think that those people have a voice and they get their opinion out there. But I
Well,
don't think that it's
I think it's a
large-
significant percentage of
It
the
could be. It could be.
Democratic congressional.
It could be. It could be.
body.
That may be
Maybe
the
I'm
case, but
completely
yes,
naive.
Your government thinks that, and so does mine.
I don't think our government's ever said anything close to that.
They
I mean,
haven't said it.
maybe individuals in the government, but not the like.
They haven't.
our-
They
our
haven't
current
necessarily said it
administration.
out loud. But if they didn't believe it, they'd do something about it. But they don't.
I mean, I don't agree that they're not doing anything about it.
Well, thousands of unvetted, completely unvetted, unchecked people walk across your border into your country every
I know,
single
but that
day.
could be not doing enough.
So what's happening, from my understanding with that, is if people cross illegally and they're claiming asylum, they're meant to go through a process. If they sneak through and they get through and they're caught, they're meant to be detained. And if they come through and they're seeking asylum, they're meant to be, my understanding is they're meant to be detained and held until their day in court. And then what's happening is they're being released into the country, and then they're meant to come back to court for their final hearing. So that's the current process. There's people that would like it to be detained the whole way through, because if you're letting someone in that's
don't
not
come back.
Hmm?
Lots of them don't come back.
There's an issue with people not returning to court.
There's no reason why people that have entered the country or are asking to enter the country cannot be kept in Mexico.
Yes, in Mexico.
Unless they're seeking asylum from Mexico, which is almost nobody.
Right. Because Mexico needs to keep. If they're not coming from Mexico, they
Same argument in my country. We get asylum
be over there
seekers
keeping them from
every
coming into
day
their
here
country.
from France. Now you seek asylum from a war-torn country. Can you explain to me? Can you explain to me what war is happening in France? Because every immigrant that lands in England has come from France. There's no war in France.
Almost nobody that comes to our country. It's probably different for your country, but almost nobody that comes to our country illegally has a legitimate asylum claim. You get a lot of people coming from conflict areas, and although I don't know if it's the most of the people, but here it's all people coming from South and Central America. You know.
Yeah, it's the same situation here. You have a lot of South America is a shithole, and I can understand why people will want to flee and find somewhere safe. And the same with Eastern Europe, in where I am. But to get here, they have to come through France.
I know that.
When they get to France, they are no longer in a war-torn country.
Right.
So why do they need to keep going to get here?
I feel the same thing about people that come to this country from Venezuela. They end up going through these arduous hikes through the Darien Gap and up through Central America. They could stop at any one of those countries. They're no longer in Venezuela. They may not be the richest country, but they're not in conflict anymore. So,
makes no sense. I would trust way more someone from Venezuela that comes to your border in Mexico and says, at the border, hello, I'm from Venezuela. I would like to come to America to better myself, to better my life, to work hard and to put in, than someone who sneaks through.
Yep, I agree. And even people that sneak through from here tend to come here to work. It doesn't seem to be the same way in the UK.
I think the same. I'm agree with you, Last Chance, and maybe because I'm totally ignorant, but I just feel like the people that go to Europe feel like they're more entitled than the people that are coming.
I think they go to the UK because they know they can get free benefits.
Right. And I feel like the ones that come from South America are usually, trying to stay under the, they're not lining up at the hospitals trying to get, some surgery or something. I just don't feel
although they will need health care,
Yeah, of course they will.
There's no free lunch in terms of...
No, there isn't. But I just feel like the ones in Europe, it just seems like, or in England, it just seems like...
Especially England.
Yeah, it seems like they're just like... And it seems like they're
well, because England is so generous.
I guess.
That's why.
Yeah.
I guess.
Yeah. Yeah, we suffer from... You suffer from the fact that your country is built on the land of the free, the land of opportunity. You come here, you work hard, you can make something of yourself. That is what your country is founded on. Yeah?
Yeah.
Right. Well, that's an attraction. My country is founded on benefits and welfare.
Right.
So, you can walk halfway across Europe and not get a penny given to you by the state, but you know full well if you get to the UK, there's welfare waiting for you.
Not just that,
but why they don't. That's why they don't.
First world healthcare.
Hey,
you give free first world healthcare. The no more voodoo doctors who bleed you, like they, with leeches. When they come to your country, they CAT scans and MRIs and real surgeons. I mean, it's
Even you're not offering that, are you?
No.
Well, some people are getting it in California.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure
I mean,
some
you know,
people are.
but you're still a good prospect. Get here, work hard, take part, and you can fucking make something of yourself. That's what your country's founded on.
I'm
So of course
guessing.
they
It might be
I'm
founded on
guessing.
that, but
I'm guessing that
Oh
the
yeah, I mean
average.
you know better because you live there, you grew up there, you know better than that. But to the rest of the world, if you grew up in fucking Haiti, America looks like an absolute fucking gold mine.
It does.
I'm guessing the average person that crosses our southern border lives a much lower quality of living than somebody that goes
Yeah.
into England.
Yes, I
Yeah,
agree.
you know, I'll make the same argument in the other direction. If I lived in a fucking mud hut with nothing, picking in the dirt for grains of rice, and someone said to me, "All you've got to do is get 6,000 miles, and I'll put a roof over your head with insulation, with central heating, with free healthcare, and a fridge," I'd be fucking gone.
Yeah.
I'd already be on my way. You ain't finished the sentence. I'm leaving.
Yep.
I
Absolutely.
don't blame the people.
Yeah, you can't.
I blame the system.
And you know what else would happen? Because so many people want to do that, the black market would come into play, and you would be
Yeah.
able to buy services to get you to England, whether
And it
it's
does,
transport services or secrets about where to go, information. You know, there's probably this full black market of services to get you from 6,000 miles.
And
to
in
England.
come the people traffickers.
Right. It's not just people wandering blindly with a cane, you know, finding their way to England. They know
In
who to
come the
go to.
people
They know who,
traffickers. Yeah, and the slavers and the rapists.
they probably spend a fair
And they all
amount of money to get to England because it's worth it.
Yeah, and they do the same through South America to get to you.
I would like to see more light on the human trafficking and the NGO that are facilitating people this direction into the United States of America. There's a lot of light that needs to be shined on that situation. It does exist. It's quiet. And I just hope that we can see something in the near future that will help people understand more of what's happening.
Yeah, I could. If I could actually see Smokesteve.
Oh, he's still here?
He's removed himself from the pub, but he's still in the studio.
Yeah, gotcha.
So he's just resting. His head's down.
Oh, no.
He's just, you know, he's taking a rest. If you keep saying Smokesteve, he's going to pop up and join in again.
He's really starting to fall asleep.
I'm going to shoot through.
I thought he was
10
just
past 4 in the morning where I am.
Pack, it was great having you.
Yeah,
Please
it's been a
come back
pleasure.
next week.
Yeah, Packer,
And,
dude. Thanks for coming, dude.
Have a great
I'll
week,
be
too.
back again at some point.
All right.
See
take it
you all
easy, man.
later.
All right.
And then there was Welsh. Are you awake, dude?
He's probably sleeping, too. Yeah, Packer was good find. He's a good guy. I like guys that are wise but are willing to listen and but still are, you know, they are strong in their opinions. They don't have to agree with it. They don't have to agree with me at all.
Yeah. Just respectful conversation. It doesn't matter what you have to say.
Remember those two assholes that were pissing all over Welshman at that debate?
Yeah, tag team buddies.
Yeah, man, those were just the opposite of someone you want to.
You come across those people way too often on the Discord debate stage. It's just,
I know,
that's their hobby.
I mean, they were not particularly smart, but they thought they were the smartest people that they,
Oh, that's the worst.
I know.
Very strong.
They got the upper hand. It's like, I want to get involved so I can shut them the fuck up, but
well, it's like
I look like an idiot too.
You can't win though because they decide what's true and false, and then the other person can't win because they're the judge of the situation. So it's not third party objective. It's like they are the judge. So the conversation sucks from the start.
So RW, I put a question in the Discord. I hadn't seen you around there in a while. Where you been?
I backed out. I backed out of all servers. That's when Puppa died, and I was just tired of bullshit conversation.
I understand. I get you.
You just kind of reducing your footprint for at least a while.
I've changed. I am changed. So it's not. I don't disrespect you. We share our same space on Drone Tech server. I can get a hold of you if I need to.
Right?
So.
Yeah. Oh yeah. No.
I don't know. I'm taking it personally. I don't know about you.
No, of course.
I'm taking it
Gotcha.
personally.
No, I recently, I shared with you last week. I've recently went through a similar situation, so I can totally understand, if you had to.
Do you feel different in any way? Any clarity
Well, of
or
course,
any?
when any buddy close to you, you lose somebody close to you, it makes you think about all kinds of things.
But did you make any decisions that you are now different from? Any aspect of yourself that you said, okay, I've had enough of this. I'm done with this now.
Oh, well, I mean, there's superficial things like I'm not gonna smoke cigarettes anymore, and that day is coming very soon.
No. It'd have to already have been done. Not something in the future.
Oh.
Just certain aspects where you're just like, I'm just done with this. It's like
Well,
it gives
I will
some
tell
type
you
of
this.
clarity.
I
that
will
lets
tell
us
you
make
this,
it.
and you might respect this a little bit. I always I struggle with my beliefs, and just I don't even want to get into it, but just I want something, and then but when something event like this happens, I've always had the feeling that of closeness, that they are basically watching my every move, and I don't think that's a bad thing, and I've always felt like that when people leave, that they're somehow in some way they can judge me, in capabilities that they never had a ability to before, and so I always feel like that. I don't know if that's the answer you're looking for, but that's
No,
the answer
I mean,
I'm given.
It's not exactly, but that's interesting insight. I mean, we have a different belief than on the state of the dead. You believe that the spirit continues on after the body is gone?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I believe in soul sleep where there's nothing.
Yeah, so to me that would make it even more difficult. And I don't mean to because
No, just speak your mind. I'm not offended.
every single person has and I respect that more than people that buy into everything. But anyway, it seems like there's no motivation.
Well,
give me something. Come on.
But
I need a better offer than that.
Right.
For the person, and this is based on a second coming, for the person that dies with soul sleep, in the blink of an eye, all they know is that they've passed away, and then Jesus comes. There's no time.
One second, because I don't want to disrespect you.
Go ahead. Crack me one.
What's that?
I said, crack me one.
How do you know that's what he's getting?
Just an assumption.
I'm sorry, RW.
No, you're good. So the difference is if in the soul sleep scenario where you're on pause after you die before the second coming, to the dead person, they close their eyes when they die, and then Jesus comes back. There's no period of time in between that. It's a blink of an eye.
Right.
For the living, they still are dealing with reality and life and time.
Mm-hmm.
But there's no interaction between the dead and the living. And in an eternal soul or immortal soul scenario, there is belief of interaction of saints and of people watching over you that are passed away. There's a very different view of reality. But when it comes to there's no reward, or like when you die. When it comes to the aspect of heaven, it's instantaneous for the dead.
Right. Because time is not a
it
thing.
doesn't matter.
Right. I understand that, and that's so that makes it a little more.
I think he's ready to buy.
Yeah, right.
No, I'm not trying to sell anything.
I think
I understand.
You sealed the deal there.
Here's my thing. Here's my thing with religion, and I don't think it will ever be changed. Is that there's so many. Everybody's got a different belief, and in that regard, somebody's going to be right and somebody's going to be wrong, and whether they're an atheist or so, it's hard for me to when somebody tells me about this is the way it is, it's just hard for me to break down that barrier. You know what I'm saying? I mean, because there's so many different beliefs, and how can I know that this one person, is telling me their religion or their? So that's why I'm more of on my spiritual self with my own thoughts and everything.
Right. And there's no way that I'm going to be able to tell you that the Bible is a whole book, and that's the standard. And if you study that, and if you scripture and scripture alone, and you're not bringing in tradition and external books, and that's your standard, and if we both study that, and then we
Right.
communicate over what a scripture means, we're still on the same standard, trying to understand the same truth. But when you open up the world stage to Buddhist and Tao and Zen and Muslim and all these things, and all these people are telling them that's the truth, I mean, in that sense, you have to look at what they're trying to offer, and is there any aspect of that is evil? There's poison attached to truth all over the place in deception, and you kind of have to judge for yourself what you believe is true. And that's
Right.
in the end of the day, if the creator is the judge, he's the judge, and not anybody else that's telling you what's the truth and what's not the truth. It's a personal battle in the end, and I guess the question is, do you want to be good or do you want to be evil? And then you have to define what that is.
Right. I can get on board with that.
Any thoughts, Dance? I know this is strange territory.
When you die, you're dead. That's it. Game over.
But what about while you're alive?
What about while you're alive?
The aspect of good and evil and morals and such, you still would want to do what is good, correct?
Absolutely.
Okay. So you still have that same living war in yourself of choosing good and evil.
It's not. I've never found it a war.
Okay. I have more of a war issue of the temptation of the two choices.
I've not always done good, and I sometimes don't even recognize when I'm doing evil, but when someone points it out.
You told Lee that his thought process was juvenile tonight.
I get angry.
Was that evil?
I don't think I said his thought process. I think I specifically said
the way
his
he was,
economics was juvenile.
I think you said the way he described it was juvenile, is what you said. I think.
I would say that
but I'm
the
pretty sure
inability.
that's what you said.
It wasn't an Oprah conversation. It was dictation. So dictation is juvenile, I think. If you're not listening to the rebuttals and you're just saying, no, you're wrong, I think that's, but yeah, he's definitely not a dumb.
Mr. Kill, turn your head to one side. Hey, dude, how's it going?
Him.
Kelsey, welcome. Kelsey.
I don't believe it's him because there's no Christmas tree.
Oh.
Oh, now it's him.
He did clean it up though with just handing it out.
And I'm sorry because I think the last time you were on here and you had the Christmas tree up, you told us a sweet story about why the Christmas tree was still up. So I don't mean to.
That was the decorations as well.
Okay, because I don't mean to criticize you in any way.
Oh no, it's fine. It's fine. I've just been way too busy to deal with it. I've just
I'm
left
going to apologize to Lee now. I'm feeling bad.
Last dance is the second you said that. I was like, I know him well enough that I know tomorrow he's gonna regret saying what he just said.
Well, I already regret it. Couldn't
you
tell me tomorrow?
Back it up more if he truly believes what he said. I look forward to round two. I'd love to hear more reasoning behind his view because he definitely had a strong view.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know.
You don't have to agree with it, but he definitely had a strong view.
Yeah, it was definitely strong.
In some sense, I wish it were as simple as we do everything just for the profit. Because it would be so much easier to predict and explain.
Strategically, it makes sense to me to buy as much oil from around the world as we can, so that we are using that up first, and then we have our reserve, our stuff in the ground.
We're not a command country. The government doesn't decide everything that goes on. It's a country of private businesses, and they our basic thing is you do what you want unless the regulations say you can't. It's not. You first ask permission, we tell you if it's okay.
And then you
So,
pay
I mean,
us, and then you can do it anyway.
You know how much oil the government produces? It doesn't produce any. It's all in
I don't know.
private hands, private countries. And, private
Biden-
businesses. What? I hear somebody?
I was going to say, Biden did kind of sell off all your reserves.
I looked into that, Kelsey, and they said it was 1 million barrels to China. That's it. I was under the assumption that it was way more than that.
Out of like what, 500 million?
It doesn't make sense.
Why would they have sold some to China? What does China need?
I don't know. I don't understand it. Why wouldn't they just give it to the American people and restock it with fresher oil? I don't understand.
Why give any of it away? The world is awash in oil.
I mean, old oil still is oil.
Yeah.
It can still be refined.
Yeah, no, I don't understand the political economic choice of that at all. And I wasn't able to dig very much on it, so I can't say more.
It's probably the same thing that Theresa May did here, where she kind of like sold off all our gas reserves, saying, well, we live in a buy-on-demand economy now, and it's kind of like, yeah, that makes no sense. Why sell our reserves?
So that you're screwed. So that you can be screwed. That's the only logic behind it.
So that you can be screwed.
So yeah.
The reason behind the strategic oil reserve, I believe, dates from before we were that big of a producer of oil. I think now that we're the biggest producer of oil, our strategic oil reserve doesn't make any sense anymore.
Wouldn't it make sense for if there's a logistics issue or something, the military has all it needs?
I guess, it doesn't really make sense. But maybe you should have something, just in case, I don't know, every oil worker, goes on strike or something. I don't know.
It's also possible propaganda.
I'm actually going to predict this. This is totally my own opinion.
Pull it right out, buddy. Pull it right out.
World War III is planned, and they don't want you to have any defense.
In Morals and Dogma, they had World War III planned since Albert Pike's time.
I honestly think that basically they don't want you to have any defense. I mean, what's it? You've got no oil, therefore you've got no tanks, you've got no... Well, anything.
They might be electric, right? Electric tanks. Those will go good.
Oh, electric
1 mile
tanks. Have you heard about electric tractors? They can't even fucking plow a field without needing recharging.
Never seen one.
You've never seen one, but I've heard about them. They can't plow a field without needing recharging.
So you're in your view that World War III is already planned out. Who is it and when is it?
Yeah, it's basically...
Who's plan? When is it happening? Because I'll short some stocks.
Now's the time, Dance.
There is something happening. There is something that's going to happen June 2024. I don't think that's going to be the start of World War III. I think that's going to be the next pandemic.
Why are you pulling June? What is your source for June?
Because that's what I found on the internet.
All right, that's not a strong case.
All right, I don't even know what your information is, but I'm going to say no.
He's going to hard pass on that source. I know that there's a lot of stuff bottlenecking to 2025 and 2027 from in different camps, but I don't know. I just don't know. I don't see the world engaging in full-out war because the weapons that will be used are the ones that we know of are already catastrophic. I just don't see it. I for some reason, I'm like biased to think it's not going to happen. Because it would literally be whoever's engaging in that war is literally saying, all right, let's wipe the whole globe. We're just going to start over because we're knocking each other back to stones.
Why do you think the billionaires have been building bomb shelters?
Even the billionaires are going to be foobarred in that scenario.
Where are they going to get their prostitutes from?
They've already got their food in the shelters.
But what about radioactive fallout?
Why would a billionaire want a world that's depopulated?
I've
I'm
played
sorry,
Fallout.
Ask questions like that.
Do you not know about the nuclear shelters in New Zealand, in Hawaii?
I understand that they have shelters, but I don't believe that their shelter system is self-sustaining for hundreds of years.
Hundreds. It only needs to last for about 3 years.
After nuclear fallout war?
Yeah, you do. You do understand nuclear bombs no longer come with fallout.
If they do, if they're exploded in the
They
atmosphere.
sure do come with fallout.
No, they don't.
If they're exploded in the atmosphere, they are.
No, modern nuclear bombs don't come with fallout. Go search it up.
I don't have
If
to
that
search it, but I'm
nuclear
very familiar
armament
with it.
is engaged in the atmosphere and it explodes, that
Yeah, but
there's
that's
no
in-
option but nuclear fallout.
Okay, I'm actually going to look that up. I mean, Last Dance don't want to look it up. Nuclear bombs do not have to come with fallout anymore.
Yeah, definitely drop sources on that, because my understanding is that even if they're cleaner, when they make impact, if they're engaged in the atmosphere, if they're taken out and explode, that's nuclear fallout.
I think that there is more, or there you can have more or less fallout. You can design bombs that have less than the maximum amount of fallout.
I also want to understand where 3 years comes from.
The fission is where the fallout comes from, and most thermonuclear weapons are a combination of fission and fusion, and the fusion doesn't have fallout, and that's where a lot of the explosion energy comes from.
Okay.
But you still need to have a fission bomb to ignite the fusion bomb, so you're still going to have a lot of fallout.
I just don't. I don't know. I remain biased, because even if these people are building their bunkers and they can survive for 10 years or 20 years underground, do they really want to?
No. What's the advantage? How does it help them?
They can survive, but then when they come out of the hole in the ground, what the fuck are they going to do?
Yeah, exactly.
Sunbake?
Because eternity is a very dark, cold place that most people don't want to be a part of.
But suppose you were a billionaire, would there be any benefit to you to having a nuclear war, even if you get to survive it?
Oh, I didn't hear that part of it because someone took a leak. No benefit? No. No, like nobody wants to create a nuclear war.
I think there is one group.
I mean,
that
if it
it's
happens,
possible.
it's because like there's some madman that just
Like a
is on
jihad
suicide
situation.
mission. Yeah, just if I can't win, nobody's gonna win. Boom, it's all over with. But
I don't know. That's a hard one.
like that they're behind the curtains, thinking these billionaires are gonna have it so much better after they get rid of all the people.
Yeah,
No, I ain't buying that one.
No way, because the whole economy system that makes them wealthy and live good life is all done by other people.
Of course.
Right.
Plus, there's not going to be anybody left to praise them and think how awesome they are for being a billionaire. Right. That's what they love. That's
Their
it.
adrenochrome's going to get cut off too.
Right, what would Elon Musk do if he didn't have all his people saying how great he was?
Oh my God, he would
be so depressed he'd kill himself.
Right. Exactly.
Imagine starting a nuclear war,
He has
killing
a lot
everybody
of
on
porn bots
Earth,
to
and when
talk
you get
to.
out of your shelter, you're so depressed that you kill yourself.
You can talk to porn
He's
bots.
smart
for
enough
years.
to know that that's the outcome. So he ain't part of this caboodle. I ain't buying it.
No, but but you don't want a world that's run by billionaires, because they're people like Elon Musk are.
I feel like, and I could be wrong, but I feel like there's more and more people in Elon Musk's situation in history, and I think that's the direction it's going. I think like 100 years ago, there was like Rockefeller and a handful of others, and they had all the power. Where I'd argue now it's divided up between more people. So if that's the direction it's going in, then I just don't think that there's some, it's getting more closed down and it's worse than it's ever been. It doesn't make logical sense to me.
There might be more companies, but the monopoly aspect has not changed. At least like when you talk about pharmaceuticals and
But
biotechnology.
more people. Like
There's
more people, like individuals that have that power. I just feel like it's more distributed than it's ever been.
okay.
Maybe
not
I'm wrong.
convinced.
Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there's fewer, but it seems like
Even
if
if
you
there's
look
the
at like
same
the,
amount.
if you look at like 1,000 years ago when I don't know, was Caesar around? I'm not good at history. Like he was like the dude. There's like a couple others maybe, and now
That's enough
there's
out of
like
you, Dan. It's 1,000 years in Caesar is accurate.
now there's like tons more. Of those people. So it seems like it's that's the direction it's going into. That's the curve. So I don't fear that there's like some small group of people behind the curtains controlling everything. I just
What
don't
about a
believe
different
it.
scenario? Instead of a nuclear war, what if it's economical war and all these people that are wealthy and are using the US dollar, what if the US dollar is destroyed and a new currency is created? In that scenario, people will become extremely dependent on whoever is in control of the new currency system. There's a scenario where elites can still benefit.
Yeah, but then there's enough. That's what I'm saying. There's enough people in control that enough people in control aren't going to be happy with those people, and they're going to create another form of currency that everybody can use, and it
I'll
will
tell
work
you,
itself out.
one thing COVID showed me personally is that we are, in our economy, and our nation is more fragile than I might have taken for granted before.
It's good to see.
I mean, everything stopped. How could you not think that it was? I feel like it didn't make an effect as much as I originally feared it would. I thought when it first happened, I was looking at the big picture of things, and I had several large jobs on, in my line of work and I was like, these people are going to back out tomorrow, and I'm screwed. I am absolutely screwed. I won't have, because I use that for leverage for something else, and
Exactly.
I just thought it was all over with. And it seemed like it came out better than 2008. I feel like it seemed like a bigger deal than COVID was. And I would have thought on face value that COVID would have been a bigger deal than 2008 was.
2008 was a bigger deal in some sense. But COVID was also a huge deal in
Oh,
other
yeah,
senses.
gigantic.
Well, in 2008, that's the house crash, the house bubble.
Right.
The housing bubble and the
So in that scenario,
interest market.
it was literally money that was in low supply. But in the COVID scenario, you were getting government mandates telling private businesses if they can or cannot operate. That's a whole new problem.
Well, it was more than that I found to be fragile. That you could go to the store and there wouldn't be toilet paper.
Yeah.
Like it was the
Yeah.
Soviet Union.
Yeah.
And
I still cherish toilet paper.
well, I mean, I laugh about it, but to me that was, it just, and the shelves were
like
empty of other things too, like
a litmus test,
Right. I mean, how could the system that is our market somehow not have supplied toilet paper?
Right.
I think Reddit.
There was a guy at the bottom of our street that his garage door is always open, still is today. And he had a wall of fucking toilet paper. And I remember I thought about going by there and just hoping I would see him out in his yard so I could, give him my peace of mind on hoarding of the toilet paper. We're talking about toilet paper.
Well,
It shows people's willingness to accept a narrative. If Reddit or 4chan or whoever starts a trend and makes toilet paper very, very important, and there's not much left of it, and people buy the narrative, they create the reality of it. I thought it was an amazing spectacle.
It was only people like him that were creating the problem.
I don't blame anybody. My only point is that we can't take for granted our prosperity. It's more fragile than it seems to be, and that's what COVID taught me.
That's
for
damn
within
sure.
a moment, right?
That's for damn
Right.
sure. Like even 2008, it was a gradual happening. In fact, it didn't even affect me, because to be honest with you,
Didn't affect me either.
when it first happened, there was so many properties that went. I was real into property management at the time, and there were so many properties that went up for sale. We went gangbusters, and we had there was this guy that in the St. Louis area that kept he was a home builder, and he used one property to fund the next one and the next one. And at the time, it made perfect sense. He was like had loads of money, you know.
Apparently, you
and
can get in trouble for that these days.
He bought all this farmland and turned it, you know. And at the time, in 2008 happened, he had leveled off all the trees, and it was just a dirt, you know, acres and acres and acres of dirt fields with streets on them and the sewers and stuff. And then the bank foreclosed on the first one, and then it fell like dominoes. Well, I had to go put signs up on all these things that were for lease. And it was like gangbusters for us at the beginning. And I was like, oh my gosh, this is gonna be the best thing that ever happened. Eventually, it trickled down to me. It just took a year or two.
Mm-hmm.
But man, you know, it was completely devastating to certain industries for sure.
But in both scenarios, people that had money got wealthier. In 2008, you can buy up a bunch of houses and just sit on them until you make your money back.
Right.
And in COVID, if you were a part of the right businesses, hand sanitizer, I mean, whatever, you like 3M, who knows how much money 3M made in that period of time?
But you know, we live in that's the system that we live in, where if you make the decisions to put yourself into that beneficiary situation,
Right.
then you know it also equates to other areas later on when we're not in a situation like that, where they do good and hire more people and
Right.
you know, those people just put themselves in better situations than the rest of us.
I can agree with you, but if the government ever mandates that your business is not essential for whatever reason they decide, because they decide it, you're screwed.
That's true, you know,
Well,
and that's
let's-
scary. But you know,
let's not have a government that gets to even make those decisions.
That'd be nice. There's a pipe dream.
In the COVID situation, I generally think that there was no alternative motive at the time of, especially at the very beginning.
For
those decisions,
essential business?
Yeah, for when those decisions were being made, I think that it was only a concern for the general public. I mean, we were less drastic than, you know, Italy. Italy was like the first one that I remember was like, oh my God, look what's happening over there, you know.
Right, everybody's dying.
Oh my God, it was horrible. Right. I was like, that's coming to us. You know, you could see the writing on the wall.
I can't agree with you, because if alcohol, if a bottle shop is essential, and someone's hot dog stand that sells food is not essential, there's politics involved in that. There's no other way about
surely it. on a simplistic and if you want to bring up an argument and prove, but it doesn't prove something's wrong. It just proves a small, you know, kind of like this chick that unfortunately died from the legal immigrant. You know, it's part of the equation.
Riley.
Right.
And killed by a newcomer.
Lincoln.
I mean, of course, there's going to be example, is what I'm saying. But in the overall scheme of things, do I think that they, you know, started the pandemic so they could make a liquor store open and a hot dog stand closed? No, I think it was just in a chaotic situation, that was one of the bad decisions that came out of it.
You know what, Aphid Lip, I have to say, and I believed that for a long time, but now I'm starting to think that one of the lessons, not that this was a conspiracy, but definitely one of the lessons that we should take is to just not believe, you know, that the world is coming to an end, whether it's a pandemic or whatever, you know, where we shut down the economy, because shutting down is not just a matter of a temporary pause. It's going to ripple. You know, you're going to end up with no toilet paper in the stores. Maybe the water systems won't, you know, you'll turn on the water and then nothing will come out. I mean, you can't shut down. We don't, everything that's here is based on the whole concept that we don't shut down.
You have to apply that to climate change, because climate change is a narrative that shutting down the economy is attached to. aspects of it, regulation, mandate.
Well, they're not saying necessarily that you do it overnight,
But
I'm
they're saying that
certainly
you're going to do it.
well, not me. I'm not. I don't support those people.
You're not affected in the business sense, but you're affected in the purchasing.
Well, I also know that what they're proposing is a disaster for humanity, so I would never support it.
That's why I think that people like Mr. Kilsey and Base Welshman that buck the system, whether I agree with them or not, that's why they're so important for not just our economy but everything, because if everybody follows the rules that I put in my place, we won't succeed. We needed those people that were like, this is bullshit. We're not going to follow these rules. We're going to, I live in an area where they allowed the bars to stay open. And the bars every night out here were jam-packed because the city, St. Louis City, would not allow their bars to be open because of the guidelines and stuff. But that's why all our bars and stuff are still around, and so many closed in the city, is because they made it through it because of people that disagreed with me and went out every night and did whatever the hell they wanted to do.
So that's why I believe you and I, Avid Lip, we have to learn a lesson, because you and I were, I'm afraid. The government told me to be afraid.
Right.
I'm afraid. And I'll do what they say, because to me, this is a disaster that we have to react to.
But
and I'm not saying that they were always wrong.
We didn't know that. That's why everybody cannot think the same way, because we didn't know that wasn't going to work out. It could have worked out in our favor, and Mr. Kilsey could have barely survived COVID and be sitting here tonight being like, thank God you and Last Dance were, thought the way you did and stayed at home. So your families, where I lost my aunt and uncle and two of my friends because they thought like I did, and that's why you need a wide, that's the most troubling thing in the world, is when everybody gets on the same page. When everybody starts thinking the same way, that's when you need to worry, not when everybody's disagreeing.
No, I hear what you're saying. What you're saying is that if we were the other way, then someone would be like us and they would be right.
Right. We're not always. None of us are right 100% of the time, whether we think we are or not.
You and I played our roles. We had to be the sheep.
That's exactly right. That's exactly right.
As long as not everybody is the sheep, then it works.
Right. You need a little bit spread out, just like stocks, just like everything else in life. You can't put all your eggs in one basket, because sooner or later that basket's going to get crushed and you're all going to die.
I'm afraid that I have decided to be a little less of the sheep next time. I don't know if that's upset the balance of the universe, and
I'm sure
doomed because of it.
Well, I'm sure when the Spanish flu thing went through the same thing, or whatever it was called, back in the whatever it was 100 years ago, when we had another pandemic that swept through, and the same thing went around. There was the same amount of people that were like disagreeing with this and disagreeing with that, and luckily everybody didn't feel the same way, and we got through it, just like
Actually, it was a catastrophe.
Well, it was.
It killed more people. It killed more soldiers in World War I than battle did.
Come on, I was on a roll here. You don't need to.
No, that just reminded me that
more
soldiers at the front died of the flu than they died of battle.
That's why I can't disagree. I can't condemn people for their thought process if it's different from mine, because we need. That's why the balance of everybody, extremes from all sides, is what we need.
I'm gonna.
I'm sorry, Mr. Kill.
Trip to the bathroom.
All right,
David. I did want to say to you when you were saying about the new CISA, but I didn't want to disrupt people. The new CISA is the globalists. It's the Bilderberg Group, the WEF, the WHO, and NATO.
We had that discussion came up earlier, where the W's were the root of all evil.
Yeah, they're the new Caesar. They're the ones in control. They're the ones controlling my government. They're the ones controlling Joe Biden.
Who's this? Who is?
Okay. There's a list of them. It's BlackRock, Vanguard, WHO, WEF, NATO. I'm
Do
sure
you
there's
think
more
do you
in there
think
as
they
well.
bow the knee to any other individual above them? I believe it's more of a pyramid structure.
Yeah, I believe it's more of a pyramid structure, but I mean, I'm not going to go further into it on YouTube.
That's fine. I'll call out the Pope.
Oh, the Pope is just another puppet.
Okay, I think he's the top of the pyramid. I'll call him out publicly.
You must be Catholic. I don't blame you for thinking that.
I am not Catholic.
I'm
Okay.
Catholic.
I'm sorry to hear that, Aphid. No, I'm just
Come
kidding.
on now. You know, that's my problem with. That's my. I have a. You know, I express my. Struggle with. But you know, whenever I've went to a because, my wife's not Catholic, so she's not welcome to be a Catholic, and when we've went to different, bunch of different churches over the years to try out different things, and it seems like their one goal is to tell you how they're not like Catholics. And
Why
I just
is
feel
your
like-
wife not allowed to be a Catholic? That's weird. I don't get that.
Well, I mean, she would be allowed if she went through the whole process, but like, I'm not. She's, she can't. It's just
Attend a mass or something?
Well, we're not. I don't even believe, and I could be wrong because I'm not the best Catholic in the world, but I don't think that it's even recognized that we're married because she's not Catholic.
Interesting. I wouldn't give you shit if we weren't friends. So like everything that when I'm talking to you, that I'm not judging any.
Oh no, absolutely not, RW. I totally
But
respect.
I do think that I do think that.
And I'm not going to get
religion-
offended if you put the Catholics down. I'm just saying that seems like that's like the go-to, like when you go to is the put down of the Catholic religion.
I'm trying extremely hard to not be divided because religion really divides people. It puts them into two separate camps where they can point finger at each other.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to, even though I believe I have a strong understanding of the doctrine and the truth and the scriptures, not to put another person down, but to simply talk to them. And in the end of time, I do believe that people from all faiths will make it to heaven based on what they understand, because we can only be judged by what we know. And so anybody in any walk of life that's trying to do the right thing still has the opportunity of heaven. The difference is if you do know a higher truth and you choose to do something else, that's when your judgment falls upon you.
Well, I like that, but most religions are not like that. If you don't think like they do, they think you're not going to heaven.
Dude, I butt heads with the elders of my church most of the time. Any church I go to, I don't look at the church and be like, "This is awesome. We're all here for Jesus." I'm like looking around for the wolves in sheep's clothing. It's a mental illness I have.
To be honest, I mean, I actually do like all religions, but I hate when it becomes cultism.
Right. When you're worshiping the religion instead of the God.
Yeah.
Or is
pretty
that
much.
not what you mean?
That is actually a really good way to put it. Actually, yeah. I mean, what's it? I think. No, I can't talk about that on YouTube. No, don't worry about it. But
All
yeah,
right.
no, I do like all religions. But yeah, sometimes it gets way too friggin' cultish, especially in London these days.
Interesting. I haven't been debating outside of my church lately. I've been debating people inside of my church, and I've been surprised to see what they believe and why they believe it. And I thought the whole time that there's like this unified understanding, because churches have their fundamental beliefs, right? They have something that defines who they are, and that's why they're that denomination. But then you start to go into individual people's beliefs inside that denomination and realize that they're all over the place, and some people are worshiping the religion, and they have strange concepts, and it's like, what? Where are you getting this from? Who is preaching that?
I mean, I'm I'm a non-practicing Christian is the way I would describe myself. I mean, I don't go to church, but yeah, I believe in God.
What does practicing mean? Does that mean just going to church?
Means going to church, prayers every night, and yeah, the other things that are kind of like inspired by the church going folks.
If
But
if your God calls upon you to do something, will you say yes or will you say no? I think that's what it comes down to.
if God actually came and spoke to me, then yeah, I'll do it.
Even if it's not in a voice, but it's in consequence. If there's something that is presented in front of you and you know that you have a choice to make to either do it or not do it, I think that's what it comes down to. If there's a moral choice and you choose against it, then you're not even.
I'll do it. I'll consider myself a good person. I'll do it.
I feel bad for people that are like, oh, I don't go to church, so I'm not a good Christian. It's like, is it salvation by pew seat count? Like, I don't.
You see, I mean, I didn't say I'm not a good Christian. I said I consider myself a Christian, a non-practicing one, because I mean, to practice, you need to actually go the whole spiel. That's where I say it's kind of like the religious Zenites or whatever. But yeah, no, I try to do right.
If you're here, this is kind of where I think it comes into play in our lifetime, in our lives in modern day. If you're in a scenario and someone's bashing Christ, are you going to back Christ or say nothing or bash Christ?
I'll tell them shut the fuck up.
I mean, that's your method. That's cool. I think that's the opportunity for a Christian to show support in that moment and have that conversation. And if that person's angry at God and hates God or doesn't believe in God, have that conversation. That's a time well spent, in my opinion. And when someone says Jesus Christ, like blasphemously, I say King of Kings. I've never gotten a conversation out of it, but I'm waiting for it because it definitely catches them off guard. They're like, yeah, okay.
That's an interesting one. I like that. King of Kings. That's pretty cool.
Something to do. And it's not a self-righteous thing. It's just, of all the things that have value in life, I think for me it's the gospel. But if you don't believe in the gospel, you don't believe in a God, I think the most important thing is to do good unto others. That is the journey in life. And if you're not doing good unto others and you're doing harm or you're taking from others, fuck you, man.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Is there anything on your list, Aphid, that you'd like to go over? I don't want to rant about Christianity too much.
No, that's all right. I got one more thing. It's been brought to my attention that I have menu anxiety. Have you guys ever heard of that before?
What anxiety?
Oh, wait, hold on. Mrs. Lips coming over.
I just want to say, like, they're making me tear up about
Oh.
God thing. I feel, like, sincere.
Mrs. Lips tearing up over your religious talk over there, RW.
Hallelujah, sister.
I'm sure she heard that. So anyway,
Mrs. Lip.
No, menu anxiety. You guys ever heard of that?
Mannequin anxiety.
No, menu.
No, menu. Like
I've never
like
heard
if you
of
go to
that.
a restaurant.
That sounds like a first world problem, dude.
So if we go out to a restaurant, I study, like I look up the the place we're going to, and I look at the menu and try to figure out what I'm gonna get, and Last Dance will appreciate the most bang for my buck. Is always thought process of
Yep,
you know. Going, he's like,
You're
tell me
such a-
more.
Is
Tell me
miser
more.
the right word? Is Aphid a miser?
He's not a miser. No, he
Is
does.
like is aphid a side salad with a water?
He's
Not if
just
it's most expensive.
he's just obsessed with the deal.
Yeah,
I mean,
right.
yeah, that's cool, man. Make your bargains. That's just
But yeah, so we went out to my wife is her birthday's next week, so my mom took us out tonight for dinner, and I constantly do it. I always have to look up the place we're going to, and then I'll want to talk about what are you guys thinking, and with my wife and my son, and see what their thought process is, and if they figured out yet what they want,
No,
do they
I
not
do
like
that.
the game? Do they not want to play the game, or do they care? Or
No, they give me so much shit over it.
I do that, and I tried doing this with my girlfriend, but I discovered that she does get anxiety and she doesn't like it. So what she'd rather do is to go to the restaurant and then think about what to do.
Yes, that's exactly
Which,
how they feel.
I mean, to me, it's wasting time, and you're being pressured
Right.
because someone's standing over your shoulder, and you're not going to
Right.
get what you want.
Right.
But
What if there's something you didn't know they had?
Right,
You
right.
know?
What if you had to more leisurely look through the menu, weighing pros and cons?
Right.
You know,
I've
then-
even looked at on YouTube and looked at this is how far it goes. I look at people that have been there, and because I'm thinking about, I'm torn between two different things. So I'll look, YouTube if somebody's reviewed this item and reviewed this item, and I'll weigh them. Maybe it's not what I was thinking.
no, but that's based on the actual food experience instead of the cost at that point.
It's I will say arguably it's a little bit of both.
See, I wouldn't do that only because I wouldn't trust anybody else's opinion.
Well,
of
you're
food.
absolutely
There's a lot of
right.
fake
But
reviews.
you can if you watch somebody truly eat something and you can think, maybe because a lot of the times you're right, and it's like, no, I'm not going to take this person's advice at all.
You're looking for that facial expression when they bite into that bread or
Right,
whatever.
yeah, it's seeing exactly what they're feeling.
If you're getting that type of review,
Or
on
if they
YouTube,
tell
first
you
of
like
all,
like
bless
they'll
your
lift
heart.
they'll lift it up and it'll be soggy. Like this today, for example, we went to Outback Steakhouse,
Yeah.
and we were already gonna get the bloomin' onion because that was the whole reason we were going there, is because
Right, it's
well,
iconic.
it wasn't
I
my
get it.
choice. It wasn't my choice, so it wasn't a we thing, but it was, we're gonna get the bloomin' onion. We haven't had that in years, and one of the things was the bloomin' onion chicken, and the guy really liked it. The review I saw, because I was thinking maybe getting the bloomin' onion chicken because
even
it
know
was
it
part of
existed.
this. Well, it was part of this deal package where you get a salad, you get a side, and you get a cheesecake, which I never go for the dessert. I don't know if I've ever gone for the dessert. I always say, "Are you kidding me?" I'm like stuffed. How could I possibly eat a dessert at a
It's
time?
the American
like
way,
this? Like, do people really go for the dessert? Like, do you guys go?
Me and my wife does. I go
Goes
for
for the
the
dessert.
entree. I go for the
Yeah,
entree, but my wife goes for
right.
dessert.
Well, I mean, does she eat a full meal and she still can?
She
have-
tries to pace herself and have smaller
Right.
portions so that she
so
can have
she can
that.
take it home. Take it home.
No,
Some. Oh, really? You don't
it
take
all
home?
happens right there.
You see, some, and Duke opened my eyes to this. Actually, Duke. Well, I don't know if you met Duke RW, but he used to come on the show quite often, and he's in the Discord. But
He's a
anyway, he's
good
from
guy.
Sweden. Yeah, good guy. He's from Sweden, and he informed me 10 years ago that most some European cultures, I don't know, Mr. Kilsey can explain this to us, but they frown on, like, you don't, like, every time I go out to eat, I never eat everything I'm going to eat, and we always get a box and put what's left over, and the next night, if you're hungry, you pop it in the air fryer or microwave and you eat what's left over. But some cultures, they don't do that. What about you, Mr. Kilsey? Do they do that over there? Is that a common thing?
In the UK, yeah, we do that in the UK,
Okay.
but in other European, well, I mean, you got to remember, in the UK, we're a separate island. So, but
Absolutely.
in mainland Europe, it's kind of like you eat what you eat, and then the rest gets thrown.
That's crazy.
There was this place in Australia we were where we asked for the food to go, and Australia is fine with you taking food away, but this one place was like, we don't do that, and we're like, the fuck do you mean you don't? So I can't.
Right.
I have to throw all this stuff I paid for in the trash because I'm not allowed to.
Exactly. It makes
We
no
didn't
sense.
use
Well, you
do
might
that
get
in
food
America.
poisoning.
Really? Last
Yeah.
dance?
Well,
It
sorry.
was when I was a kid. You could ask for something they called a doggy bag,
Yeah, of course.
For the actual dog.
but
Yeah,
it
is
was
literally
meant
what
for
it's
the
called. It's
dog,
called the doggy bag. Yeah.
Right.
I am the dog.
and it
the
was
doggy
it
bag.
was looked down on.
No, actually,
low-
I mean,
low class.
that actually comes
Really?
from medieval England. The doggy bag actually comes from
Look at
medieval
you guys
England.
setting trends.
And my dad refused to do that. Every once in a while, my mom would say, "Take the rest home, Marsh," and he would say, "No, I'm not going to do that."
This is America. I'm going to throw that shit on the floor.
For
He
the
did- he
record,
thought
your-
people would look
for
down
the
on him.
For the record, your parents were practicing Jews, weren't they?
My dad was. Don't forget, my mom.
Said one
Okay,
friend to
okay,
the other
My
that's
friend.
right.
mom was
That's right.
was not
That's
raised
right.
Jewish. She
I mean,
just converted to.
It was
Marry my dad.
actually highlighted in Game of Thrones. Kind of like the food that was left over didn't go back to the people; it went to the dogs. The dogs
Right.
that protected the
Ah.
palace.
The people were less than the dogs in the serfdom.
Yeah,
I mean, when you asked for a doggy bag, the expectation was that you were actually giving it to the dog,
Right.
and then some people suspected that
Aphid
you were
would
so
show
low
them.
class as to actually eat the dog's food. And so,
I was the poster child for
He was a
this
heretic.
slimy bastard.
so that was kind of the social milieu of bringing food home.
Oh my! When did this change? Because it seems like I don't remember it ever being like that when I was a kid.
Well,
I
I
don't
remember
remember
it
that
from
in my
the
lifetime.
early 70s. I don't know when
Okay,
exactly it changed.
well, I was-
Sometime during the 70s.
I
it
was
started
born
to
in
change.
'73, so '80
Yeah.
would probably be the normal time I would
Yeah.
have recognition of this happening.
Yeah.
So I just want to relate to your menu anxiety.
Yeah.
I don't relate to the price aspect and finding the perfect deal for like the volume of food for the money, but I don't like going to new places where we live here now because so often it's just garbage. Like no matter what you pick on the menu. So it's like I'm
Well,
looking
yeah.
at the menu and I'm just like have anxiety like
Right.
what at least is edible here.
Well, that's
So-
like we went to Outback, which is a steakhouse, and I buy my own steaks and cook them at my home, and I know for a fact that nothing I'm going to get out at a restaurant is going to be nearly as good as what I can make myself.
Right, and the whole point of paying for a service is to get something that you can't do.
Right.
Yeah,
And
I
so
understand that.
going to a steakhouse is almost torture for me because I'm like, oh my, and I wasn't even keep in mind I was not paying for the meal. So it's not a out of my pocket thing. It's just I have to get the best deal for my money.
What
my
was the
mother was
steak
going to pay
cost?
for
What was
a
the
s-
cost currently at
an
Outback?
average steak at Outback is in the 20s, you know.
In Australia,
You
it's
can get-
$30 to $50.
But you can
It's
get a
epic.
nice steak for $20 at a grocery store that's
God
uncooked.
damn, it's been years since I've
And
had
what, a 50-cent baked potato that you can put some sour cream on, so you can have $22 invested and feed two people with the best meal in the world.
Right.
Yeah.
If you know how to cook that steak, otherwise you just make leather. I can
not
turn
hard to
$20
say.
steak into leather if I'm not paying attention.
I'll tell you what. Get a instant read thermometer, and you will never fail at a steak ever again.
No, I mean it's if I mess up and I'm doing too much and I didn't pay attention.
Mm.
That's the only time it happens. And I actually like cooking over a fire better.
Yeah, if you're cooking, you gotta pay attention.
Right. I agree. What do you think of I don't know if you saw it last dance, they've CRISPR'd rice grains to grow beef protein. So they have rice now that is beef. Is that on the menu or is that not on the menu?
I mean, it could be.
He already said that if they lab grow meat and it tastes
I got
good,
no-
he's gonna eat it.
No problem with it.
I was gonna say is Is that kind of like bio meat?
I'm not sure what it. I don't. I don't know what category that is.
Keep in mind what this means is he has zero sympathy for the plant life and ultimate respect for the animal life is what he's saying.
I'm gonna say
If you prove like Rice has feelings, he don't give a shit.
So like, do you like prune stuff just to cut it in half, or like?
Huh?
Like when you go out to your trees outside, you just like start pruning shit with a smile on your face. Like take
Just
that.
to hurt it?
Haha, yeah.
Because I have to get my sadistic side out.
Yeah.
No, I don't think I don't credit plants with being sentient beings at all. So I don't give it a second thought.
Don't spend too much time with the plant life is fascinating, and there is evidence of them communicating and caring for other species and doing amazing things.
I'm gonna have to say that basically I've got this house plant that has been going for almost 10 years, and the only reason it's still alive, I mean, it keeps overgrowing, then I keep pruning it, and that's the only reason it's still alive.
What plant is it?
I don't know. It's just got leaves. I picked it up on the
Fair
job.
enough.
I picked it up on the job. What's it? It was an empty apartment. It was a half-dead plant. I actually phoned my work and said, kind of like, what's the rules on taking stuff from this place? And they did a whole search, and then they eventually asked, kind of like, what are you planning on taking? Kind of like half-dead house plant. And this thing was literally 2 leaves left on sticks. And yeah, the thing's going strong, but the only reason it's still alive is because I prune it.
Right.
I love plants, dude.
Good for you.
I love. They're not. I don't look at them as like sentient and talking to me, but I look at them as pets.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it.
Yeah,
It's something that you nurture, you look after.
Right. And I like plants that feed me more than just plants that I can water, but it's just my zen.
I'll tell you this. Whenever somebody cuts down a tree that's been around for 75 years, it kind of makes me, I do tend to think, wow, that tree is stood there through, from, when electricity was just invented or however old it is. And I don't know, maybe they should think twice about cutting it down. I don't know. I don't necessarily think the tree is sentient, but there's something magnificent about it that I think should be at least acknowledged.
I think humans that have the concept that they're stewards of the earth are a better people than those that believe that the earth is for their progress or their taking.
Yeah.
It's just a different mindset. I think people that actually take care of the earth around them are, I don't know. It's like the difference between a parasite and a person.
There was a tree on the eastern shore of Maryland called the Y oak. I don't know if you've heard of it, RW.
I don't recall that.
It was like 400 years old or something, and I went to see it, and it was on its last legs. It was like guy wires were attaching every branch to every other branch. It just looked like if you snapped your fingers, the whole thing would fall down. And that happened, 10 years later. But I just in my mind, I kept thinking, wow, before this was even a country, Native Americans walked by this tree, and it just, I don't know, there's something about it that just was astounding.
Right.
It's one tree.
They most likely knew it was an elder tree and treated it special also.
Right. Yep.
The only tree I remember for Maryland was, I believe, the Liberty tree, and they like cut it down and sold it in like little pieces, and I was like, this has America written all over it. Yeah, we got to get rid of this tree. It's super old, but we're gonna make a profit. So
Yeah, they encased each piece in some plastic by
Right.
petroleum and
right.
When the
sold
Y
it.
oak finally fell, the pieces of it went all over the place. The governor got a big, I don't know, gavel or something made from the Y oak, or some furniture. I don't know.
That'd be cool to have something built out of it instead of a freaking trinket you put on your shelf.
Yeah.
Do you guys have pieces of the Twin Towers scattered amongst your cities?
I do not.
Oh, really?
I didn't know that was a thing.
Oh yeah.
But as soon as you say it, and I see, I bet that is a thing.
We have several pieces of it that I can think of, several different places.
Damn, that's
Not you,
as
not you
good as-
personally.
No, no, I don't have a grain of some poor desk worker's ashes.
I was going to say, there's almost certainly remains of people in every little
Right.
piece.
That's so gross.
I remember there was a black market for pieces of the Berlin Wall, and it was just kind of like,
Yeah.
you're just buying junk.
Yeah, you probably have a
Right.
piece of corrugated iron from Bobby Joe's basement.
Yeah, how would you know, right?
Yeah. Would you guys buy Trump sneakers?
Like, if I liked Trump,
Wow, sneakers?
No, even if you didn't. Some golden tea jumpers.
it would just like it as an investment, or just for laughs, or
I guess investment would be
imagine-
better than wearing them.
I imagine
I have
I imagine it's just for laughs. It's just like when they brought out the NFTs.
Oh yeah.
NFTs.
Non-collectible
He
tokens.
brought all those out. He made a fortune on it.
That
I
was
don't
a
know.
trend that died.
Here's the problem. If I was like 12 years old, I would, let's say 18.
You'd get
I
all
would
the
buy them so that when I'm 60, we could laugh about how Trump was a thing. But
and then
since I'm
sell them for like a house.
Yeah, I don't know. I'd like to think I could tell my grandkids about this Trump character, but I'm 60 now. I'm not going to be able to enjoy, unfortunately, when Trump is long in the rear view mirror of history. So
I don't know. That's 4
maybe
years.
I should tell my kids to buy a pair. Maybe I'll buy one for them.
You say that, but I think that history is buried so quickly now. We're watching stuff disappear in a week.
Yeah, I agree with that.
And I believe we're watching spin in real time so that we can't even understand what's happening in a day's time. So I feel like it's a little bit different on the mainstream stage. I don't know. I don't know if I'm just paying attention more or things have changed in my lifetime for media.
Oh, everything's changed. Over the last 20 years, everything has changed.
I really only been paying attention for 5.
If you're talking about media and everything like that, when was the last time there was a memorable film?
I mean, that'd be a personal opinion, right?
No, but I know what he's saying. It's forever.
Well,
but maybe nothing would be memorable to me now that I'm so jaded. And
I mean, what's it? Gary from Nerderotic put it beautifully in one of his shows. Jesus, what?
You talking about the cartoon?
Gary from Nerderotic. No, Nerderotic's a YouTube
Oh.
channel.
Okay, never mind.
No, he literally said that movies moved away from us and moved towards a movement that actually doesn't really exist. It's only like 3% of the population. And now they're screaming for us to come back to movies, and movies now have become irrelevant.
Who's screaming for us to come back to movies?
Hollywood,
yeah.
Oh, they're the one that makes the money. I guess it makes sense. But to me, I agree that it's hard for me to push play on a brand new film because I already have I call it woke anxiety, because I know that they're going to be pushing something in this film, whether it's transgender and gay, whatever it is.
that's what he was saying. It's basically movies have now become irrelevant to the population. We're so used to not bothering to watch their movies because it's just pushing an ideology, that movies now have become so irrelevant that it's like yesterday. Like nobody cares. And now they're screaming for us to come back. Now they're kind of like promising to leave the ideology, and it's just kind of like, yeah, actually, we can live without you. We don't care. Whereas before, it was just kind of like, we need to see the next movie because that is going to be a key part of the next part of the chapter. I mean,
I think that's shifted to Prime and Netflix with their originals. They're still politicized ideology, but that's kind of what people are hooked into.
To be honest, I think when it comes to Marvel, the movies ended on Endgame. That
Yeah, once the multiverse kicked in, they just started. Yeah, I didn't pay much attention. And what
I
about?
gotta say, if you're as old as I am, I think
Nobody
the rise
is.
of sequels, the rise of sequels was sort of a harbinger of a worse Hollywood.
Oh, when they started reusing storylines.
Yeah, I think that was, and that happened started happening 40 years ago. I think that was an early sign of a lack of creativity.
Well, so sequels were that means that the metaverse is sequels 2.0. It's taking the storyline that everybody's aware of and just throwing it into a fuck blender, and then that's the movie. Because in some multiverse somewhere, this is what happened instead.
Where can I get one of those blenders? That sounds like that could be.
I think they're on Amazon.
Can I hop in that blender?
I don't know. I don't know.
I need to grab it.
All right.
I'm curious if, and I'm just throwing this out there because I could be totally wrong, but if the emergence of this AI could stir up some interesting, storylines or movies, that are completely AI born, that some normal person like myself or somebody like me could
have the script for.
Pump in some script into, some generator that would pump out some story that, we haven't heard yet.
ChatGPT can create the story.
Right.
And then pick one and create
right.
the video.
And it's curated to give us exactly what we want, and I think
we're moving in that direction very, very quickly.
I think there could be some kind of thing there.
Don't forget those are these large language models. That's the kind of thing that ChatGPT and Gemini and so forth are like. They need a lot of data, to train on. So it's not like they can, they're not really what you'd think of as intelligence, at least in my mind. They'll take big
language models don't work.
They take a big chunk of data and they break it down into words that follow each other or images that are put together, and then they could return something that is very similar in terms of words that are strung together that they've seen a lot of in their models.
But even if they keep that model, the data on the web cloud is increasing all the time. So that even that same model will become more and more.
That's true. But you know what? As AI's output starts to get onto the web, you get this incest where it can't really learn from itself. That's actually impossible.
Right.
And so you need to exclude its output from its training data, or you're gonna.
If you can put a watermark in it in the code somehow so that it knows its own, then yes, I agree.
Yeah.
But when it comes to Aphid's comment, I do see within the end of this year movies coming out, not long ones, but 1 to 5 minutes
in the beginning, short ones. But you could have something longer, later on.
Even if you string together a whole bunch of 5 minutes.
Exactly. I'd be interesting, like the director, the guy that made the Royal Tenenbaums and I can't think of his name. The Digirling Limited and Steve Zissou and anyway.
Can I actually share with you an AI created movie?
Sure. Yeah, I'd love to see it actually.
Okay.
Well,
let's
Go ahead
just
and
find
point
it.
just his the way he follows his scripts are just so on point, and I could see that a movie like that could be just by feeding it. I'd be interested to see the same script for a movie we've already all seen,
Right.
fed to AI in short batches,
Right.
and string together some movie out of it and see.
I think it would be extremely entertaining, and I think that on a small scale, indie artists and indie people that aren't well known, like in college and stuff, will have some pretty entertaining creations.
Right.
Well, yeah, I think that what's really important, and the most important thing that I've found in the last week related to this, is that the AI industry is pushing for nuclear power plants because the amount of electrical uptick being used for AI purposes is growing astronomically. And I don't think the people that are looking at the Green New Deal and all this are paying attention to what's trending and what they're doing in their daily life with ChatGPT and I use AI generation and all this. I think people need to understand how much their daily activities are adding to the grid pool.
Well, what you don't realize is that when you ask ChatGPT to do something, everything it does on ChatGPT servers. It's a huge computational load on their servers.
Right.
And then when it's all done doing all that computation, it then spits it back to you. And that's kind of not the most efficient distributed model that you like to have for computing.
They'd have to release the code for people to have it on user end.
Well, that's what needs to be done somehow. But the problem is that none of these companies wants to let their proprietary secrets off their servers. So,
but even if you have server load on the user end, you still have tons and tons of carbon footprint.
Yeah, I don't know whether it's. Yeah, I mean, I think it is more. It's just more computation than there was before. It's not. Like
But at the same time,
shifting from something else.
I have this Dell laptop that if I had to compute a ChatGPT algorithm on my end, it would probably take 6 weeks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It wouldn't. Yeah. By large language model, they mean large, and you wouldn't. You need a lot of storage that you're not going to have on your Dell laptop.
It's fascinating, though. I'm, it's scary and it's fascinating at the same time.
Dance, are you able to take that clip? Can we get hit for anything for copyright showing it?
Not me, because it's not my problem.
I'm just curious. I mean, if we can watch it on our own, that's fine too. I'm just curious if
I'm taking a look at it to see. Definitely copyrighted, so I could show a tiny fragment of it, but
I'll just watch it on my own.
Yeah, no, this is not a good thing to put on. Now, there's link in the back chat if you want to see it.
Can't we, as mods, can't we share it in the YouTube feed too?
Where
you
did
can.
You put the link?
Well, he dropped it in the back chat.
Okay, yeah.
No, I know, but I'm just saying, like, I think I could share it, and people from YouTube, if they want to watch it, they could.
Right.
How old is this post? This is actually 6 months old already, so this is old tech.
Yeah, this
and
is
what's interesting, this technology isn't released to the public. This is only certain people have this tech. They're just starting to think about releasing it to the public this year.
Those certain people are bastardizing it.
What I'm frustrated with, so I use AI imaging to create memes and to create artwork that can push a news article to the next level and grab people's attention with it. What pisses me off is like Facebook and stuff. You have people that are pumping out the dumbest shit like a girl breastfeeding a kid, and they're throwing it on the internet, and it's like she's got 3 tits, 15 fingers, and 1 eyeball, and they're still posting it like it's a good piece of artwork, and they're just pumping it out. And it's like Facebook and these people should be like forcing people to actually have something that's worth posting. I'm frustrated that there's all these porn bots on Twitter, there's all these porn posters, and all these people that are posting just AI garbage constantly, and it's not being fought, because that just eats up so much resource.
Oh, I love it. I love it when they show the picture of Trump and Epstein together, and there's like, I don't know, probably about 8 hands between 3 people.
Yeah, it's taught me to look for the detail. It's taught me if there's a clock in the picture, look at the numbers on the clock, look at how many fingers and toes are on this person, look at curves or reflections, and see if these things are possible, because there's so many people that are just taking this picture and not even thinking that it could be fake, and so there's so much deception happening right now.
Yeah.
I feel bad that the generation online right now has to know that there's a difference between real and fake.
I am so bored of trying to tell my daughter to put her phone down. I mean, what's it? Modern phones, they are literally heroin.
Yeah, they're dopamine drips, bro. I suffer from that, trust me. If I have to choose between a book to read and a phone, rarely am I grabbing the book.
I'm literally kind of like, yeah, my phone's over there. I don't care. I don't need it until I go to work. That's it.
I don't have that mentality at all. I have, I don't know, I just get bored easily. My brain is hijacked.
I mean, obviously, I play games, Xbox. I'm on my computer, but those are things you can walk away from. Whereas your mobile phone, it goes everywhere with you.
Well, guys, I gotta pee, and I told myself next time I go pee, I'm not coming back. So this is goodbye.
All right.
Did
Always
you
great.
enjoy the
Always
video?
great.
Great having you, Aphid Lip. Have a good week.
Always great seeing each and every one of
And
you guys.
give a hug
Always
to
good
Mr.
to see you,
Blip.
Aphid.
All right. All right. I appreciate it. I'll see you guys next week.
All right.
Take care.
See ya.
I'm gonna go until
I guess that's the end.
hour 5, and that's in 3 minutes, a little less.
Okay. All right. I was gonna show just a couple things. Go ahead,
Sure,
though.
go ahead.
I was going to say, okay, we've got 3 minutes to promote ourselves.
I don't know what I have to promote.
Well,
This is just something that me and my dad thought was pretty cool. He's really into cars, and Toyota's putting out a truck that's 10 grand, brand new truck. You know, it's basically they're saying we're creating a good working vehicle that is just bare bones, and it's 10 grand off the line. And
that's pretty cool.
That's what could you possibly want? You have a work utility vehicle that's well built, and you're not paying 30 grand.
That's what
and it looks pretty cool.
Kind of hard to believe, though. Why is it so cheap? That's what I want to know.
Yeah,
because it's as bare bones as possible.
All right, I'm gonna.
There's no it might be like no insulation, I don't know. But in our current market, for at least for my generation, there's not much money to throw around. So that would be able to get us to work. We can work with that vehicle. Win-win.
Fuck it. If I was working in that sector, I'd buy one.
What does it say? No screens, no radios. Doesn't even have a tachometer.
Who needs them?
If it goes down the road, I mean, I don't know. I'm curious to see if other car companies will compete in some way, shape, or form with this business model. Because then it'll actually bring the car industry, for my generation at least, people can start to own a new vehicle again.
That'd be
good
awesome.
and bad. Good and bad, I get it. My vehicle's on the way out. I can either choose to put the amount of money in it to fix it, or that same amount of money into a newer vehicle. so it's getting harder and harder to make the decision.
That's not an ugly vehicle.
To me, it reminded me of like a Jeep mixed with the Cybertruck.
It looks kind of big.
I mean,
You
it
can't really-
looks more
Bulky for a cab.
flatbed. It looks more flatbed than pickup.
Like a
Right.
Ute, yeah. Like, or you guys call them a lorry over there, maybe? No, lorries are different.
No,
They're the van.
we call these flatbeds, where basically you have a cabin and then you got a flat bed.
Right. That's much more popular in Australia too. The sides, like we're used to on the back, is not normal. What else?
Basically, yeah, the rear end is bigger than a pickup, if you get what I mean.
Yeah. So I'm not going to share much more. I've have a bunch of stuff ready for the weekly dig tomorrow. If you guys are able to come, please feel free. It's basically people sharing everything that they thought was interesting during the week, not just politics. I'm talking like music, artwork, media, technology. So
If
it
I'm
opens up
invited,
conversation.
yeah, I'll pop by.
I clicked on the interested link, so I'll get notified.
Nice. I'm trying to back away from debates and just have good conversation, because I think that more is gained from that after dealing with debates for about a year now. I'm just like, that's another thing. When Papa passed away, I'm just like, there's no point. There's no point to this conversation.
Yeah.
You're going to walk away justified. I'm going to walk away justified. We didn't gain anything from it. Let's just not do it.
Yeah, I'm trying to do that as well.
Well, I did learn some things from some of the guys on your. Tyler, I learned some stuff from him. Liberal Cluck, I learned some stuff from him. So it wasn't all a waste.
That's cool. Yeah, I'm not sure when that will happen again. It'll have to be if and when Drone Tech wants to get back into it, but
Yep.
that's probably not going to be for a while. But on that note, gentlemen, I am going to back it also.
Well, I'm going to end the stream, and to any streamers that are left, I believe there are none. But thank you, everyone who did show up, and have a great week.
Good night, lads.
See you guys.
Make it easy.